Abhyas, which is happening high up in the Himalayas, a joint army exercise, US and India, and I think to increase the partnership with our soldiers. So, friends, I always look forward to your comments, and even for this one, I look forward to your comments and suggestions. I will catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. You know, India is a union of states, and there was a major exercise done earlier in 50s, soon after India got independence in 1947, to integrate India from all these dominions and princely states. And one of such state was Jammu and Kashmir. So in today's episode, we will discuss about how the integration of Jammu and Kashmir happened in India. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you that there is a giveaway. Please stick around till the end of this video, as in the end, we will tell you how you can win your free gift. Welcome back, friends, and today we will discuss about how Jammu and Kashmir, state of Jammu and Kashmir, or JNK as we call it, got integrated into India. And for this discussion, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who is also practicing advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So without further ado, let's begin our discussion.
Hello, Chandrakant. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on your show. Yes, today we are going to discuss about the integration of Jammu and Kashmir into India and the historical aspect of how it got integrated. But before we delve into 1947, a brief history of the rulers in Kashmir is interesting. As till the 14th century, Kashmir was ruled by the Buddhist and Hindu dynasties. And the earliest source of Kashmir is provided in the works of a famous writer named Kalhan, who has provided in detail the entire history of Kashmir in his work called Rajat Rangini. Rajat Rangini is the river of kings in Sanskrit. So certainly it was a dynasty, it was a kingdom, and it was known as the river of kings. And from the earliest sources, he has traced the history of Kashmir in this work in the 12th century. But later on in the 13th century, Kashmir first fell into the Muslim ruler named as Shah Mir, and who ruled Kashmir for 2 centuries till 15th century. When in 15th century Kashmir fell in the hands of Akbar, and Akbar established the Mughal emperor in the year 1587. And for the next 200 years, the Mughal emperor established its empire and also termed it as the summer residence of the Mughal emperors. And that is why we see these Shalimar Gardens and Mughal gardens in Kashmir, which were originally built by, especially the Hari Parbat fort, etc., which were built by Akbar himself and then by other Mughal rulers. So in 1752, Kashmir then passed from the Mughal Empire to the Durrani Empire under the rule of Ahmad Shah Abdali, who was the powerful ruler of Afghanistan. And he ruled Kashmir for a period of around 70 years, when in 1819, Kashmir was conquered by Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who was the Sikh ruler. So it is in 1819 that it came under the rulership of a Sikh ruler. And he had established one Ranjit Singh Dio as the commander of Jammu. And later on, who was the Dogra chief of Rajput descent. And his great-grandnephew was Gulab Singh. But in 1846, the Sikh lost the Anglo-Sikh war. And therefore, in the negotiations that ensued, the Sikh Maharaja was called upon to pay an indemnity of 1 crore rupees to East India Company. And he also had to forfeit large territories in Punjab. But as the Sikh Maharaja, the Sikh ruler, was not in a position to pay this war indemnity, he ceded all his hill territories from Beas River to Indus River, which includes this Kashmir Valley, to the Britishers. Now, this was entered into the Treaty of Lahore and mentioned in that treaty, where the Sikh ruler ceded his territories to the British. But the British were not so much interested in having an administration in Kashmir at that time. And Gulab Singh, who was also the ruler of Jammu and was the great grand nephew of this Dogra chief of Rajput dynasty, who was ruling Jammu, he came forward and saw this opportunity, and he agreed to pay the war indemnity on behalf of the Sikh ruler. And he paid this 1 crore war indemnity to the Britishers on a condition that the British give him the entire rule of Kashmir. And that is how the Treaty of Amritsar was signed on 16th March 1846, which marks the commencement of the history of Jammu and Kashmir state as a political entity. So this is how Gulab Singh became the Maharaja of state of Jammu and Kashmir. And it is the Hari Singh, the ruler of Jammu and Kashmir in 1947, is the great grandson of Gulab Singh, Maharaja Gulab Singh. Maharaja Gulab Singh's son was Ranjit Singh, and then his son and Ranjit Singh's grandson is Gulab Singh. And Ranbir Singh is important because a lot of acts in Kashmir are known after Ranbir, because Ranbir Penal Code, Ranbir Code of Procedure, also the Constitution mentions him. So Gulab Singh was the Maharaja, and he succeeded his Gadi on 23rd September 1925. So since then, Maharaja Hari Singh is the ruler of Jammu and Kashmir, and he played an important part in acceding Jammu and Kashmir to India. But geographically, if we understand, Kashmir consisted of 4 natural regions. In the south is Jammu, in the center is the valley of Kashmir, in the north is Gilgit Baltistan, and between Kashmir and Tibet is Ladakh. So Ladakh is predominantly Buddhist dynasty, and Buddhist people live there. But in the valley of Kashmir, Gilgit, majority are Muslims, whereas in Jammu, majority are Indians. So at the time of partition, around 77% of the entire population was Muslim, whereas only 20% were Hindus. And so it was very difficult for the Maharaja in 1947 to decide whether he wants to accede to India or Pakistan, as per the 3rd June plan of the Britishers when they were to leave India. And the paramountcy of the Britishers were to lapse. So Jammu and Kashmir was thinking whether to accede to India or Pakistan, or to remain an independent, because of the natural regions and the population it consists. Because if Hari Singh had acceded to India, it would certainly have had some repercussions in Gilgit, Baltistan, and some other areas. Whereas if it had acceded to India, to Pakistan, then the Jammus and the population of Jammu would be in some difficulty. So therefore, he was not able to decide. But he had, on 12th August 1947, entered into a standstill agreement with Pakistan. He also wrote a letter to the government of India saying, I want to enter into a standstill agreement with India. But India, at that time, the policy of India was to enter into both the Treaty of Accession as well as the Treaty of Standstill Agreement. Because standstill agreement only ensures continuity of trade, travel, communication, and similar services which were existing when the Britishers were having the paramountcy. So it was just a standstill agreement, but without a treaty of accession, instrument of accession, India was not willing to enter into a standstill agreement. So,
Jeet, I have a question here. In fact, you have explained beautifully that there was a Sikh rule established, and it was almost there for about 200 years and odd. And that is why there is a lot of Sikh lineage in Jammu and Kashmir area, and there are Dogras also there. But I think it's also open fact when you say the demography was 80-20 in favor of Muslim population. But during the Shah Jahan's reign and Aurangzeb reign, there were mass conversions done in Kashmir. And those brutal acts have been recorded in some of these gurdwaras in Delhi, where they pictorially depicts the history of Kashmir, where the atrocities were committed, and you say that 20% were Hindus, but the entire 80% population of Muslim descent were also Hindus 200 years back. So I think that is a slightly complex situation. But we would like to know exactly what happened after 1947 from you.
Yes, absolutely, Chandrakant. Yes, because till the 14th century, it was a Hindu and Buddhist dynasties which ruled. So certainly Mughals and Muslims came afterwards. So there must have been conversions. But then what happened is that Jammu and Kashmir entered into a standstill agreement with Pakistan. And also because there was contiguity with Pakistan as it was its neighboring state, and around 460 miles of border it covers with Pakistan. Also, Gilgit-Baltistan had contiguity and also road connections with Pakistan, and also the natural resources, the forest resources like timber, was being exported to Pakistan, and it was one of the major sources of revenue for Jammu and Kashmir. So they had a lot of trade with Pakistan and roads and connections in these areas like Gilgit-Baltistan, etc., which had immediate contiguity with the Pakistan dominion. So they had entered into this standstill agreement, but also talks were going on with Hari Singh, with the government of India, and Pakistan at that time had become insecure because of what had happened in Junagadh. And Junagadh, though India conducted a plebiscite, but Kashmir, the government of Pakistan was not so much in favor of conducting a plebiscite at that time. And the Lord Mountbatten, who was the last British Governor General, wanted the people to decide in case where there was a issue with regards to the ruler not being able to decide on which state to join. But because of this insecurity growing amongst Pakistan, and they stopped the supply of essential commodities in Jammu and Kashmir. So in that time, Jammu and Kashmir situation, especially Srinagar, was so bad that they had to request the government of India for 5,000 gallons of petrol to avoid complete breakdown of transport in Srinagar. And this is what the government of Pakistan was trying to play and pressurize Kashmir to accede to Pakistan. They were also conducting military pressure of hit and run and border raids in the border areas, and also trying to increase insurgency, which ultimately on 22nd October 1947 resulted into an around 5,000 to 10,000 raiders, the tribesmen, who attacked Kashmir, the state of Kashmir, and due to which on 24th October 1947, Hari Singh was extremely, the Maharaja, was in a precarious situation, and he made an urgent call to the government of India to help. So it is because of this call that Lord Mountbatten, Sardar Patel, Nehru all decided what was the next course to be done. But under the international law, the Indian army could not be in a position to send its troop to a autonomous state, because till that time, the state of Jammu and Kashmir was an independent state. So therefore, that was not feasible, and that would have created international pressure on India if it would have done so. So Lord Mountbatten, along with Sardar Patel, came to the conclusion that if the Maharaja was ready to accede to India, then India was in a position to send its army to Jammu and Kashmir. So therefore, on 25th of October, personals along with army, some members were sent to Kashmir, where they had a word with Raja Hari Singh, and he was asked to come to Jammu. And on 26th October, he agrees to enter into a treaty of accession and signs the treaty of accession, whereby he agrees to accede to India. So it is the instrument which was signed on 26th October 1947, by way of which the state of Jammu and Kashmir accedes to India, and which was accepted by the Governor General of India, stating that we are ready to accede to Jammu and Kashmir into India. So therefore, it is because of this treaty of accession. But I must mention one important article of this treaty of accession, which is very much material and which is right now being discussed. and it is the source of Article 370, which we popularly know. Because in the Treaty of Accession, Maharaja Hari Singh has mentioned and has been accepted by India is that in nothing in this instrument shall be deemed to commit me in any way to the acceptance of any future constitution of India, or to fetter my discretion and to enter into arrangement with the government of India under any such future constitution. So therefore, the state of Jammu and Kashmir acceded with respect to three subjects, namely defense, communication, and external affairs. But it reserved its right to constitute its own constitution, and also not to concede or accept the Indian constitution as it is. So this is the clause in the instrument of accession, due to which there was a special arrangement under the Indian constitution, due to which an Article 370 was drafted, and it is through Article 370 that a special status was given to the state of Jammu and Kashmir to have an autonomy. So this is the basic history of 370. But on 26th October 1947, this instrument of accession was signed and was accepted by India. And on 27th October 1947, immediately after the accession morning, the Indian army was airlifted to Kashmir, and without much planning, because it was to be done immediately. At such a remarkably short notice, around 100 civilian and Indian Air Force planes were mobilized to fly troops and equipments and supplies to Srinagar. The Indian Air Force and the civilian pilots rose to the occasion and worked heroically to make the airlift a success. And this was at that time unprecedented and one of its kinds operation, which was undertaken by the Indian Army. Even Lord Mountbatten, who was the supreme allied commander in the Southeast Asia and had an experience of a lot of wars, even he said that an airlift of this nature put into operation at such a not short notice was never heard of. So when the troops landed in Srinagar, the raiders, though, were in Baramulla. And therefore, the troops immediately advanced to Baramulla and were able to disperse the said raiders. And ultimately, the situation was brought under control by the Indian by the end of November in 1947. But thereafter, there was Pakistan had entered, brought their military, and there was almost a war between India and Pakistan, which lasted for around a year. And Pakistan occupied a lot of territories in Kashmir, which is known as the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Now, by that time, the issue of Kashmir was taken over by the Ministry of External Affairs, which was headed by Jawaharlal Nehru. And therefore, the Ministry of States was not concerned with the issue of Kashmir, because it had already acceded into India. And therefore, it went away from the hands of Sardar Patel into the hands of Mr. Nehru. But on 31st December 1947, India sent a complaint to the United Nations Security Council, appealing it to help in order to secure peace, and therefore the appeal was made under the UN Charter, and India went to the United Nations in order to secure peace and a plebiscite. So this is how, in 1949, the United Nations Committee on India and Pakistan was formed based on our complaint to the United Nations, which sent its delegates and its report and its recommendations. But Sheikh Abdullah was made the Prime Minister of Jammu and Kashmir by the Maharaja Hari Singh at that time. So this is how the accession of Jammu and Kashmir took place by way of a war with Pakistan, and ultimately sending the Indian troops, and ultimately the Maharaja Hari Singh acceding to sign the treaty of the instrument of accession on 26th October 1947, that J&K became a part of the Indian Union.
This is very, very important lessons for us to learn. You know how such a critical and large state also got united into India. and why Pakistan was so much interested in acquiring Jammu and Kashmir. Some people say that it's because of water. So, what is your opinion? Because all the water which flows into Pakistan emerges from this area. From your point of view, is it the water treaty which was causing trouble in the mind of Pakistani rulers at that time?
In fact, I think it was water as well as trade, and also contiguity, and also the some areas of Kashmir because of its demography. That Pakistan was very much keen on acquiring Kashmir as a part of Pakistan Union. But but Kashmir, I think they always even the Maharaja wanted to have a separate and independent state. But since because of this attack, he had to join and exile into India, and we had a special relationship with the state of Jammu and Kashmir by having Article 370. But basically, Pakistan immediately after coming into existence, within 3 to 4 months, because 14th August 1947, they also became independent along with India, and two dominions were formed. But within 3 to 4 months, they acted in such a manner to prejudice the people of Kashmir that Kashmir had to accede to India. So therefore, the conduct of Pakistan at that time, by sending these raiders along with the Pakistani army, training these raiders and invading Kashmir, was absolutely unjustified and a breach of international law.
Well, Jeet, J&K or Jammu and Kashmir is not the only state in India which had 370. There was Nagaland also that had 370. But then I think when India approached United Nations and UN rightfully said that it has to be done on the basis of democratic rights of the people, and the plebiscite was supposed to be done. So why it has not been conducted? Do you have any opinion on that?
Well, yes, the commission formed by the United Nations on India and Pakistan, through its resolution of 13th August 1948, carried out certain arrangements for the plebiscite, which were to be carried out by both India and Pakistan, wherein the Pakistan had to withdraw its troop as well as all the raiders from the region of Jammu and Kashmir. Also, it had to hand over the Pakistan occupied Kashmir to India, to the Indian territory, because as per the Treaty of Accession, it became the part of Indian Union. Also, it had asked the Indian government to withdraw its troop and uh, 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 and and only necessary in order to secure law and order were to be kept. Otherwise, all the troops were to be withdrawn. But Pakistan, in order to comply with this condition, never complies, and it neither asked the raiders to withdraw, neither it withdrew its troop from the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and it also never handed over the Pakistan occupied Kashmir to Indian Union, and therefore the plebiscite fell through and was not possible to conduct a plebiscite under the auspice of United Nations. So that is the reason why it could never happen.
So I think a lot of water has flown under the bridge. It's been almost like 72 years, and now finally it looks like, it appears so, that J&K has been finally integrated in 2019. From your point of view, what has happened really in 2019, and how Indian government integrated the entire region into India?
Uh, well, in 2019, the presidential order was passed, uh, whereby it and the constitutional amendment, whereby it deleted Article 370 and Article 35A from the Constitution, and also it withdrew all the earlier presidential orders which were passed by the president from 1951 onwards. So, so yes, Jammu and Kashmir was part of Indian Union, but the special status that was given under Article 370 was revoked, and Article 335A, which provided the state of Jammu and Kashmir to enact laws, was also taken with regards to the permanent residents, and also with regards to immovable property and settlements in the state and employment. And therefore, now it has become a union territory rather than a state. So that is how they have integrated Jammu and Kashmir now as a union territory into the uh, Indian Union.
I think your narration about the events which preceded after the independence of India, and in the past episodes we have discussed about Junagadh and Hyderabad, and this is a third one where a very complicated situation arose, and it has taken a lot of years, a lot of sacrifices of our soldiers and civilians to integrate J&K finally into India in 2019. So, Jeet, is it final, or the matter is still under courts, sub judice? What is going on right now?
So yes, this constitutional amendment has been challenged before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has already constituted a constitution bench to decide on this issue of Article 370. The matter is sub judice and pending before the Supreme Court for adjudication. So that will decide the finality on the issue of the state of Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, so we'll keep visiting this particular subject because I think the matter is still in Supreme Court and decision will be taken. So, but until now, I think this is very, very important. The way you explained, right from very early beginning, almost 1,000 years back till now, what has happened. It is very valuable lesson for all of us. So, thank you, Jeet, for finding time and coming to our show today, explaining this very important lesson from history.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
So I'll catch you in the next episode. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live, and I'm Chandrakant. There has been a lot of innovation in the edtech area, and some says that the edtech will completely replace the way we do education. To analyze this point further, I will be joined by a very eminent speaker from Singapore. Her name is Farida Chorania, and she is the CEO of Career Zoom. So, friends, let's welcome her. Good morning, Farida. Welcome to the show. How are you this morning?
Well, excellent. It's afternoon for us and it's been a very sunny day. So that's amazing. I'm very well, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. And so I do hope our viewers are doing well as well.
Yes, Farida, thank you for asking. In fact, we are live right now, and viewers, if you have any question or comment, you can use the chat function of the social media, whichever social media you're watching this program, and we will display your name and question right away on the screen. So, Farida, I think the topic of today's discussion is about EdTech. I think we would like to know from your experience, where do you see our education system going globally?
It's a very vast topic, and the whole journey from classroom-based learning to online learning, the whole digitization has happened very, very quickly, not by design, but by compulsion because of this whole pandemic situation. While there are different schools of thoughts, and there are different opinions on this, I do feel that edtech is very, very prominent because it will give opportunities to people who didn't have this opportunity earlier to actually kind of engage in upgrading their skills and educating themselves. However, it will not completely replace classroom learning, because social cues, the ability to interact, the ability to kind of understand working in a team, etc., at least in my opinion, it's not very easy to replicate that on online resources. So I think uh, the model will evolve, which will be hybrid, and more learning could be pushed to online, but still classroom learning will not be replaced. At least I don't see it getting replaced very quickly in the next 10-15 years.
Well, Farida, from your point of view, what are the new developments which are happening in the edtech space in order to make the experience of online component of the education system much more pleasing for the student? Would you like to talk about a little bit on this aspect?
Yes, certainly. So, as you know, and some of our viewers probably know as well, that I have a young child because I often talk about her. She's 8 now, and we live in Singapore, and the entire education system has been so there is actually an alternate education system which is available online, because the schools actually close and open depending on how the pandemic is shaping up. So what they have done is that they have created HBL portal, which is called SLS. It's home-based learning portal, and the entire experience is, actually being in a virtual school. So you can go to different classrooms. You actually kind of, go to the library. You actually do your CCA, which is your sports activities, because there are videos and you follow the exercise, etc. So in some countries, it is actually, kind of being developed in a way that at any stage it could be, either could be used, classroom based learning or, home based learning. So I think in a lot of countries, this model has evolved very well. And that, kind of opens up a lot of other doors. I'm a business person, so I think, top line, bottom line. And I start thinking where, all these differences are happening. For instance, online imparting of education is a lot cheaper because, your cost of books, etc., goes down, cost of printing goes down, your entire real estate cost actually goes down. But it's been my personal experience where I have seen that children in this entire time, they have become extremely screen dependent. A lot of them have had their myopia really badly impacted. I never used to see so many children with glasses, but now you do see them, because one is lack of sunlight and they are always on the screen. So you see that that is the downside. Children are putting on weight. I had never seen such round children in my entire life. But this entire 2 years, because the eating habits have changed, there are a lot of repercussions. But the good part is that in places where they did not have access to education that easily, now can be imparted. So I think this is evolution for good. There will be some downside, like anything we use. So because we will become more self-centric, we will, as an individual, when these children grow in this kind of hybrid environments, they may not make traditional choices in their careers, because now they know that they have a lot of options. You don't really need to go to an office to make money, because you can do it. So a lot of good things will also come out of this, but the downsides are also something that we need to consider. So while I don't know if this happens or not, but my expectation at least is that we should, as a society, as a global population, we should look at something which encourages hybrid models. Because either is not fantastic, but a good mix of classroom based engagement and online learning is fantastic. And also, online learning gives opportunities to adults because a lot of these courses are asynchronous. That means you can actually do them at your own time. You complete your assignments at your own time. So working adults can actually, just educate themselves, enhance their skills. So edtech definitely is disrupting the industry. Real estate costs are very high, which gets passed on to the students. So if that is not there, the infrastructure cost to set up an online education system is definitely lower. And once you have set it up, there is only maintenance cost and upgradation cost. So that way, it's very good. But personally, if you ask me, I do see the downsides very closely, and I do hope that we will evolve into a hybrid model going forward.
Farida, I think, as you rightly pointed out, that the students are having a lot of screen time and they are used to using the systems which are currently available. And like any other field, there is a lot of advancement in AI, for example, taxation, office automation, etc. So, do you see a role of AI emerging in making sure that the experience of the students is not merely limited to screen, but a virtual augmented reality environment in education?
Yes, I do think that education is evolving much faster in the last couple of years than it ever evolved in the last 200 years. So yes, so right now probably the focus is on just making sure that you are imparting the education as per the times and as per the age and the learning capacity of that individual. But slowly things like gamification, etc., will come in, and there are a lot of companies which are already kind of taking steps in these directions. Some of them will become unicorns. Like nobody thought Uber will become a unicorn. Nobody thought borrowed cars without any infrastructure a company could actually become that big. And same thing will happen in education as well, because the entire experience of the student is going to change. It may not merely be limited to screens. It could be it could be a virtual reality glasses, it could be anything. You don't know, because what seems very unlikely today might be a reality tomorrow. 20 years back we didn't think actually we would be using our phones as our personal entertainment systems. We just thought it's a phone, but today it's no longer just a phone, it's your bank, it's everything. So what seemed unlikely in the past is very much happening today. Nobody ever thought that maybe uh, digital currency would replace actual money, but in some countries it's actually replaced it completely. Like China, if you don't have digital currency, you can't make a transaction. So it will all happen, but we don't know how long it takes. It might take much lesser. So I think to enhance the experience of the students, taking this education right from very young kids to adults who are going to adult learning, etc. This experience will be augmented. The AI will come into picture, and AI is coming into picture everywhere. AI is not here to replace humans, like I always say, it's here to augment their experience. And that is going to happen. It might actually kind of, even AI might come into things like examinations, because in a virtual environment, it's very difficult to figure out if someone is, not really kind of being honest with the examinations. And AI can actually, kind of come into picture there. So all of these things are possible, but only time will tell how they are going to evolve.
And you mentioned a very important point about the evolution of education. And I think while there is a lot of screen time for the students who are studying in an online manner, however, I don't see any evolution over there, because they are still following the classroom pattern. They are still using the textbook, and the only difference is that instead of sitting in the classroom, the teacher is standing in front of a camera. However, why this evolution is not taking place, I firmly believe is related to regulation. So I think that the governments of various countries also need to come out with regulation. what is your opinion on this point? Do you see or do you have a message to various governments with in this area?
Yes, certainly. So the thing is that, like I mentioned earlier, in Singapore, it's very structured. Actually, Zoom classes are not very common here in Singapore because the entire experience is like a school setup online. So, children actually, and all these lessons are pre-recorded, and, children actually take these lessons. So it really depends where you are. Now, in large countries, it's very difficult one to, kind of align regulations because if you consider a country like India, it's very vast. Not everyone has access to fantastic bandwidths. Not everyone has access to, say, laptops, because a lot of them, and I know of cases where, children are studying through the phone when the schools are closed. So not everyone has access to those kind of screens. Again, languages. In India, not all education is imparted in English. It is, imparted in so many languages. So those kind of, geographies, if you look at, say, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, or, even for instance, you say Indonesia. So these countries, the regulations are very difficult to set in, but they would come in because there is, you sooner or later you have to join the bandwagon. It's like, whole digitization pace. Like, for instance, in Africa, the entire digitization happened not because they are very forward, it happened because they don't have infrastructure. And it's a lot easier to set up digital infrastructure than to actually do brick and mortar. So, it was much easier, and that whole, pivot happened because of that. Now, various governments, I'm sure, are, kind of working towards this and there. But I think what would really help is if there is a central body globally which is able to guide and give directions. So certain things could be common across all geographies. Because if this is going to be the world tomorrow, then the hybrid models need to be, kind of, they can't be customized. I mean, they can be customized, but they can't be very different from each other globally. Because what will then happen, that some countries where it's very fantastically structured will move very much ahead of the other countries where this infrastructure is not available. So there has to be a central body which is able to, govern as to what is the best way to kind of, align this. So I think my message to any government and people who are listening is that we definitely need a global central body, and every country has to pivot. They have to kind of, come out with the ways where the cost can be reduced and more knowledge can be imparted. More students can actually get educated.
Uh, uh, Actually, you mentioned about difficulty in taking out the education system, especially in a country like India, where there are so many languages and so many different types of board systems, etc. So I think the good news is that the Indian government realized there is a need for this, and they actually standardize the NCERT curriculum across the nation, and it is provided online,
Yes.
and it is free. So I think they have taken the first step, but I think subsequently the Indian government has to create a framework to allow innovation in this area. Having made this point, I'd like to ask you that how you yourself in personal capacity or your company Career Zoom is planning, or you have some ideas about reforming the education system, whether in Singapore or any other place?
Sure. So I do work with companies in the edtech space more, as an advisor, as a board member. And one of the things which, again, education is something which is very close to my heart, because I think everyone should, it's a basic thing and everyone should have access to education. So one of the things that, which I kind of aspire to do is, with the companies that I work with, that education in terms of, skills upgrading. So, the ability to learn different languages, ability to learn, different coding, etc. All of this should be available to everyone. And that needs to be done, at the top. Can't be a one person game. It has to be done at the top. It has to come from the top in terms of the availability, innovation in this area. How quickly can you actually, kind of get people onto it? How easy it is for them to understand this mode of, instruction, and more importantly, the governments as well as companies need to recognize these qualifications, because that's still a very large gap. Like, I have an online PhD, but I don't really kind of call myself Dr. Farida Churania, because though, my entire thesis is actually as someone who would, kind of have done with a coach, etc., with a guide and all of that. Honestly speaking, I don't know if it is recognized. So even if I just put it somewhere, there is no, recognition for things like that. And of course, I got this PhD few years ago, but the thing is that even today, if I were to have the same PhD, it might not be recognized. So I think the framework needs to come into spaces where what can be recognized as formal education and what can be recognized as skill upgradation, and all of these certifications need to be recognized. It's not just a piece of paper or just not a digital certificate. So I think the pivot needs to be made there. That is very key. And then of course innovation comes in to make it easier to access, easier to understand, and easier to, or rather, enhance the experience of people involved in this. But the first pivot is to really, kind of get to a stage where all of these certifications can be recognized.
Absolutely, Farida ji. In fact, I second you absolutely on these points, and I think you have spoken very well. I'm sure the viewers would have got some idea. This is a very vast subject. It requires more number of sessions. So as the technology evolve, we will keep following this, and we will invite you again in future for more information and ideas from you. So thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much. Always excited to have this chat with you, CK, because always, happy to be on your show. And I think we have some great chemistry here, where it's not just about discussing, but we do come out with certain things which could be useful for people. So, yeah, I mean, happy to come on your show anytime that you call me. So great. Thank you very much, CK. Absolute pleasure. And thank you, all the viewers. Stay well, stay healthy. And I think a lot of viewers would be actually celebrating Diwali. So, yeah, happy Diwali in advance. Thank you very much. Bye for now.
Thank you, Farida ji, and happy Diwali to you too. And we will catch up in the next one. James Webb Space Telescope has been launched successfully, and now it is en route to Lagrange Point 2, also known as L2, as its final destination. L2 not only offers Earth shield from an incoming radiation from Sun to protect the sensitive instruments of Webb, but also this is a stable point, which means any object placed on the Lagrange point will not change position with respect to Earth. James Webb is an infrared telescope, which means it is designed specifically to study objects based on their heat signatures. With smart calibration of the onboard instruments that are present on Webb, you can change the infrared frequency that you want to observe. And accordingly, James Webb will be able to see either very old, far off objects or nearby faint objects, which are otherwise not visible in the visible light spectrum. We will come to infrared telescopes and discuss a little bit more in detail, but do you know what are the different types of telescopes that are available? There are different types of telescopes available for those interested in exploring the night sky. Telescopes come in variety of designs, some of which have been around since the 1600s. Stick around till the end as we explore and provide more information about a variety of telescopes. The first type of telescope that was ever designed was a refractor designed by an eyeglass maker in the Netherlands in 1608. Soon after, Galileo improved on this refracting telescope design and applied to use it in astronomy. There are two main types of optical telescopes, that are refracting telescopes and reflecting telescopes. There are many variations and hybrid designs for each. Let us start with reflecting telescope. Since the invention of telescopes, astronomers have been able to see considerable amount when gazing into the vastness of space. This includes the details of surface of close objects like moon and planets, and far-off objects like galaxies. When a wave such as light passes from one medium to another at an angle, it changes directions. This is called refraction. A lens is a piece of glass designed to bend the light that passes through it in such a way that an image may be produced. A refracting telescope uses combination of lenses to produce an image of distant objects like stars or planets. A simple refracting telescope consists of two lenses, the objective and the eyepiece. Basically, the objective lens produces an image of a distant object at its focus, and the eyepiece lens magnifies this image so that we can see it. We can represent this by using a ray diagram which shows the path of imaginary light rays passing through the telescope. How does this device magnify? We can see that the distance between the lens is the sum of the focal length of the two lenses. The magnification of the telescope or any optical instrument is how much bigger the image is compared with the object. The magnification of the refracting telescope is equal to the focal length of the objective divided by the focal length of the eyepiece. Refracting type telescopes are good for beginners and not suitable for serious astronomy. Why? Because of the chromatic aberrations. What is chromatic aberration? This is a problem when we use lenses. Different wavelengths of light refract by different amounts. Smaller the wavelength, more refraction it will have. This is how a prism split light into visible spectrum. The result of this is that the edge of the image are blurred and colored like fuzzy rainbows. We can get special lenses that have special coating to reduce the amount of chromatic aberration, but those are expensive. Because of these issues, most people upgrade to the next type of telescope known as reflecting telescope. A reflecting telescope is a telescope that uses a single or a combination of curved mirrors that reflect light and form an image. The reflecting telescope was invented in the 17th century by Sir Isaac Newton as an alternative to the refracting telescope, which at that time was a design that suffered from severe chromatic aberrations. Although reflecting telescope produces other types of optical aberration, it is a design that allows very large diameter objectives. Almost all the major telescopes used in astronomy research are reflectors. Reflecting telescopes come in many designs, variations, and may employ extra optical elements to improve the image quality or place the image in a mechanically advantageous position. From the time of Newton to the 1800s, the mirror itself was made of metal. This type included Newton's first designs and even the largest telescope of the 19th century. After the 19th century, a new method using a block of glass coated with very thin layer of silver began to become more popular by the turn of the century. Reflecting telescopes became extraordinarily popular for astronomy. The use of mirrors avoided chromatic aberration, but they produces other type of aberrations which we will discuss in a bit. A curved mirror is a reflector telescope, basic optical element that creates an image at the focal plane. The distance from the mirror to the focal plane is called focal length. A film or a digital sensor may be located here to record an image, or a secondary mirror may be added to modify the optical characteristics and redirect the light to film, digital sensor, or an eyepiece for visual observation. Primary mirror in most modern telescope is composed of solid glass cylinder whose front surface has been grounded to spherical or parabolical shape. A thin layer of aluminum is vacuum deposited on the mirror, forming a highly reflective first surface mirror. Some telescopes use primary mirror which are made differently. Molten glass is rotated to make its surface parabolic and is kept rotating while it cools and solidifies. The resulting mirror shape approximates a desired paraboloid shape that requires minimum grinding and polishing to reach the exact figures needed. Although reflecting type telescopes have revolutionized the astronomy and many discoveries are attributed to these telescopes, however, at this juncture, it must be mentioned that even reflecting telescopes produce optical errors. A reflecting telescope, just like any other optical system, do not produce perfect image. Because of the primary mirror focuses light to a common point in front of its own reflecting surface, almost all reflecting telescope designs have secondary mirror, a film holder or a detector near the focal point, partially obstructing the light from reaching the mirror, the primary mirror. Not only does this cause some reduction in the amount of light that system collects, it also causes a loss in the contrast of the image due to diffraction effects of obstruction as well as the diffraction spikes caused by most secondary support structure. Hubble telescope is a good example of reflecting type telescope. The advancement in reflecting type telescope has already reached its limit, but very far off objects as well as objects which do not produce visible light remain obscure from our view, and therefore scientists use other types of telescopes like radio, microwave, infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays and gamma rays, which we will discuss next. Radio waves from space were first detected by engineer Carl Guth Jansky in 1932 at Bell Telephone Laboratory in New Jersey using an antenna built to study radio receivers' noise. The first purpose-built radio telescope was a 9-meter parabolic dish constructed by radio amateur Grode Rebel in his backyard in Illinois in 1937. The sky survey he performed is often considered the beginning of the field of radio astronomy. Radio telescope is a specialized antenna and a radio receiver used to detect radio waves from astronomical radio sources in the sky. Radio telescopes are main observing instrument used in radio astronomy, which studies the radio frequency portion of the electromagnetic spectrum emitted by astronomical objects. Unlike optical telescopes, radio telescopes can be used in daytime as well as at night. Since astronomical radio sources such as planets, stars, nebulas, and galaxies are very far away, the radio waves coming from them are extremely weak. So radio telescopes require very large antennas to collect enough radio energy to study them. Radio telescopes are typically large parabolic antennas or dish similar to those employed in tracking, communicating with satellites and space probe. They may be used singly or linked together electronically in an array. Radio telescope observatories and telescopes are preferentially located far from major city of population to avoid electromagnetic interference called EMI from radio, television, radar, motor vehicles, other man-made electronic devices. World's largest filled aperture dish radio telescope is 500 meters aperture spherical disk called FAST, completed in 2016 by China. World's second largest radio telescope was Arecibo radio telescope located in Puerto Rico. Though it suffered a catastrophic collapse on December 1st, 2020, Arecibo was the world's only radio telescope also capable of active radar imaging of nearby Earth objects. All other telescopes are passive detection only. Ability of radio telescope to distinguish fine details in sky is called angular resolution. That depends on the wavelength of the observation divided by the size of the antenna. Radio telescopes observe long wavelength. So even when we divide our shortest radio wavelength by our largest antenna, we still have an angular resolution similar to that of an unaided eye observing the sky. To have the resolution comparable to optical telescope, a radio telescope antenna size needs to be much larger. Humans finally cracked the conundrum by combining the views of group of antennas spread over large area to operate together as a one gigantic telescope. This innovation won Nobel Prize in Physics. You may be familiar with microwave images as they are used on TV weather news, and you can also even use microwaves to cook your food. However, microwave radiation spans a range of wavelengths that can be produced by very cold astronomical sources or by warm sources like protoplanetary disk and clouds of interstellar molecules. Interestingly, microwave telescopes must be able to act somewhat like infrared telescope and somewhat like radio telescope. They therefore are built and operated using fascinating blend of technologies. Depending on the scientific goals, they can be put in space in high altitude balloons or on the ground at mountain tops observatories. Microwave space telescopes have primarily been used to measure the cosmological parameters from the cosmic microwave background. They also measure radiation, free emissions, and spinning dust from galaxies, as well as extragalactical compact sources and galaxy clusters. In 1965, using long L-band microwaves, scientists at Bell Labs made an incredible discovery quite by accident. They detected background noise using a special low noise antenna. The strange thing about this noise was that it was coming from every direction and did not seem to vary in intensity much at all. If the static were from something on our planet, such as radio transmission from nearby airport control tower, it could come only from one direction, not everywhere. Bell Lab scientists soon realized that they had discovered the cosmic microwave background radiation. This radiation, which fills the entire universe, is clue to its beginning, otherwise known as Big Bang. Now let us move and talk about infrared telescopes. An infrared telescope is a telescope that uses infrared light to detect celestial bodies. Infrared light is one of the several types of radiation present in electromagnetic spectrum. All celestial objects with temperature above absolute zero emit some form of electromagnetic radiation, including infrared emissions. There were several key developments that led to the invention of infrared telescopes. In 1800, the famous astronomer William Herschel discovered the infrared radiation itself. In 1878, Samuel Pierpont Langley created the first bolometer. This was a very sensitive instrument that could electrically detect incredible small changes in temperature in the infrared spectrum. Thomas Edison used an alternative technology, his tessimeter, to measure the heat in the sun's corona during the solar eclipse of July 29, 1878. In 1950s, scientists used lead sulfide detectors to detect the infrared radiation from space. These detectors were cooled with liquid nitrogen. Between 1959 and 1961, Harold Johnson created near-infrared photometers which allowed scientists to measure thousands of stars. In 1961, Frank Lowe invented the first germanium bolometer. This invention, cooled by liquid helium, led the way for current infrared telescope development. Infrared telescopes may be ground-based, airborne, or space telescopes. They contain an infrared camera with special solid-state infrared detector which must be cooled to cryogenic temperatures. Ground-based telescopes were the first to be used to observe the outer space in infrared. Their popularity increased in the mid-1960s. Ground-based telescopes have limitations because the water vapor in the Earth's atmosphere absorbs the infrared radiation. Ground-based infrared telescopes tend to be placed on high altitude mountains and very dry climates to improve visibility. In 1960s, scientists used balloons to lift infrared telescopes to higher altitude. With balloons, they were able to reach up to 25 miles, roughly about 40 kilometers. In 1967, infrared telescopes were placed on rockets. These were the first airborne infrared telescopes. Since then, aircraft-borne infrared telescopes like Kuiper Airborne Observatory (COW) has been adapted to carry infrared telescope. A more recent airborne infrared telescope to reach the stratosphere was NASA Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy, also known as SOFIA, in 2010. Placing infrared telescope in space completely eliminates the interference from the Earth atmosphere. One of the most significant infrared telescope projects were Infrared Astronomical Satellite (IRAS) that was launched in 1983. I beg your pardon. It revealed information about other galaxies as well as information about the center of the galaxy, our Milky Way. James Webb is an infrared telescope. Webb is very sensitive and versatile telescope that can peer deep into seeing very distant objects or very faint ones. Therefore, scientists can calibrate James Webb instruments to monitor intelligent life on some of the habitable planets in our galaxy or look at the Big Bang itself. We are all waiting for James Webb to get operational, and some very exciting discoveries are awaited. Ultraviolet telescope used to examine the ultraviolet portion of the electromagnetic spectrum between the portion seen as visible light and the portion occupied by X-rays. Ultraviolet radiation has wavelength of about 400 nanometers on the visible light side and about 10 nanometers on the X-ray side. Just like all telescopes, ultraviolet telescope uses mirror to gather and focus radiation. In fact, the mirror placement and technology are extremely similar to that of an optical telescope. Unlike other telescopes, though, the mirror on ultraviolet telescopes are coated with special ultraviolet coating. This material makes it possible for the mirror to reflect the ultraviolet lights. Ultraviolet telescopes also include detectors. Once the ultraviolet light is reflected from the coated mirror, detectors can pinpoint the ultraviolet light. Another difference between ultraviolet telescope and many other telescopes is that they should be placed outside Earth atmosphere. The reason for this is that the high energy UV photons cannot penetrate the Earth atmosphere. As a result, the UV would never reach the telescopes if they are placed on Earth. Since ultraviolet telescopes are only effective outside Earth atmosphere, they are only capable in space. Now let us talk about our last pick, which is X-ray and gamma ray telescopes. An X-ray telescope, or XRT, is a telescope that is designed to observe remote objects in the X-ray spectrum. In order to get above the Earth's atmosphere, which is opaque to X-rays, X-ray telescope must be mounted on high altitude rockets, balloons, or artificial satellites. The basic elements of telescopes are optics that collect the radiation entering the telescope and the detector on which the radiation is collected and measured. A variety of different designs and technologies have been used for these elements. Many of the existing telescopes on satellites are compound of multiple copies or variation of the detector telescope systems, which sort of complement each other. Now let us move to the last type, which is the gamma ray space telescope. Gamma ray telescope is designed to detect and resolve the gamma rays from sources outside Earth's atmosphere. Gamma rays are the shortest waves and therefore have the highest energy in the electromagnetic spectrum. Since gamma rays have so much energy, they pass through the mirror of a standard optical telescope. Instead, gamma rays are detected by the optical flashes they produce when interacting with a material in a specially designed instrument such as scintillation detectors. Earth's atmosphere blocks most gamma rays, so most gamma ray telescopes are carried on satellites and balloons. I hope you like the information provided in this video. If yes, then give us a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button. Bye for today, and I will be seeing you again in the next one.
Friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmet Technologies. You are welcome to Top Class. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. And as you know, she has a deep interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you so much.
Ritu, we see an instance we had been discussing about few aspects of the life of Ram. You see, in those eras, those times, king to marry multiple times. They used to have multiple wives. But Ram married once and he devoted all of his life to Sita. So would you like to throw some light on this aspect of Ram?
During those days, for men, especially from the royal family, there was no rule forbidding them not having multiple wives. But Ram had only one wife, Sita, and which shows that he was a very honest person and which also added to his greatness. Now, when he was in exile in a remote jungle, he was seduced by Ravan's sister Shupnaka. She tried seducing him, but then Ram never lost his control. Now, this thing says that he was a ideal husband and ideal lover too. He followed the path of dharma, and this dharma protected him in return, and that is why he could win the war against Ravana. So Ram was an ideal man. He loved his wife. Sita ji had her own identity also, and they basically, this story Ramayana is about two characters, Ram and Sita, and they both were great lovers. So this is it. Ram was an ideal husband, and I think every husband should be an ideal husband. Like Ram, he was a perfect gentleman, and he protected his wife, loved her thoroughly, and in wife in return always did what husband wanted to.
Okay, when we are in modern times, and when we look back, and when there were a chance for him to really get married, and he can go for another wife also at that point of time. But he didn't. So what this signifies?
In today's time, if I take it, should I take it from today's time?
Yeah.
In today's time, it's very difficult. What I see, people divorcing, people are into live-in relationships, and they are getting married multiple times, and it's very common in metro cities especially. So I think Ram was never into all these kind of hassles. His life was on domestic front and on personal front. His life was away from all these hassles, and so he could become a very good king also later on when he came back from exile. So if you are personally satisfied, you're professionally satisfied too. So on his domestic front, he was very much happy, a satisfied man. He gave 100% to his wife, and in return he got 200%. In today's world, if I see, this signifies that people are not happy. The loyalty factor is not there, and that is why they are not personally happy and they are not professionally happy too. So people should be honest in their relationships, like Lord Ram was. They should be loyal and they should be loving and should sacrifice certain things which are not important in life to be, to be giving 100% to your domestic life.
Yeah, correctly, you have mentioned. We'll meet again with the other aspect of and discuss the other aspect of the life of Ram.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow again. Bye bye.
See you. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today we have a guest from Chicago. We'll be discussing about how to provide support when a woman is faced by miscarriage. Miscarriage creates a variety of emotion and there's nothing right or wrong way of that feel. So we'll be discussing how her organization Sanjeevani provides support and emotional support to women who are undergoing loss of their child. Stick around to this episode till the end to know more.
Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmek Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmek Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmek Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmek.com and click on Genius Program to know more.
Welcome back, and today we have Pramila Kumar, who is very active in community services. She has her own organization where she takes care about the problems like isolation or women who are suffering with miscarriage and the emotional support. So we'll be discussing about this today. So I'd like to welcome her. Welcome to the show. Pramila, how are you doing today?
Good morning, Kanchan. I'm doing very well, thank you. And thanks for having me in your show.
Well, Pramila, you see, you had been doing and serving community in various portfolios, and one of that is that you also take care of the emotional need of women who are suffering or the aftermath, I can say, of miscarriage. And I think that is very, very emotional phase for any woman. So how really you console these women? And I think that would be very difficult for you.
So essentially, Kanchan, miscarriage, or how we refer to as early pregnancy loss, it's an emotional and traumatic time for a woman. And not only a woman has to go through the loss of the baby, but there are physical impacts of a miscarriage. And it also leads to relationship impacts. So there are different ways that the healing can be done because someone, going through miscarriage can go through grief, hopelessness, sadness, guilt, anger, jealousy, and intense feelings of loneliness. So what we recommend to them, that there are short term and of course there is long term steps that they can be taken.
Well, somebody who, because it's sometimes, I feel personally, being a woman, it's sometimes so uncontrollable, the sorrow and the loss of a baby. And then, of course, people who also, I think, blame you for miscarriage, because sometimes they say you have not taken care or something like that. So this situation is very critical for women. And when you talk about short term and long term, how you really initiate? Suppose if a lady is suffering from this kind of problem, I mean, I'll put it as a problem. How you initiate the guidance and recovery?
So essentially, when a woman goes through miscarriage, we have to allow her to grieve for the baby that she was unable to see. For whatever reason, the baby was within the womb and it just came out. So grieving is very important. Acknowledging the grief, acknowledging the fact that for whatever reason it was beyond the control of the would-be mother to ensure the birth of the baby. And also, sometimes we always recommend that the family, the spouse, or friends need to be there to support this person. Instead of blaming, let's fix it rather than blame or criticize or cause more harm to the baby. Sorry, to the mother, not the baby, to the mother.
Well, I can really understand it's very critical for any lady of this world when she suffers with the miscarriage. So, what are the precautions one should take? I mean, before we really get into this kind of situation.
Kanchan, I think a doctor can prescribe better to say what precautions are needed to avoid a miscarriage. But many a times a miscarriage does happen even if the lady has taken all precautions. And these are sometimes beyond the control of the mother. But the mother should always be feeling positive. No matter what has happened, it is not to be blamed, and there are always chances to have another baby. And to have another baby, the woman needs to ensure she's healthy enough to eating well, taking care of herself. They can go to a therapist, a support group, spiritual guidance, or simply take care and rest. These are some of the very important things which can be taken post miscarriage. And if the woman is having a spouse or a family members, they need full and unconditional support from them also.
Well, you and me, we all are mothers, and I want to know: is there any symptom of miscarriage? Can we really postpone this kind of sorrowful situation?
So pregnancy normally is termed when a woman stops having her menstruation. Is an indication that probably the woman is pregnant, most likely. And the onset of menstruation is another big symptom that the pregnancy is no longer active. Uh, and when it happens, I think the woman needs to take immediate help of a doctor and make sure that she is not in a very agitated state, because that will all trigger the miscarriage to happen even more fast.
Well, now the question comes now: how the family, as you mentioned, it's really very necessary that women get support of spouse and family. But what happens in the society where we live? There's a lot of people around us, and how really you guide communities to react to this, because this is, I feel, is one of the accident, and accident can happen anytime, anywhere. So how you really feel that community should come forward in support of a lady who has just undergone a miscarriage?
A woman who goes through miscarriage, it's a devastating loss, and they think that they will never get better and they will never recovery. So to the community, give lots of love to the person who had this accident, and help get the support. Pregnancy loss can create a lot of sense of loneliness. Make sure that the community is around this person, taking care as if the woman would have delivered. Because we just want to also call out Kanchan, the toll the body takes, it's very similar to having a child. So even if the child did not survive, the body takes the same kind of toll.
Now, talking to you about your organization, Sanjeevani. So, do you have these kind of patients, or are you really go in your community by yourself to give support, and how it is? Do you enroll these kind of ladies and help them voluntarily?
Yes, so we have support groups. So, if a female has gone through a miscarriage uh, uh, by choice or by accident, so another woman who has the same incident, they can join the support group, and that becomes a big way of healing, because there are women who have the same emotions, same concerns, same grief, same sorrow, and they all together bring in hope to each other. Support groups plays a big way, and Sanjeevani is also geared to help these women as needed. A person to listen to, a shoulder to cry to, a hand to hold to.
So, do you provide any online support also, somebody who is out of Chicago and need your support? Maybe somebody is in India. Though in India, what happens, we have joint families. So, rarely this kind of situation occurs. But still, there are families, there are people who are outstation, working, serving, professional, and they may undergo these kind of situations. So, do you have any online support?
Absolutely, Kanchan. We have an online support. We have two helplines, which is 24/7. Sanjeevni does get a lot of calls from India for different issues. And we also have a 24/7 chat. So people can reach anytime by chat and, of course, by phone to get the online support.
With another subject, and we will uh, listen your ideas and support which is being done by Sanjeevani, and it was so lovely to talk to you again. So look forward.
Likewise, Kanchan. Once again, thanks, Akulma, for having me.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
Hello, everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmac Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today, the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also, there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working. But that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible, they need to be digitally savvy, they need to be open to remotely working, so be able to work by themselves, not really kind of be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really, really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally, they probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. Uh, there is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns, groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges. In terms of education sector, uh, there are many advices that education sector is not affected with, from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history or they are studying Hindi graduates. So, where is the employment for them? So there is the employment for them. Suppose for Hindi subject, their employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there's a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think who are the employers for these kind of talent, they also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So what I feel the student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because, like, for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah. So where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side uh, will not be required, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question. We all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities, which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital. They have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear. They can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platform. But if somebody wants to get into an arena of, like a mechanic or like a chef or, cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of cook or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there, in health services, which is there. The opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there's a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented, you acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So, but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market.
So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities?
Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. It's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas. Give learning outcome has to be very very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef, or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give. You can give online education in that. So that is one employment base. What I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So, for instance, because um, if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now, not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different, view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. A chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight but a visual delight as well, because it's all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very not just tasty and appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now there could be a sector where people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, uh, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to for instance, say, create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job, because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is going to be, but in the interim, the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site? Because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Um, let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become chef. You have to come out of that hotel management and then eventually recognize somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one day activity really.
Absolutely.
In real sense, what really happens is you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years, and from there, the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do, administration, you have to do billing, you have to welcome the guests, you have to clean the bathroom, you have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is there are no internship plan because the hotels are not getting any guests. um, what will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years after 2020? What are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well. That these are people who would do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry, because there are not that many jobs. There is not all most hotels in most countries are doing stay-at-home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads, there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into, say, online administration, the ability to deliver. If they are really good and they are trained as chefs already, they are training to kind of go just in the culinary line, then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore, here we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs, the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CP is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking we do. There are some flower arrangement things which we can do teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. Who knows, they might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, or it's our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. um, for instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, um, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money. There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day, just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also, in order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena. For example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical, but until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020 and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that handholding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do some courses, so that when the economy opens up and COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation. They need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years, because planning could have been that, okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right? Either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product. and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home, and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. uh, Call centers have not gone out of business, because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital skills in your own time. You need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor, um,
Yes, absolutely.
text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand holding of these young students, and I also agree with Faiza's point when it's a buffer time, so you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime you groom yourself, because I also feel there's always is there a shift in the operation system also, like Faida quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the customer. Their customers also there. So there's opportunity in supply chain. So you just can pick up any of the job or time. Train yourself whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that. You train in that particular course. All courses are available online. You need not to go out. You can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's many opportunities are available in the health sector, like maybe in the supply chain in health sector also there. Then there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning, you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that. But you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses. Start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students' life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So, warehousing, that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So, it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for, that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind, I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us, and who's a new grad passing out, would be that keep an open mind. Uh, who knows? You might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you to orient you in the right direction so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning and welcome to Akul Mac Live, friends. Yesterday there has been a major test done by DRDO, and it's about a guided bomb completely indigenously developed by India. It is a very big deal, and we will analyze on our program today why we need indigenous technology for our safety, security, for our military services, and how this long range guided bomb works. So stay tuned, friends, till the end, and I will tell you exactly why it is so important. So if you know, the Air Force of India is the fourth largest air force in the world. It's a very big, potent power where Indian Air Force has to achieve the air supremacy, and that is the mantra of any war. Whenever there is a war, the first thing that the any defender has to do is to achieve air supremacy. That is the principle of any battle or any activity that Air Force will do. So when Air Force has to guide such a big force and also guard the borders of India, which is the ocean border, surrounded by ocean, and also the land border, and especially when we have problems with our neighbor, two large neighbors. One is China, which has become the global menace right now. It is flexing muscle and becoming a problem for many countries, not only in India, but there are border issues happening where the China is now saying that, hey, the border areas are mine, etc. So there are skirmishes happening on the border. And then the arch rival on the west, which is Pakistan, which born out of India in 1947 and has been indulging in a lot of nefarious activities. So moving on, I'm not covering those in detail because the objective of this video is to talk about long range guided bomb, which has been developed by India. So if you look at the strength in terms of military aircraft, India is number 4 in the world. Number 1 is obviously the United States because they have two air force. One is the Air Force, and there is an Air Force which is on the aircraft carriers, and that is also pretty large. They have 20 aircraft, and the Air Force, which operates from Navy ships, is also pretty large. Then followed by Russia, China, and then number 4 is India. And to maintain such large force, not only air force but also military, and to maintain such big military to guard the border against China and Pakistan. As a result, India has become the largest importer of the military technology equipment from other countries. And because others are doing some research, and we review it and we acquire it, because we need to guard against these large enemies. But because of this uh, feature, I think a lot of the foreign exchange is going into defense purchases. So it is very important for us to become independent, and as far as possible develop the indigenous technology. And there are several videos we have done, and this one is the latest one, which is for a long range bomb. Now, whenever military or air force wants to destroy a large area, the easiest method and the cheapest method is to drop a bomb. But for dropping a bomb, you have to go in the harm's way over the target, and then look at the target, aim it, and then drop your bomb. But then your aircrafts, which are very expensive, which you have purchased from outside India, come under the radar surveillance of the enemy, and they can shoot them down. So the trick is to use the missiles, long range missiles and long range bomb. But the missiles are not very big, they are small payloads. Therefore, the bombs are the best, because bombs, you can pack up a lot of ammunition in it and then drop on the target, and one bomb will destroy a big area, big machinery, a lot of if there is a radar in this installation, one bomb is sufficient to destroy the entire radar station, which is monitoring the Indian border from the enemy side. That is why long range guided bomb is very important, because it is big, and then the aircraft can drop the bomb far away from the intended target, far away from the range of the radar, far away from the defensive capabilities of the enemy. And so you go very high, and from a quite high, you drop your bomb, and then bomb will find its own trajectory and glide through, and and hit the target. So the Indian bomb, which is the guided bomb, long range, when we say long range, it has a capability to glide for up to 100 kilometers from the target. So that means aircraft need not go very close or on top of the target. They can drop the bomb from very high altitude, and then bomb can be controlled using ground troops or laser guided, and it will find its own target, and it will hit the target with extreme precision. That means there will be no wastage, there will be no free fall of bombs. The bomb will hit with precision and accuracy, so it will destroy the target which needs to be destroyed during a battle. So as you can see, I'm trying to showcase in very brief. This middle section of the bomb is really the ammunition of the bomb, the explosive munition which is kept there. And in this bomb, there will be a munition of 1 ton. That means 1,000 kilograms, which is very, very highly explosive. And then there are two additional in the front as well as in the back. And you can see that there are fins over there, and there is a GPS-based guidance system. And this, the front section, which is the nose, is really the control unit, which will then guide the fins which are fitted in the back, so that after dropping, bomb can find its way, and using the precision GPS technology or laser guided, it can hit the target. Now, in case of laser guided bomb, the ground troops who are actually in the battle, they are actually looking at the target, and they want the target to be eliminated. So in those cases, what happens is that the aircraft will come on top from harm's way, very, very high and quite far away, at least 100 kilometers away from this target, drop the bomb, and then the bomb get controlled by the ground troops. So because they are actually seeing the target in front of them, and they can guide the bomb either using a laser or through a GPS precision technology and make sure that the bomb eliminates the target which is in front of them. So this is how this technology works, and it's so far we have been buying from either other countries like US or Russia or Israel. For the first time, we have developed this heavy bomb, long range, guided, completely indigenous. So I think this is a very big deal. It is creating a landmark for you know for our nation's security, and also going to empower our air force, which is already very powerful. But then, in order to maintain two front battle for the air force to acquire air supremacy, instead of increasing the numbers, we can actually spend that money in developing more precision and high-tech equipment and give it to the air force so that they can become without powerful without increasing their numbers or number of aircrafts. So I think this is one step in that direction, and therefore it is an important one. Friends, do write in your comments and let me know what you think. If you have anything specific about this news, uh, write in and I will respond to each one of you, and I will catch you in the next one. Friends, as we all know that Russia has signed an agreement with India about supply of air defense system known as S-400. This system is so advanced, it can actually track drones, aircraft, ballistic missiles, fighter aircraft, rockets, and intercept them in midair. And the range of this S-400 air protection system is about 380 kilometers. So you can not only detect using the radar, very advanced radar is fitted into this system, but you can also eliminate the threat which is entering India. Well, our arch rival in the region, which is China, which has become lately, they have already deployed two battalions, two batteries of the same system which they got from Russia. India has got it, and even though United States have threatened to put sanctions on India, India has acquired this state-of-the-art, and some says that this is the best mechanism, best missile system to protect your borders. The deployment has started today, and by January next year, some of these batteries will be operational. And as you know that India has two very vital borders, which is facing China as well as facing Pakistan. So we have in case of a battle, there is a situation which will become like a two-front war, and that is why acquisition of this protection system was very, very important for India. And to understand this more holistically, this missile system has a very advanced radar which can also map the incoming aircraft or incoming missile systems radar. So this is one of the reasons that this system is so effective. It can actually track, even though your aircraft is a stealth aircraft like F-35 of United States, it can still monitor that aircraft even though it is not visible on the radar, but S-400 radar can detect it and eliminate it. And this is the reason that US is very unhappy, and they have already put sanctions against China and also against Turkey. Well, Turkey has not got S-400, but Turkey got eliminated from F-35 program, even though Turkey is one of the biggest ally of NATO, but they got eliminated from F-35 because of this thing that the enemy can track the F-35 radar systems, and S-400 will become operational. So China is already sanctioned, but India is very hopeful that they will not attract sanctions from the Biden administration. simply because of the two front war and the geopolitical situation of India. India need to protect its border and its territory and also its people. So that is why S-400 is very, very vital for national security. The deployment is going to start from now and the whole system will be operational. Once this is in operation, it will be able to eliminate targets starting from 120 kilometers to 150, 250, and finally 380. So there are multiple grading system which the protection system umbrella, as we call it, is uses depending on how fast the target is. It can find out various elimination points and fire the adequate rockets. Interesting thing is this system can also protect Indian borders from the threat of intermediary supersonic ballistic missiles, which usually fly 4 to 5 times the speed of sound. So this missile system can identify those threats also and eliminate. So I think this is a major acquisition for India. The deployment has started as of today, will be operational by January, February next year. And China has already deployed 2 batteries of the system to prevent Indian aircraft entering their borders. So we need to do the same thing in order to maintain the balance. So friends, do write in your comments about this major development in our country, in our region, and I will respond to each one of you. And I'll catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akul Mac Technologies, and I welcome you all on today's edition of Jeremy Blaine's Live. And today is a very special day because we have an exclusive presentation by Mr. Jeremy Blaine about the emerging trend, which may be valid with regard to leadership and the new landscape of business for the decades to come. So without wasting any further moment, let me welcome Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Good morning, CK from the UK. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, and we are in Delhi, so it is as cold as London, probably.
It is.
So we don't have frost here, but I think you're going to heat the environment by really talking about what what you're going to present in your report, which you're bringing exclusively for our viewers.
That's right. It is an Akulmac exclusive today. I have just, with another business partner, completed a global piece of research on the emerging leadership traits and skills for tomorrow, today, particularly looking at the decade ahead. We've gone through enormous transformation and change. We've talked about this in our discussions over the last few weeks, CK. Digital transformation, workforce transformation, ways of working. That was before the pandemic, and now the pandemic hits. We've got the business imperatives front and center. How do we get back on track? But how do we bring our people along with us when we also still have new competition coming? We're not sure how the economy is. So much hitting leaders, and really it needs something to give leaders a roadmap for the way ahead. And we felt that the time was right to do some research. So we looked across 4 regions and 27 countries, including India, as it happens. I'll pull out a little bit of data today. Almost 2,000 leaders, but also within that as well, we interviewed employees. So we brought in the leadership perspective as well as the employee perspective to give us an idea of not just what the challenges are, but how leaders are doing and what needs to happen differently over the next decade, but starting now.
I think this is a very important subject, you know, because there is a lot of confusion in the field. People don't know what steps to take, and especially the leadership, they don't know which direction they have to steer their organization. So I think your work and your assessment would be very, very important and valuable. I mean, if you can, if your research can give a little bit directions to the leaders, specifically in Asia Pac, it will be very good.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting that you say that, because I will pull out this very first piece of data is that it is clear that leaders in the Asia Pacific, across Asia Pacific, so if I look from India to the Pacific, are most prepared in the world for tomorrow and are ready to do things differently. And in terms of the top 10 countries in Asia Pacific, India within our survey, we're at number 5. So making progress, getting up there and more enlightened. You know, what's interesting for me, I'm calling you, of course, from the UK here. It's interesting for me, the 3 key areas that were really struggling at the other end of the scale was the territories in Africa that we surveyed, territories in the Middle East we surveyed, but specifically the UK, least prepared. But that comes with a very big Brexit effect, as much as the effects of what's impacting leaders that I've talked about before. So actually some real challenges for people, but the Asia century has really begun, which was a term coined by the Financial Times last year, and I really subscribe to it. In fact, the top 3 challenges, when we asked leaders in our survey, what are the top 3 sort of 5 challenges that you have over the next decade, particularly as we start in 2021, post pandemic, he said, hopefully, was the first one was keeping up with the pace of change, which is fairly obvious because that is ever accelerating, and the pandemic has been a further accelerator into that. The second was attracting and retaining appropriate talent. And when we went deeper into that, leaders have started to realize that talent does not just mean your permanent employees. It means those independent workers who will increasingly be part of your workforce, and therefore who are the highest value that need to impact your company. We've not particularly formalized that process. That was the second. The third was enabling the business to operate in the digital era while maintaining the human touch. So what are the tools that we need, the appropriate technologies to fuel the business, to drive greater collaboration and communication across all of our people, whether they be permanent employees, independent employees, stakeholders everywhere in the business, customers, partners, you name it. And then the final 2 really that came out within the top 10 and within actually the top 5 were leaders starting to acknowledge that they needed to upskill for the times that we're in. They recognize that traditional leadership skills, while really valuable, are not just what they need anymore. They need a new suite of skills for tomorrow, which give them the power and understanding of, for example, how to manage data effectively, how to work in more agile ways for them and their organization. And then within all of that, the final piece that came out from the leadership from a key challenges perspective were the balancing needs of all of the different stakeholders, which were now part of the mix that they had to manage, not just shareholders, not just the executive board, but it is customers, partners, it's workers, it's workforce, it's all, and it's also community, which was a strong part that came out of it. Those were the top challenges, CK, that came through initially.
Javi, you have put it very nicely. I think to get to the direction in which the entrepreneurs must take the next steps, I think which way the industry is going is, you have to understand very well. So I think you rightly pointed out that the transition is happening, and a lot of industries have to look at transition in a very big way. For example, if there is a hospitality industry, which is a very big industry in the areas where our tourism is the main source of income. There are few pockets in India, there are few pockets everywhere, and I think these entrepreneurs who are very big in this arena have to relook at their strategy, what they have to do. Similarly, entertainment industry. I don't think there is any new movie. Have you seen any new movie lately? I mean, I don't see anyone releasing any movie. So I think that is also one big change people have to look at. I think the biggest change would be in the arena of production, because and the advertising further. How do you promote your items which you are producing? All that is now undergoing a tremendous change, and people have to realize where the industry is going. So my uh, pointed question to you would be specifically to these areas which are very badly affected, like entertainment, hospitality, airlines, tours and travel. What is your specific advice? Maybe you want to give it now, or maybe you want people to come to your report to see it in a complete picture. But if you can throw some light, it'll be great.
Well, we do have actions that we recommend actually, but I will let people read the white paper, and I've given you the link to our webpage. This is not going to be released until sort of later this week, but I've given you the link where your viewers and network can see it first as an exclusive. And also, I'm going to be doing a web event in about 2 or 3 weeks' time with Paul Marks, who was my partner in this research, where we're going to go into it in a little bit more detail and talk very specifically about the action. So we can provide that link so people can register. It's just an Eventbrite too. However, I totally agree with you. There are some industries which are really suffering. Some, of course, which have done very well. Let's not forget during this as well. So there's a huge shift with what's happening. And I think at the end of it, you mentioned entertainment. I did actually go and see Tenet at the movie theater, but it was a very eerie experience. There was a whole ring around us of seats, and it was just not the experience that I wanted. And so, what are they going to do? Because they're losing money hand over fist. So from a leadership perspective, there are two key things that are happening here. The first is that they have short-term business imperatives, which are driven by survival, which are trumping everything. They have to get back on track. They have to think about what they're doing. Fortunately, some more enlightened governments in the world are putting together schemes whereby they're paying a certain percentage of their workforce's salary for a number of months, often called a furlough scheme. Others are kind of struggling themselves. But the other end of the scale, which really comes straight into our research, is that there's a very, very strong need for a new brand of leadership, because it is not just the leaders who have challenges. It is everybody that works for them who are worried, who don't know if they're going to have a job tomorrow, don't know if they're going back to work. Yes, they may be furloughed and being paid a salary, but they're at home. They've got a balance. You don't know what their home life is like. So we know that there are mental health issues, well-being issues, which are growing as well at the same time. So what was quite interesting that came out of the research was, if there is one big headline that came out, was the need to usher in a new age of human-centered leadership. That was absolutely number one. And at the top of that list was leaders demonstrating far more empathy. So if you track that against what we've just been talking about around some of those industries, leaders have a headache around their business. They don't know what the future looks like. And yet they're having to really, really think about how they interact with their people, because the very best leaders who are coming through this are the ones that have demonstrated the greatest empathy within the greatest challenges as well to their people, and the people will remember it. So this is, if you think about the challenges I talked about for leaders, number two was attracting and retaining talent. Now, if leaders demonstrate the great empathy-centered leadership through this pandemic that their employees and stakeholders can really get behind while trying to protect the business in very uncertain times, they will emerge as the ones who will be the most attractive leaders for employees everywhere looking. So of those traits coming through, those more human-centered traits coming through, I talked about empathy. The next one is being a master communicator. The next one is also living and breathing the transformation that needs to happen in the company, even if it's adopting remote working for the longer term. They need to be able to walk the walk as well as talk the talk. The more enlightened leaders are acknowledging they need new, different skills. So if I think of some companies like Citibank, for example, they are practicing actively reverse mentoring. they're bringing in their millennial workforce into the boardroom, and they're saying, you need to help us. How do we integrate the most appropriate technologies to help us here? So that's really key. So actually, the things that the worst leaders are doing from a pandemic response. So let's go back to your question as well. Let's say there are leaders who are really worried about business survival, and they can't see beyond that. They're not able to see what everybody else is going through. And the number one challenge and the number one factor, which employees who are responding to us find the most negative trait, was the pandemic response, a poor pandemic response. Poor communication, focus on the short term, but also they see their leaders being overwhelmed by multiple pressures and priorities. In fact, to the extent that through the survey, what became very clear was that employees were seeing a narrowing gap between their capability and the capability of their leaders. So in some of those industries, for example, in particularly hospitality that you mentioned, employees are starting to stand up and say, give us a chance to help you, because we can also do things at our level which are beyond our job description, but also will help you with the health of the business and the future strategy. So they're forcing an age of empowerment, which of course the more enlightened leaders are embracing, because they think that, and they feel that this more collective approach to business help, short-term business challenges, long-term maneuvering and navigating of the business is best shared. And you've got some fantastic people in the business to do that with. So there's a few things that came out of it specifically for that, CK.
I'm sure your report is very, very enlightenment based, and the leaders of today need to access your report and get the ideas driven out from that. Because I think you have done a very wide survey. You have studied a lot of variety of businesses in variety of countries. So I think in today's environment, it's really a global village we live in. Your report will be very valuable for the viewers and the leaders who are watching this program. And I think there is as much discussion we can have. It's not sufficient. So I think it's best to do reading on the about the report. So we will publish that link so that people can access the report, and maybe also join your webinar, which is going to be planned in 1 week's time. That may be very valuable for the viewers.
Yes, thank you. And I would say that when you go to my webpage, one thing that I would recommend doing, if you just want to snapshot any of your viewers, is that just scroll down a little bit of the page and you'll see that there is a press release. That press release is kind of like an executive briefing. The white paper itself that we've produced is a very robust piece of work. We pull in case studies and emerging best practices from companies all around the world, which we put together with the data that have come out to provide kind of a roadmap of the very best things, but also some of the things to avoid. As well as at the end of the report, we have produced a number of actions and a brand new model, the Enlightened Leader model, whereby we bring all of these together. In fact, the three components of this, as I mentioned, it's human-centered leadership as number one, community-centered leadership, which is thinking about your internal community of your people, but also the communities within which you serve, where you're based, and your impact on society as a whole. And the third element, of course, is the business-centered leadership. So these are things like adopting agile, data-driven decision-making, speed of action, technology-enabled, new leadership skills for tomorrow. So it's all there. And in fact, later on today, probably if you give us about an hour, there'll be a video introduction on that page as well from myself and Paul Marks, who's my partner in this. Just 5 minutes explaining what we did in some of these headlines. But thank you, CK, for sharing those links as well. I'm sure your audience will find it very interesting when they start getting into the detail.
Certainly, because it's a need of the hour. People are very confused. They have to adapt to the new environment, and a person like you, who's a marketing guru, can tell them, show them the way. It'll be very good. So I will leave the link in the description below. And I will also urge viewers to subscribe to Germany Plane, because in next 1 hour, he's going to come out with a small introductory video with his partner, mark. So with that, we can end the discussion today, Jeremy.
Thank you very much, CK, for having me again. And I trust this is of great insight and interest to your audience.
Certainly. So I will catch up with you in the next episode of Germany Playing Live. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies and welcome to the tip section of Top Brass. As you know friends that we give marketing tips to people, whoever wants to use it, and today we want to discuss something that we experience every day. But before we start the discussion, let me welcome my friend Mr. Naval Gund from London.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And today's tips arena is around people on LinkedIn. There are several 100 million people now on LinkedIn, and there are probably about 3 or 4% of so-called advisors talking about how to make the most out of LinkedIn. And what we see currently is CK and I have had an influx of people coming through and saying, I would like to connect with you. But it's almost as though there's several standard phrases that are utilized within LinkedIn. One of which is, I see we have lots of mutual connections. It would be good for us to connect. Now, there are several 100 million people on LinkedIn around the world. Not necessarily local to you, and people are desperately connecting with people that other people seem to be connected to. Why is that? Why would that motivate you? So we thought that this might, a little discussion between CK and myself, might just open up the idea of how to network, specifically, I suppose, on LinkedIn. So when you get people asking you to connect on LinkedIn, do you see these standard phrases, CK?
All the time, Neville. In fact, let me share my experience that I had between yesterday and today. So I got a message saying that, hey, please join my free blah, blah, blah. And, you can get this advantage, that advantage and all that. So I wrote to the person saying that, hey, did you ever look at my profile before sending that message? So that person was intelligent, and she said that I've looked at your profile. I think your profile is quite good, but nevertheless what I was offering is free, so no harm in sharing with you. All right, so that is one segment. The second one is exactly what you said, mutual connections, and I would like to explore opportunities, maybe partner with you, blah, 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 all standard phrases. And then I said, hey, did you ever look at my website? Because you seems to be so interested in me and my services. Have you seen my website? Because what you are actually offering me is selling smartly on LinkedIn. So after 1 hour, this person says, yeah, I've seen your website and you have mentioned these activities like CRM and selling and all that. And there could be a campaign designed around these services that you offer on your website through LinkedIn. So my next question was, from your intelligence, can you tell me that people are still buying these services? So then the next response was, yeah, a handful of it. Then I got really wild and I said, look, your standard pitch will not work. Please change your pitch and come back to me. So these are the recent examples of what I faced between yesterday and today.
I mean, the interesting thing is you're actually going back to these people and responding. I would love to see some statistics about how many people actually do respond and actually do connect with others. I quite often just generally accept people's connections because I do believe that perhaps they've done a little bit of research about why they would like to connect with me. I'm just one of the several hundred million on LinkedIn. So why me? And it's a question that I go back to them, why me? Very honestly and openly. And sometimes I get well, if you don't want to connect with me, then we can block each other. And I'm thinking, well, that's an interesting response because you asked me to connect, and I'm now just asking you a very simple question. Why me? Now, is that confrontational? I don't think it is. But perhaps we need to think again. Maybe I should say, thank you so much for asking me to connect. I'd really like to know why you identified me apart from everybody else. And my answer to that is that's just creating behavioral waste because I can do a click and paste and put that in there and it just takes you longer to read it. Why me? Question mark. Is not being insulting. You made the first approach. I'm now asking, okay, why? What's going to come of this? But going back to this mutual connections, as I say, there are several hundred million people on LinkedIn and they're all over the world. And I suppose in many respects of the number of people that I'm actually connected to on LinkedIn, I really know very few. And that's the reality because it's only the few people that you really want to connect with and you have a discussion with them on a reasonable amount of time, whether that's on a friendly basis or a commercial basis or a corporate basis. And it's just those people that you're going to keep in touch with. I mean, that's the natural approach that's going to be taken. So consequently, why waste your time having thousands and thousands of connections when only a few really count? Let me share some research that you've heard of Dale Carnegie Foundation, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
And they're a big leadership group around the world, probably very well known, to be honest with you. Although there are lots of leadership groups, popping up everywhere these days. But Dale Carnegie are, in many respects, quite unique because one of the very first books that I read, almost cover to cover, was How to Win Friends and Influence People, which was written by Dale Carnegie, I believe, or maybe someone writing for him. And this is on the basis of, in there, he talked about the power of between 5 and 10 people. In other words, your relationship basis. If you've got 5 to 10 people that you have a very good relationship with, and we'll talk about relationship in a second, but a very good relationship with, that's all you ever need to grow a business. It's because it's in some respects, it's the power of one that's been written in recent years. And even now, today's research, which they do every year, says you only need 5 good relationships. And then you will be successful as a business. Sorry, I almost interrupted you. Jump in.
So, I just want to have a sort of a debate or a discussion, whatever you call it. See, in LinkedIn, I have 26,000 connections.
Wow. And you know them all personally. I know you do.
Well, I would say about 70% of them, but still 30% are still a gray area. Whether I knew them, I've forgotten, I don't know, but there are too many people in the first degree.
Yep.
And then when people send me a mutual connection request that, hey, I know so many people, the chances specifically to my case is that whoever sends me a connection request, I would see at least 500 mutual connections with that person. And that is the inherent quality of the LinkedIn network or a social media network. So my point is, when you are making these tips to our viewers, saying that hey, you need only few connections which are meaningful to you, but on the contrary, the social media works in a totally different way.
Yep.
The social media basically help you expand your network. So I think, in my opinion, since I am trying to rebut what you're trying to say, in my opinion, the thing is that you have to know exactly what is running in people's mind, and don't send this carpet bombing type of request, because all it takes, it does not take your gray matter to send a canned message, which is also drafted by LinkedIn system itself. You don't even apply your mind to whom you're sending the connection request. So I would say my suggestion would be to uh, I mean, there's nothing wrong in sending the connection request. It is absolutely legit. Please do increase your network, but make sure that you convey the right message, because sending a wrong message will spoil your relationship with a person who you don't even know. You're just sending out of the blue. So I think you have to do little research. You have to understand that guy's business model, and then at least send a message that hey, I have something which you may or may not need, but at least I have done some research. So that gives a very positive feeling to the person, even though that person doesn't know you.
You're absolutely right. And interesting enough, we're not disagreeing at all, because the power of the LinkedIn network is actually demonstrating what Dale Carnegie is saying. You only really need to know 5 people, because those 5 people will know another 5, each of them. And those 5 people will know another 5. So that's how the network cascades out there. And if you've got a very strong message, and here's the key, it's the strength of the message. If you've got a very strong message that the 5 people that you're really well connected to like, believe, and are prepared to share, they will share it to the next 5. And then, dependent upon that relationship, they'll share it to the next 5. Or maybe it slips down to 4 or 3 or 2 or 1. So we're agreeing that the power of the LinkedIn network is humongous. We can always see first connections, second connections, and third connections. So there's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't be building your network with people that are related to others. But don't make the assumption that they know each other, because LinkedIn is a network that doesn't actually necessarily promote knowing other people. It's about networking with other people. You only get to know other people once you network with them, and you send them a message and you say, hey, how about a discussion? What do you do? So just like you would in a normal networking arena, you go to I'm sure you go to networking sessions. Pre-COVID, you and I would have gone to a few networking sessions locally or internationally. I mean, when I'm visiting, I will regularly go and meet the local Lions Club or the local Rotary Club. And I'll ask in plenty of time in advance when these clubs meet and where they meet, and if my itinerary can actually make it so that I can go to that group of people. And the reason for that is I've got fantastic experiences with the Lions clubs around the world. The one that I joined and the one that they were affiliated to. Let's call it the Lion LinkedIn network. And equally, the Rotary LinkedIn network. There are Rotary clubs all over the world. I mean, in my local area, there are 7 within about a 10-mile radius. And there are about 20 or 30 members in each of those groups, and I can go to them on a regular basis. And when you go, you talk about other people. You discuss things, what's happening in your area, what's happening here, what's happening there, and you get to know people. But you've got to make that first break. So, I mean, the one message today is, if you're on LinkedIn and if you're going to grow your network, have a very clear purpose around who you're going to talk to. LinkedIn is a fantastic arena to show you lots of things up front, just like a website, without really knowing that person. And if you're going to sell, well, then sell, just sell right up front. I've got something that you might be interested in, but this is a selling opportunity. And it allows that person to say yes or no. Frankly, I'd much rather people say that rather than, oh, I see you're connected to a lot of people. It'd be good for us to connect with each other. And then the next email you get from them is, thanks for connecting. Here's what we do. A huge diatribe of, we're CEO experts, CTO experts, whatever it is, we're experts in this field. Well, that's great. I mean, but did I ask for this? It's lack of respect for the person you're talking to. You wouldn't do that in a physical networking session. You would walk around with your business card that just goes like a cascade of credit cards that goes, shoop, this is what we do. Anyone interested, come and join me. This is what this is for, pop up, an exhibition. This is what we do. Come on to our stand. We're nice people. So there's ways and means of doing all these things, but LinkedIn in particular, it's supposedly a professional network. Well, let's be professional about it. Let's have a proper discussion.
So, Neville, I think I understand where you're coming from, and I fully agree with you what you're saying, because these are definitely very, very important tips and very important and critical activity that everyone should follow on LinkedIn. From my experience, I would like to say that LinkedIn is not a platform where you actually sell. You actually don't try to sell anything to anyone, because that is not going to work. And I will repeat your words, Neville. You only buy from people whom you trust. So by sending a connection request and 100 other people mutually will not build a trust on one-on-one basis. You need to spend time with that person so that the trust is built over time. And then only you can start selling. So I think the first, from my point of view, selling is totally out of the window if you're on LinkedIn. What you can explore opportunities are of collaboration. So make your pitch. I think one advice I would like to give to my viewers is the pitch has to be of collaboration rather than selling. So I think they have to put their minds together where they actually come out with a collaborative way of driving mutual benefit from mutual connections. There's no point in identifying mutual connection and try to sell to them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. And this is where, I suppose, in some respects, some platforms have not been very clear with their purpose. Let's take Facebook. Let's slip away from LinkedIn for the moment. There's Facebook, which is a book of faces. I mean, that's how it started. It was a dating website, effectively, on day one. But now you've got Facebook Marketplace. So it's redefining itself. There's another part of the platform which is about selling, and it makes no bones about it. This is a place where I've got something to sell. Are you looking? It's called a marketplace. I'm not giving words to LinkedIn here, but maybe they need a LinkedIn marketplace. But you're absolutely right. The point is, this is a professional network. Keep the conversation on a professional level. Imagine you're walking into a room and this person that you're going to go and talk to is in the corner and they're just having a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. They may have just got there and you see them as they're on their own. And go and have a conversation with that person. If you've identified this person, go and have a conversation. Make it real. Like anything else, as you said, CK, if someone starts to sell immediately, the little brain just switches off. I mean, it used to do that all the time with me, I mean, I'm not here to be sold to.
Right.
These days, I will actually turn to someone and say, do you know what? I'm not really interested in what you've got to offer, and you're probably not interested in what I've got to offer. But let's see what we can do together. And using this word collaboration that you just said, this is about 1 + 1 is greater than 2. And that's what the LinkedIn network allows. So this 5 people you know means there's another 5 and another 5. And let's take another twist here, right? In a corporate, large organization, you may know lots of other people in lots of departments. But the reality of life is you can only manage, and I'm talking about really manage and motivate and work with about 10. And if you look in all of the best organizations around the world, they've never got more than 4 or 5 people reporting to that one person, even in a flat organization. And why is that? Because it does take a bit of time for you to get to know those 4 or 5 people, or maximum 10. In a sales team, you tend to find there's about 10 salespeople to a sales manager. And again, start thinking, well, why is that? Because actually, if a sales manager is doing their job properly, then they can only manage about 10 people. So we can take lots of similes in life, lots of metaphors that are out there, and bring them all together. And we'll come back to this LinkedIn. People buy from people they know and trust. Don't start selling. Build a relationship. You've heard me say this before, and I'm not the first person to say it, but from contact to contract is one letter, and it's the letter R. It's a big word, relationship. Relationship, 4 syllables. And a lot of people can't even get past the first, the relation, Okay, so let's make it simple and just build the relationship. If you don't know how to do it, Google it and then practice it. Find something that you feel will work for you. Then don't find lots of other things. If you find one thing and say, oh yeah, that'll work, then go and practice. And keep practicing it until you prove it's working for you, or you prove, actually, I need something else. It's not quite working. I need to go and find something else. And then go and find something else and practice that. As they say, any practice makes permanent. It's only the right practice that makes perfect. Simple tips for today.
Yeah, Neville, I think you gave us a very nice or fine food for thought today. And I think it is affecting almost like 99% of the people. The tool is there for networking. LinkedIn is a very good professional tool. It helps you a lot because you can sit one corner of the world and you can network with another corner. But you have to know exactly what you're doing it, how you're doing it, and what is your purpose. So I think you should not waste away a tool like LinkedIn. I feel that the people who are watching this video will gain immensely after hearing your thought process and some of your advices, and then change their pitch from selling to collaboration. So I think with that, we can end our discussion today, only to catch up tomorrow, Neville.
See you tomorrow. And I hope you're just listening, folks, because it's the purpose that's important. There's lots of people telling you how to do it afterwards. Get your purpose right. It's as simple as that.
Thank you, Neville, and you have a nice day. We'll catch up tomorrow.
Good to see you, CK. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, my name is Chandrasen and today I am going to talk about the sun. So our sun formed 4.5 billion years ago in the Orion spur when a cloud of dust and gas collapsed and formed our sun. Our sun can fit all 8 planets 600 times. It's 100 Earths wide, and in terms of atom count, it's 91% hydrogen, 8.9% helium, and 0.1% heavier elements like carbon and nitrogen. So, our sun can be divided into 6 layers: chromosphere, corona, and photosphere, convective and radiative zone, and the core. In the core, temperatures reach to 15 million centigrade, and in the core fuses two hydrogen molecules together to create helium. This process is called thermonuclear fusion. This is an enormous form of electricity, solar wind, and radiation. So I will tell more about the sun in the next episode. Bye bye.
Good morning, everyone. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome you all on this edition of CEO Roundtable. Before we start our discussion, let me invite my friends, Mr. Naval Gund from UK,
Good morning, everybody.
Miss Farida Charania from Singapore,
Hello. Hi.
and Miss Kanchan Verma from India.
Hello.
So, friends, today we would like to discuss about the impact of COVID-19 situation, lockdown, and what havoc it has created on us. With specifically discussing what impact it has on the media business. And as you know that media is a big segment. It has various different aspects. It has entertainment, it has news media, it has print media, and it has digital media. So whole lot. So what impact it has, and since we are not seeing too many movies coming out because of this lockdown, artists are not able to travel to studios for recording. Since there is nothing to edit, editors are not finding jobs to edit, and the whole lot. There are a lot of daily wagers who are involved in this industry which are getting impacted. So, Naval, what is your opinion? What is the impact in UK and worldwide? What do you see future of the media business?
Well, it's a really good question. It's a huge question to answer because when people talk about the media, they just think of the performing artists, those that are on now moved on to YouTube or may have gone on to Zoom because the theatres are closed, the cinemas are closed, the open air theatres are closed. But we also should recall, the media is even bigger. It's the whole art world. So museums have closed, and lots of work goes on in that particular arena. And then if you start to look behind the scenes, it's the agents of these people in the frontline media. And then it's the people that move all of the sets around the world, the musicians, the following musicians, the graphic artists, the designers, the costume designers, the makeup artists. This is a massive, massive industry, and it actually is probably the forerunner of the gig economy. In other words, it's one gig followed by another, followed by another. So all of these people that are employed in the media tend to move from one project to another, to another, to another. Some projects are quite long, some projects are quite short. So um, a concert on a weekend, it's really quite short, and then everything has to be in one place at one time, and then all of a sudden it's dismantled, stuck on a plane or transportation and taken to another venue, because it's a calendar, one follows another, follows another, and all of that has been decimated by this pandemic. So I did ask someone a little while ago, could they put a figure as to the size of the industry? Well, just in the UK, we are talking several £billion, and the UK is quite small compared to what's happening in the media. So it has had a big impact. And the funny thing is, we turn on the TV and we watch the news and we treat that as media. And yet, if you look at some of the news stations, the BBC inclusive, they've restricted, they've curtailed some of their activities. So this has affected everybody around the world. It's not just the UK. This has been devastating. So it'd be interesting to hear Farida and Kenchan's take on it, because India's 1.4 billion people, which is a damn sight bigger than the UK. We've got a mere 65 million here. So how's it affected you over there?
Yeah, I feel that whatever points you have put across, they are definitely worth discussing, because media industry definitely are the blow, because there are unemployment, films are not being produced. But then media and communication industry are inherited linked to human behavior and perception. So we, especially in India, we enjoy entertainment and we find out the ways to do that. And I feel that digital platform has played a vital role in doing that. And I think media space being taken over by digital media, and many of the films are being produced on platforms like Netflix or Prime. But yes, there are some people, a chunk of people who are working, supporting this whole industry. They are jobless because there's no movie which is being produced physically in the studios. So whatever they are doing online, and sometimes they are separately doing. I mean, individualistically, they are approaching and showing their creativity. So that is a quite a grim situation, and we need to discuss out and maybe give a solution to these frontline professional who support. It's a frontline as well as support professional to really work for upliftment and work for this media.
I'll just pick this up from where Kanchan left. I have a slightly different view on this. I don't think we can offer solutions to people who are jobless because of this pandemic and because of this entire shift, because that's going to be difficult. I live in a very small country. We are less than 5 million people, but still the loss of jobs, specifically in the media industry, is huge. Now, if you look at 2020, it's been a watershed year for the media and entertainment industry. Consumers and advertisers are actually shifting to digital channels, and they are expecting greater value for their time and money. They are also raising the bar for the customer experience, and competition is intensifying quite heavily to basically be able to use this granular data which is available on the internet, and to actually improve the customer experience. There are different business models which have come up, or rather they've mushroomed so quickly to evolve, to accommodate this new class of consumers and create hybrid monetization opportunities as well. Now, even the platform companies, so if you take example of India, the OTT platforms are already under scrutiny, and they have been, kind of put under the same radar as films, medias, etc. So it's not all that hunky dory. Maybe the delivery has changed, but still, work is going on in the background, and probably the medium is shifting. So the brick and mortar and digital world, the gap is widening, which was anyways expected, but COVID somewhere accelerated it. Now, job losses are mainly in the areas in the brick and mortar industry, for instance. If you talk about a theater, someone goes to a theater for an experience, and to provide that experience, there are so many people who are involved. There are people who are involved in serving you at the cafeteria, suppliers to the cafeteria, the ushers who bring you in, the staff that the theater actually employs. And these are people who are actually losing their jobs because the entire activity has gone down so much. I don't think it is so much editors or the lightmen who are part of this, because still the production is going on. They are definitely impacted, but perhaps to a lesser level than people who are in the brick and mortar spaces. For instance, the museums, they are closed, and all of those people might not have jobs after the government support schemes end. So because it's not going to be very easy for all of this to come back to pre-COVID levels very quickly. So it is a big problem. um, we cannot offer a solution. We can discuss it and probably offer some advice uh, based on our experience and what we see, because we are from different parts of the world, so we encounter different situations. But would love to hear your take on this, CK. What do you think?
Well, Farida and Kanchan, I think you summarized the whole problem quite nicely. I will break it down into smaller chunks for the benefit of our discussion. For instance, when we talk about print media is the worst affected segment of that market, because nobody's buying any magazines, nobody's buying any entertainment, and nobody's certainly buying any newspaper. And most of this media was dependent on the advertisers. So advertisers have gone and found a different medium, which is the digital media, what Kanchan was mentioning. Most of the advertisements are now happening on the digital platform. So the print media is suffering. In fact, there are a couple of very popular print media in India are closed. The shops are shut. So when I say the shops are shut, it's the print media with the shut, and they have prudently transferred their business to the digital platform. So all of those print is now available on the digital platform. So Farida, I fully agree with you. They have found a different way to stay relevant. However, the physical print media is almost almost non-existent basically. Now let's look at the TV platforms. In my opinion, the TV or the entertainment on TV or the news on TV also runs on the advertisers. So this situation of COVID has created a snowball situation in the market, where when some merchandise is being advertised on TV, the chances are people will go on the digital platform like Amazon or Walmart, and they will pick up that merchandise from those platforms. Now, since nobody is watching these TV ads, or nobody is selling these merchandises, or nobody is buying these merchandises, whatever the situation may be, the advertisers are not spending too much money in advertising itself, because people are not buying in abundance as they were doing in 2019. And since the money is dwindling, the financial impact on the TV platform is also huge. So when we look at the next level, which is the bigger level of movies like Hollywood or Bollywood, uh, there were about 700 to 800 movies, mainstream cinema, that used to come out from India, and almost similar number used to come out from LA. So those movies employ at least a million people across India and America. Those people are totally jobless. There is no light boy, there is no daily wages, there is no extras which are being deployed. So while people can come out with a new way of doing things, but that affects only the cream de la cream of this market segment. The lower people are suffering. So I think that for us, when we are discussing this matter, I think we should also give little bit of guidance in terms of what these people should be doing. If these artists are good, really, and they are forced to work as extras, I think here is an opportunity for them to really showcase their skills, because now there is no bar, there is no as we say, there is no media agent. If you are good in your skills, here is a digital platform, leverage it for free and showcase to the world what you can do. What is your opinion, Neville?
I don't know about leveraging for free, because there's always a cost to these things. And remember, some of these superstars are not used to doing this like impromptu Zoom arena. They're still in the world of the lighting needs to be right, because actually they're portraying their persona over the screen. Whether it's a Netflix type screen or just a PC screen or what have you, they're still trying to put a message over. These are professionals, let's face it, at the end of the day. And indeed, we've seen some of that happen in the UK. There's been some really interesting new releases from a few very good actors, Martin Freeman being one, who's probably well known for The Hobbit, etc. And Sherlock Holmes, he was Dr. Watson. He and a few other people have done really interesting shows on the TV. In fact, one group has put a whole pantomime together on the TV, which on the screen, let's say, wasn't on the TV. So there's been some ingenious ideas that have come through, but I think we need to go back to the root cause of this. And the COVID pandemic hasn't really changed anything, apart from it's accelerated what was already happening. People's behavior was changing. You mentioned initially, TK, the paper media, newspapers, articles, magazines. All of the newspapers in the UK have all moved onto a digital platform, not just in the last year, but they were all already moving there because they could see that print media was really on its last legs. I mean, we've heard this. I mean, I've heard this for over 20 years. No one's advertising in print, etc. But they still did. No one is going to pay for printing, but they still did. So, what COVID has done is it's accelerated the process, and the interesting thing is people's behaviour is accelerating this process, not because we're now being driven by what the media wants us to know about. So let's look at Netflix. Farida mentioned bricks and mortar. Well, apart from a few buildings that Netflix rent around the world, they're just another Facebook, another Uber, and another Airbnb. They really only had a great idea, and that idea actually sits in the cloud, and they're just streaming what we want to see. This is what we want, remember. So the people that are going to make the real benefit out there, are going to make that real transition, is to listen to your customers. I mean, I don't know how many times we've said this in the past. If your customers are asking certain things of you, give them it, because that's what they want. Don't give them what you think they need. Give them what they want. And I think this is polarized, actually, the issue in media as a whole. And I don't think we're going to see newspapers as I knew it, have ever known it, ever again. I can't see newsstands ever having even free newspapers anymore, because I think we've just gone away. We're scared of touching things that might contain a virus. This is what's going on up here. We need to recognize what's going on. Whereas my iPhone my PC, I clean it, it's my responsibility, my TV, my home, everything's going to be streamed into the home. And we just have to wake up to the, the music and just get on with it, really. So think about where your customers are. We've said this time and time again in coaching any business. It's not just my view, by the way. Thousands of people are saying the same thing. It's just a question of when are people going to listen.
We in India, we have a projection that India would have a billion digital user by 2030. So, and then I feel that this all been accelerated due to COVID because everybody wants to see and enjoy in the comfort zone. Apart of this, there are many home productions which have opened up. So there's no limitation. If you have a skill, if you have creative, you can work from your home and provide your message and creative things through media, digital media.
I just like to add to this. One of the other things that has happened, which could be viewed as an opportunity as well, because content creation has started outpacing the ability to monetize. Again, CK was saying that if they have the skill, they can showcase it for free. And, so based on those lines, yes, there are platforms available to showcase your skills for free. And there is now not much difference, or the lines between, say, amateur, professionals, creators, distributors, it's all kind of fading away. So there is an opportunity for someone who's really, really talented. But I'm talking mostly about the performers and people who create that performance. I'm not talking about the people who are impacted by this because they are the support staff. They are not part of the creation process. There is also tension between profitability and distribution, because this is the time to disrupt. Everything is changing, so what worked for you last year is not working for you now. So again, the advertisers have moved their advertising spend to channels where they are getting a response. So all of that, like print media, yeah, it's dead. I kind of completely understand, and it's going to change the consumer behavior, because now we are so scared to actually touch any surface we are not aware of, right? Even if you go to a restaurant, you would basically see that it's been cleaned before you actually take your table. So I think that also is something which is changing. A lot of regulations will come in as well, but that will not hold back disruption, because this is anyways expected. It's just that, like Neville said, it's COVID has accelerated the pace of this disruption and the consumer behavior changing, and the delivery of entertainment or media changing. Yeah.
And just picking up on that, behavior change. We're now seeing Universal Studios, for instance, that have taken that leap of faith. They're the first one, and what they've done is they've decided that all new releases next year will also be streamed live from the date of release. Will that change me? Actually, no, it won't change me. If I want to go and experience the new James Bond film, which has been, Sony were releasing it in March of this year, and then we were told it was September. Now we're told it's next year. I want to see the James Bond film. I don't want to see it. I've got a very big TV screen. I've got a 72-inch TV screen. I still don't want to see a James. I want to experience that James Bond film in a cinema with the surround sound and all of the shaking seats and goodness knows what else, and the crowd that are there as well, because this is a community type of experience. So have Universal jumped the gun? No, not really. They're just recognizing, I believe, that different people want different things. And equally, they're reaching a far bigger audience. So maybe you will see it on the TV and think, well, maybe I won't go and see the cinema. And if it's so good, you go to the cinema. So this is almost like the classic consultancy arena. I'm going to give you a little bit for free. I mean, these streaming program. I mean, $5.99 for a month of Netflix. This is not expensive. That's pounds or dollars. It's not expensive. But if I want to see a movie that I've seen on Netflix, I will go to the cinema because that's my second behaviour. And interestingly enough, it was always my second behaviour. I'd much rather see a trailer and then go and see it if I really want to see it at the cinema. So again, we just need to be looking at what consumer behaviour is doing. We are changing, and we're changing quite rapidly. And remember, some consumer behaviour has killed companies off in a matter of months. I mean, on the UK high street, we've seen so much devastation. And I'm not talking about COVID now. I'm talking about pre-COVID. Toys R Us. Toys R Us was an experience. If these type of companies have recognised that Disney has it right, that if you imagine that Disney ride that you would go on lasts about 2.5 minutes. 150, 150 seconds. That's not a long time. And yet you're queuing up for an hour on some of these Disney rides, but you're entertained for the whole journey. And I think this is where, Disney, when you think of Orlando, when that was opened well into last century. So just imagine what a little mouse has done for us over the years and where it's gone. And even Disney have moved into the digital arena. They bought Pixar. Very smart move, So companies can be ahead of the game. I know what I'm talking about, big picture stuff here, but at the end of the day, that's going to drive everything that happens with us. So this could be an exciting time for people that do things slightly differently and just don't accept the norm, because the norm has gone.
I like to also make one observation. You see, when everything is moving to digital media and the OTT is becoming more and more relevant, there is a need for consultant who will guide these players in terms of
Yep.
regulations. Because now with OTT, when you start streaming your content on OTT, will follow the government regulation. What you can stream, what you cannot, what format, etc. So there is a new breed of media experts which are required here to guide all of these people to ensure the government regulation across all countries. So you see what is happening is that while the constitution of each country gives freedom of speech, freedom of expression, however, because of OTT coming and becoming relevant, there is going to be regulated. The media itself will get regulated directly or indirectly. So I think these are all very profound changes, because one side we say freedom of expression and other side we have to follow regulation. So I think this is interesting time, as you said, Neville. The whole lot of changes are happening. The new opportunities are coming. As in this discussion, we identified that there could be streaming experts, there could be consultants who will guide people on legal aspects. There could be new type of camera, there could be new type of editors required, there could be new type of storytellers, um, and so on. There could be animation work required, there could be green screen experts. So who knows, I mean, the whole scenario is completely changing. And Neville, I think you made one comment that it was always happening. The pandemic only accelerated the whole matter. You see what was going on. If somebody is shooting Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. will wear a suit and basically stand in front of green screen. So they pretty much do the same thing, standing off in front of a green screen, but at a home.
Yes, very true.
Addition
Very
of
true.
Yeah, there will be an addition of new user every year, so that makes the digital platform more reachable, and it's more required by media people to really use this platform.
So I think this is a very vast subject. Probably we can break it down into smaller chunks in future edition of CEO Roundtable. Um, but I think we have just touched the surface and we brought out some of these opportunities and some of these threat areas for the media professionals today in our discussion. So I like to thank all the panelists, Naval, Farida, and Kanchan, for finding time and joining us for this important discussion.
Pleasure.
Thank you
Bye,
so
everybody.
much. Bye. Have a good weekend.
Bye bye, and we'll
Bye-bye.
catch up in the next CEO Roundtable. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I'm Chandrakant. Today we will be discussing about very important subject, especially relevant for business, which is building trust. And as you know friends, building trust is a long drawn process and it has been made difficult because of the restrictions that we have now. We have to rely on the digital platform and building trust is becoming such an important and critical aspect. People with lot of big network will have to find new type of clients which are available on the digital platform and they have to build the trust all over again. So it is becoming very difficult subject, and also it's a new arena. Digital space is a new arena, and to discuss this matter we have a very distinguished personality joining us from UK to enlighten us and tell us what we can do, what are the tricks of the trade, and this is going to be very useful discussion. So stick around friends for this outstanding show. Welcome back friends, and today's guest is Mr. Mike Bradley. He joins us from UK. He is the group CSO of RHF and Scale Up Arena, and topic of our discussion is how do we build trust, especially in post-COVID era. So Mike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Chandra. Good to speak to you. Good to see you as always.
Mike,
I'm not on a boat, by the way, just in case you wonder if I'm actually on the boat at the moment.
Well, Mike, I can imagine that because yachting is very difficult and you can't be sitting so quietly.
Exactly.
But it's a very nice background, Mike.
It is. It's called the Needles. You can see them in the distance there with the lighthouse. It's on the Isle of Wight. It's one of the main points on the Round the Island race, which is a 150-year-old sailing race that goes on once every year. Didn't happen last year because of COVID, but it's happening this coming Saturday as it happens. And I shall be observing it from a rib, which would be quite fun.
Wow, so amazing. I mean, you can see it without going to your drawing room, I think.
Yes, well, I did actually do the race once. I was on a boat in 2008. I was, one of the obedient crew, like pull this rope now. So I would pull the rope and wind this, wind that, unwind that. It was all good fun. But this time I'll be on a rib, which is also quite fun because you speed across the water, get to that particular point there, and then it starts with a trickle of boats coming through, and then all of a sudden there's an absolute horde of them. Because there's actually, the year I took part, there was 1,800 boats. And this, on that norm, I think the year before last, it was 1,500 boats. So it's a massive race.
So talking about being a good crew, you mentioned, I think today's subject is also very apt for taking this forward. And the subject is, how do we build trust? Because for any businessman, trust is the most important thing, and especially now, because of the lockdown and quarantine, and you can't meet the people, etc., and other situations, business has moved digital, and building a trust on the digital platform is a totally different ball game. So we would like to understand first what is the importance of trust and how do we build it in today's context.
Exactly. Yes, I think. Well, it's an interesting thing because, of course, as you rightly say, trust is key in every situation, whether it be a personal or a business situation. And how do we actually build that trust, not just in a personal basis, but I think also that the same trust has to be projected, whether it be a company, whether it be a service, whether it be a product, or whether it be a brand, because it's all based on how, and it's a lot of it is based on perception. So how do you ensure that people get the right perception of you and your business and your company and your product? And I was reading about a trust equation called Charles Green's trust equation, which is very interesting. And they've got a little formula which looks at credibility and reliability and intimacy. Those things added together, marks out of 10, divided by the level of, shall we say, self-interest. So in other words, the more self-interested you are, the less able to gain trust you are, which I think is very, very interesting. So that sort of got me thinking, well, on a personal level, how do these things look? Also on a person-to-person level, if you're selling to a founder or a CEO, obviously you've got to convince them. But also it becomes slightly more complicated, I think, if you're looking at a team and you're trying to sell to a whole board or to a whole group, because you actually need to ensure you've built this trust with at least the majority of those people. And that can sometimes be very tricky, I believe, within a business environment, whether it be online or offline. We've all, I think the days of the super slick salesperson turning up with their polished suit and tie and fast talking and, trying to close you off, a bit like the timeshare salesperson. I think those days are over for the majority of people. And also, as we know, building online rapport globally is a big part of what we do these days. Now, I've been involved with online selling and promoting and working, partnering for 15 years. So to some extent, for me, that's been something I've sort of become part of my DNA, hopefully. But as with ourselves, we've never met personally, but I think we're starting to get to know each other to the point where we understand what makes the other person tick, and I'm sure that when we meet, eventually it will be, I know this person pretty well, and therefore we've built that trustworthiness between us. There's a credibility, there's a reliability, there's a degree of in trust between us, in trusting and intimacy about what we share, some elements. And also, I think we're both aware of the balance between, and there's a balance to be struck between self-interest and also the interest in somebody else. I think within a personal situation, the self-interest should be less. Within a business situation, I think it needs to be balanced, frankly, because otherwise it's not true, it's not credible, because you've got your commercial objectives, I've got my commercial objectives. We have to recognize that. And I think the relationship bases itself on the fact that we both need to win. It's got to be a a win-win situation, the classic partnering scenario. So that's sort of my starter for 10.
Very interesting, Mike. In fact, you rightly said that without trust, it will be very difficult to set up any transaction between businesses. And there is no shortcut, because if you don't know the person, you don't know the person. I mean, there is no choice. You have to know the person first, and that is why the trust is built. But I think now, in the current context, especially from 2019 onwards, when people are not able to travel, catch a flight, and go all the way to UK and meet, or vice versa, the only method we have to build trust is this 2D screen. And I think that requires a totally different skill. And another thing that has happened is people with a lot of experience who have built a lot of big network, they are losing it now, because I think they have to build a new type of trust with new set of people all over again. I think this is a restarting. It's a reset button that the nature has pressed, and you have to start building your network again. So what are the key ingredients of building a trust in an online arena?
Well, there's an interesting question. Again, I think it's two-dimensional. There's two different types. There is the online trust in a person-to-person environment, so like between you and I, and then there's the online trust for an e-commerce platform, shall we say. So a business that's selling its product purely online still has to actually get to the trust point, otherwise people won't commercially buy it. So again, it's about ensuring that in the other person's eyes, the correct perception is being taken. So, and again, I think in the online world, in an e-commerce environment, which is where a lot of trade is now going, as we know, with SaaS products, etc., the credibility is by endorsement. So maybe that is a case study, maybe it's recommendations, maybe it's a contact, or reviews online. Hopefully they're trustworthy, so I think that is a key part of an online e-commerce experience. Reliability is vital, because of course that will affect your reviews. It's the if you say you're going to deliver it by tomorrow, deliver it. And if it's going to be late, which does happen occasionally, at least have the courtesy to communicate with people and say, there's been a delay, it's going to be tomorrow, blah, 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 which is, I suppose the classic example that we know about is Amazon. Amazon, I think, has got this pretty good by and large. And that's why they're doing such a sterling job of selling stuff to people globally, because I think they understand the online trust model. Then there's the intimacy element. How do you do that within an e-commerce environment? Well, again, I think Amazon, it's a moving ship. So see with the picture in the background, but basically, it's understanding the behavior of the buyer so that you can tailor things in a way that is of interest to them. So rather than blasting the world saying, here's a product, what you're doing is you're tailoring the audience and saying, because you bought this product, we think you'll be interested in this one. So I think that's an area where you can tweak the experience to make it more personal, to show that you actually paid some attention to what is really of interest to the client. And then, of course, it's about, the self-interest element. There'd be, we'd be very foolish to think that there's a personal element in Amazon. What they're actually trying to do is ensure your trust ongoing, so you come back and buy something else. It is a commercial play. Yeah. It, you know, there wouldn't be, you know, a time for Amazon to come along and say, "Oh, thank you, Mike, you bought this product," blah 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 blah. That's not credible. It's not true. So, you know, you can dismiss it. But I think also that's the e-commerce side. On the traditional networking piece, I think this is where the dynamic becomes much more interesting. So you've got to build rapport, let's say with a board. You have to build that up online like we do here. So we build that up over time, but I think we do it by being open and honest with each other. And also being yourself. What we're not doing here in this context even is it's not like we're on television. We're not here as a newscaster just giving updates. What we're doing is we're trying to establish and build bridges. So, you know, people need to see there's a vulnerability in that human side, and we're not just robots. I think otherwise, you know, we'll all be replaced one day by an automaton saying, "Well, hello, how are you today, Chandra?" Blah blah blah. You know, it's not going to get like that, and that's the difference between us and robots. Is there isn't an emotional component that we're trying to build. There's not an emotional quotient. So I think that's where the differentiator is, and that's how you build it online. Is, you know, we open up about our circumstances, our challenges with COVID maybe, or challenges with our business, and we share together and create, and we try and help each other with the challenges we face, and even better, try and help each other with the deals that we want to get, so that we will live and eat and put food on the table, roofs on our head, over our head even.
Well, I think you mentioned two very important points. One was Amazon, and you know, when I think of Amazon, one or two things flashes my mind. One is that Amazon is such a strong, trustworthy brand that multiple layers of people are working without even thinking about it. For example, sellers are selling, buyers are buying. Then there is a whole delivery mechanism which are actually distributing to unknown people. Then this last mile delivery, that person is totally not emotional about actually delivering, like a postman. You know, postman used to be very emotional person. You know, that person will go door to door. But these guys are not emotional. They will just deliver, follow a protocol, and do it. And in case you want to return your merchandise, whatever you purchased, there'll be a return process. So because of one brand which has built a trust, so many different types of activities going on without even thinking, because they totally trust the brand. But I think you also mentioned very, very important critical subject about self-interest. And when we talk about self-interest, the key issue that comes to everyone's mind, mine, yours, or everyone in the world, even animals, is to do self-preservation. So if that is the underlying thought of self-preservation, how we can ignore self-interest when we are actually building a trust? Is there a mechanism which we can use to build a trust and ignore self-interest?
I think that comes down to being true and open, and also recognizing right from the start that everybody has to have some degree of self-interest. You know, and those people who say that they're not interested in doing things themselves, I don't believe them. So again, trustworthiness depreciates if you say, "I'm not really interested in what's in it for me." Of course they are. And if they're not if they're genuinely not interested in what's in it for them, well, is that true? You know, and that credibility, again, the trust goes out the window. For me, that's like, yeah, right, sure. I'm not sure I agree with that. But I think what's important is that the whole equation around this builds confidence in each other. It's all about credibility and competence, and alongside that, competency. So if you say that you can do something, prove that you can do it. If you don't prove your competency, that affects the confidence level. That also affects the credibility of your argument or your product or your pitch, because it's fair to say with a new business, this is a new business, we've got this new product, and ideally, as part of that new business, you will be identifying some beta test clients who will work with you to actually refine your solution so that it's credible to others. I think one of the biggest challenges for a startup is they don't necessarily have clients. And I think we discussed this before, actually, where part of the key to ensuring you've got a good startup proposition is build it in conjunction with the market and the customer, because otherwise you're not going to address that competency, credibility, and confidence factor, which give trust in your product and your business. And I think when you get to like the scale-ups that we deal with in Scale-Up Arena, what we're doing there is we're saying, well, actually, you've already, to some extent, you've demonstrated your reliability and credibility. What you've now got to do is demonstrate your level of interest in the client by showing them that you supply what is important to them, because ultimately that's what they're going to want. They're going to want a solution to deliver for them. So I think in the growth company environment, credibility should be a given, and there will be endorsements, there'll be clients, etc. Reliability, well, you wouldn't have got to become a scale-up or a growth company without being able to deliver to clients in a consistent way. And so therefore it's building that intimacy and giving credibility to the self-interest, such as, we take your money and then we run, is not a way to build a good long-term trust within any environment. So be there, be part of the customer. And this is one of the challenges, I think, when you get from the early majority phase of the product life cycle into the late majority phase, where it becomes like a multinational product. And when it becomes a multinational product, customer service goes out the window, because actually all they're interested in, how many orders have we got today, what margin have we made today, and so the service level is just doesn't really matter, because they've got so many customers. We're too big to fail. Back to our corporate AAA syndrome we discussed in the past. The arrogance sets in, the forgetting the customer, the amnesia piece, and the fact that we're so high in the clouds that we don't breathe fresh air with our customers and our staff. So, I think this sort of model, this trustworthiness model, applies across all organizations, all products, all services. What are you doing to improve those elements? And many, I think, of the multinationals would do well to delegate this evaluation of the trust model to their divisions, to their customers, to their functions, to ensure that these elements are all in balance and going in the right direction.
Well, I think, in my opinion, the trust building over digital platform has become the center stage of any business development activity, whether you are a large corporation or a SME or a startup. So that requires a totally different kind of patience levels. And I think you mentioned so many different, very, very powerful points today with regard to actually building the trust. However, I think the last question I have is, what are the key attributes of building the trust using a digital platform? Because here you don't have ability to measure what the other guy is thinking on the other side of the screen. At the same time, you don't see the body language, because that is also one of the important aspect of communication. So we have to rely on just the spoken words to build a relationship in this case. Do you have any opinion on this?
Yeah, well, I think this is where having an open and true discussion, and I in most cases, I think it's again there's a difference between building rapport between people in a network and building rapport as, say, an Amazon customer site. But it all again comes down to, you know, the environment of people that are around that. So I think again it comes down to reviewing. It comes down to you know, which other contacts do you know? You know, you've been involved with an online discussion, maybe with other people. Are those sort of people also trustworthy, or are they the, you know, the traditional used car salesman, timeshare salesman? You know, I think the people that you see around the people on the other end tell you about the sort of person that you're dealing with. So I think you can look for signals, you can look for references, you can look at LinkedIn profiles. What sort of things are people saying? Are they people interested, or are they actually self-interested? Are they out for me, or are they actually out to try and build value and support in our world? And that, I don't know, maybe I'm a bit naive. I like to think that 80% of people actually want the best for others. And so if you go into trading relationships, personal relationships, with the view that actually this person is probably one of the 80%, you're probably more likely to build up that credibility, reliability, intimacy, and the right balance of self-interest, so that there is credibility, competence, and competency expressed, rather than being in a situation where you're not, you know, going in and thinking immediately, well, most of the people in the world are not trustworthy. If you go into it that way, I think you might just as well, you know, go and sell flowers in the local shop, because you're not going to build online relationships. You're not going to even probably build strategic partner relationships, because there's got to be a degree of trust. You know, we're all familiar with non-disclosure agreements. I always think that the day you have to bring the non-disclosure agreement out is the day that the relationship's already over, because that trust is no longer there.
Yes, Mike, I think we had a very interesting discussion. There are a lot of learnings from this discussion. I think everybody needs to build trust, and people who are experienced also with 20, 30 years of experience, they still need to build trust now in the new world, which is the digital world of Industry 4.0. So thank you so much, Mike, for finding time and discussing this very critical, emotional subject, but very, very important.
Thank you, Chandra. It's been a pleasure as always, and have a good afternoon and evening.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we will catch up in the next show. Until such time, I'd like to say goodbye.
Look forward to it.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, we are in full swing of our Top Brass Sortie Awards, and a lot of people are making their videos and submitting on the platform. And we are also pleased to have started the sponsored subject. And here I would like to share the sponsored subject just for the benefit of all the viewers. So one of the sponsors is Single Point Solution Company, very specialized in producing electric vehicles, and they are the pioneer in in India, and also providing a lot of consulting services and solutions to overseas clients. They have given us these subjects, as you can see on the screen, various aspects of electric vehicle, and you can choose one or more than one subject. And today, friends, we are very pleased and honored to have the CEO of Single Point Solution with us, who will be giving us more information on how to make a video on one of the subject. So, Mr. Satya Madala, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you very much, CK. Good afternoon, all viewers. So, thank you very much for introducing me, CK. Let us talk about topic.
So the topic is EV charge solution for today, and a lot of people are very interested in making the videos and also intrigued, because this is a subject which not you don't hear about it every day. So it will be great if you can just talk about the EV charge solution. What are the salient features, so that people know exactly what research they have to do on the subject.
Okay. Okay, got it. So, CK, just I wanted to highlight a point. Actually, EV charging solutions, in EV charging solutions, there is many topics available with our website, and actually, the people who are participating in this topic, actually, we wanted to give you more tips regarding the technology, regarding the hardware, regarding the the usage, and user-based applications, wherein actually people can come and see the more information in Single Point Solutions website, which is singlepointsol.com, and they can go and search for some more content in smartevsolutions.com also, wherein actually there is a many content available, much content available in net also. So wherein they can come up with their topic, their video on the content. At the same time, I wanted to assist them if they are stuck with any place or anything. Actually, they require more information. Just they can contact, and they can make some video on EV charging solutions. So, do you want to ask any topic or what, CK?
So if you can tell what are the salient features, what are different components of a EV charge solution, not in too much detail. For example, if there is some plug required, some cable required, some analytics, etc. So those kind of things, if you can tell, it will give good inputs for the contestants.
Got it. So when it comes to hardware, actually, they need to search for types of chargers, and they need to search for types of charging stations. That is one part at the hardware side, and the second part is actually the server. Actually, there is a much content is available on OCPP server, which is a open control protocol, where they can go and search for the OCPP server information, wherein actually again they can go and search for a mobile application content, wherein actually people can develop application on a mobile on a OCPP server. So actually, people, any contest, they can take a small topic regarding a charging station, or regarding a OCPP server, or regarding a mobile application, how to use the mobile application. So they can choose a topic, and they can come up with their own content, research content. So this is a very brief about EV charging stations.
So this is an EV charging station. Some tips have been given by Mr. Satya Madala. I'm sure, and I'm also hopeful that people will follow the web links that were mentioned by Satya today. That will help them do a lot of research on this subject and come out with a very classy video. So we look forward to seeing the videos from contestants, and
Satya is always available to provide more information. But on this segment, Satya, we will again bring you back with the other subject that you had given us, and we will discuss tips about those in a few days.
Sure, CK. Just I wanted to, see more videos from the contest. So I'm glad to, invite them to know the technology. And at any point of time, just they can contact and they can write mail to us. So if they require more assistance and more information.
Thank you very much, Satya. So we will catch up again next time. Until then, have a nice day.
Look forward to see you. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmac Technologies and you are welcome to Akulmac Multiverse. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava in our show and we'll be discussing great interesting topic in today and in also in coming episodes. So welcome to the show Sitesh, how are you doing today? And before I start the show, Happy New Year.
Thank you, Kanchan. Allow me to say, let the new year be nice to us at the least. I will tell you happy maybe few months later when the things become really happy. So I'm well, I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. I can understand your feelings and all of us, whatever we are facing currently because due to social distancing. And I must say that one wonderful thing which has occurred here is because now we have vaccine and we think that now we have a cure of COVID. And at the same time, I feel this is one of the fastest discovery or a kind of experiment which is being done in last in human history because I think this all research on this vaccine started maybe a year back and now we have a vaccine. So I think we are happy. We should be happy.
Yeah, we should be happy. And one another thing, if I think like a corporate manager, I was reading somewhere that generally a vaccine search takes at least 5 to 10 years of time. But given the seriousness of this one, the COVID-19, the way the vaccines have been researched and brought in public, and also millions of doses have been given of various of them. I now realize that next time when a scientist would go and ask for a funding for a next vaccine research, the government or the companies would say, now that you have proven you can get a vaccine in 1 year, so please don't take the grants for 5 or 10 years now. There cannot be a vaccine for which you must be doing 10 years of research. So that way, I think we have learned, the humanity has learned that if everyone puts in equal amount of research together, a vaccine can be found in 1 year or at least 2 years timeline, which is potent enough for probably 85% of the population, given the trials, what they are happening. But, Kanchan, because of this research in this, there are a lot of science, other news that has been actually under the wraps. And there have been multiple findings, discoveries,
Yes,
and that's
you're
is
right.
our conversation today.
Yes, you are very right, Sitesh. You know, this year has been a tough one. No matter where we live in the world, and the discovery beyond our planet and dazzling images of cosmos provide a bright spot in 2020. Now, we know we had been talking about Earth and earthly matters, you see. But you know, Sitesh, we hardly know about our own oceans. We have knowledge only 10% of. But today I will be discussing or sharing a few things about our space. Three missions of Mars was launched in 2020, including two rovers, two orbiters, and one lander. NASA has launched a Mars 2020 mission, which include a rover and Mars helicopter. And I think that is a great news. I think some of you missed it.
Yes, of course. And we did not realize in this whole pandemic time that we are just a speck of a dust in this vast universe and probably even in our own solar system. And the different discoveries which caught my eye was the first one when I realized that some scientists or astronomers are talking about a science of life on Venus.
Yes.
I said, oh gosh, we know in this planet that women are from Venus and men are from Mars. Is that going to be another feminist movement, finding life on Venus? And I think that was an interesting journey where I looked into closely, and there was a kind of a phosphine bubbles found, though Venus is very inhospitable in our solar system, uh, but in its clouds, there was this material or metal or element phosphine which was found, which was kind of having some traces of the life could have the traces over there. But I think there are many other discoveries in the space, and the space remains is still the same puzzle despite seeing so much in last 100 200 years. It is still remains largely an unknown terrain. And I think the progress made by Elon Musk's company SpaceX and Virgin Galactic and others, I think we are gearing up to take ourselves into the realms of Mars and the moon. But I think somebody needs to consolidate the information coming in from beyond our galaxy as well, isn't it?
Yes, we had been too much indulged in our worldly affairs, and we somehow neglected the space happening and this space research which are being done by astronauts. You know, there are 100 million new galaxies has been identified in 2020, and they are full of the Australian Square Kilometre Airy Pathfinder. Relies on 36 antennas to record the skies, and this is how we come to know about these galaxies. A part of this, we also found ghostly radio circles, which is again is a bulb kind of thing, and which is seen in space. And research are going on this. So, so there are so many things which are happening in space. In fact, in India also we have a space program which is gearing up, because we have what the Prime Minister of India has said, that we have a timeline. One is a manned space shuttle, and one is orbiter, which has to be launched before, I think, 2024, I guess.
Yeah, I think ISRO has got some very ambitious plans for Mars and for other kind of exploration. And it is commendable that India, despite having such a massive population in the world and our GDP and the pandemic situation, is still we are committed towards the space exploration, and that speaks volumes about Indians uh, as the people on this planet who truly believe that we need to search for other worlds beyond our planet. And I think around this, I'm sure there is a lot of collaboration that happens between the space agencies of the world. And earlier in this year, earlier in 2020, I was planning to go to Square Kilometer Array in South Africa, which is near Cape Town, on the way from Johannesburg to Cape Town. And there are telescopes which are looking into our galaxy and the other galaxy. And South Africa, the location that is chosen, is one of the great locations to look into the dark nights of the skies. And people go there from all over the world, and there are some telescopes through which one can actually look into the galaxies and far beyond. And I wanted to do that, but again, thanks to COVID, that the time that was people suggested, at that time it was closed, the Square Kilometer Array, and I couldn't visit it myself. The whole town where this telescope is there, the whole town is remains in the dark, so that it is not impacting the telescopes. So there are these kind of discoveries. Something, the best part is now the science news is available in such a lucid manner, Kanchan, so that even a school student can understand if they read it continuously. On Instagram, lot of space related handles are there where they depict these information in a very, very pictorial manner. Whether it is determining the amount of matter in our universe, or a new approach to gene therapy, or it is eradicating mosquito-borne disease. I mean, there it was found that this in 2020 that dengue can be, eradicated completely from the planet if a mosquito can be given some bacteria, which is Wolbachia, and it can reduce 77% of challenges that we face from the mosquitoes, dengue. This also helps in eradicating Zika and yellow fever.
Yes, that is a great news, I guess. And because we in this side of the world, we really suffer by these mosquitoes. So coming back to this space research, I also read something about X-ray blobs busting from the Milky Way. Millions of years ago, an explosion in the center of the Milky Way blasted energized material above and below the gangetic disk. It's a big disk. So these material is still visible. Have you seen that somehow you got any chance to view space from telescope? Are you able to see a couple of these galaxies?
So that was my hobby many years back when I used to stay in houses in North India which had roofs. Now we live in apartments where the roof is not ours, and it is very hard to see the galaxies, and given the pollution levels and the fog or the smog. And now the trend in especially in the African region, in South Africa, I see people buy telescopes. They buy very expensive telescopes, and many of the resorts they keep telescopes where people can go and watch while they have a stay. The skies are clear in South Africa. The moon looks bigger in the full moon night, and I have heard the conjunction that happened in December, the Saturn and the Jupiter coming closest in 800 years, that was visible so clearly from the South African soil. So I myself want to buy a good telescope, but the challenge, Kanchan, is that buying a telescope in India makes no sense if in the large, these structures, the buildings that we have, I will have to go to a village or a forest to make, set up my telescope and then look into the skies.
Okay, no worries. So I'll tell you what we missed. I mean, you and I missed about these X-ray spectrum. Now, I was talking about there's a galactic disk of Milky Way, and it is visible. The material, it's visible still. And in that, there's a glowing in the gamma ray spectrum in two clumps discovered in 2010, known as Fermi bulbs. In 2020, researchers have found another pair of blobs in the same region and visible in an X-ray spectrum. So it is another very important discovery is being done, research being done, and studies will be done ahead on this. So I think we are, we will be saying that the space is a smaller word after some time, I guess.
Yeah, Kanchan, I'm very intrigued by a couple of other news that came around these in 2020. It says that the aliens that might see us. There was another news which said that there are aliens, but they basically progressed so much that they annihilated themselves. They destroyed themselves. So then some news which also said we humans are the aliens that is searching for someone else. And so Alien is definitely a great story or a narrative. And then in last December, end of December, we saw the strange monolith coming out of many cities in USA, and I heard it is now also appearing in India in some places.
Yes, I heard it is in Gujarat, I guess, somewhere. So that
yes. So it is. So I think if the science, the people who really study this seriously, if they put it across in a factual way, but they put it into a nice stories around it, not the science fiction kind of a story, but more about the usefulness about it, I think it will become a mass movement. I'm very much intrigued by the source of fast radio bursts that the scientists are seeing coming out of the space, and for a few seconds it appears on the telescope, and then it goes away. No, they speculate that some alien civilization is throwing out a radio signal, and it is trying to reach us, but we are not able to capture it for a longer time. In 1972 or 75, NASA sent out some Voyager, where if I'm correct, and there were all the planet's languages were written on a gold disc, which was sent out, and it is now beyond our solar system. There are so many things that are happening in this, like you said, million new galaxies. If you remember, Kanchan, when we were small, in a full moon night, we could have seen a galaxy ourselves. But now probably we will have to go to Grand Canyon in America to see it.
Okay, so I'm here to tell you more. See, there's researchers have detected a bright kilonova, a light show the aftermath of two neutron stars merging together. Kilonova is rare in space, but researchers have seen them before. This one is special, though. Weird signal in the kilonova light indicates the presence of something new. So actually, every day we are coming near to new findings, especially in space. But yet we have to really research and we have to know more about the space, because every time and again there are new things which has come up and which sometimes really intrigue me, and I want to know more about them.
Let's secure a funding from National Geographic or Discovery Channel, and then let's go, Kanchan, and to visit all the square telescopic areas in the planet. In fact, one of them actually destroyed itself near US, which is supposed to be, which was also showcased in some movie, a Hollywood movie, and it fell through from its own burden. And it is said that it was the third eye of this planet, which was looking into the distant galaxies, but now that is destroyed. So me and you should secure some funding, and we must go and visit all these telescopes and see the galaxies and come back and tell our listeners.
Yeah, I think like us, there are many people who will like to go and visit and see by their own eyes how wonderful the space is. So I think 2020 was not that bad year, but I also want to share my thought process is that 2021, which has one, W on one in the, is a suffix of 20. So I think that will also be good, and we are hopeful and we should be hopeful, and I think it all will be well in this year.
Yes, Kanchan, 2021 has come, and 2024 is when Mr. Elon Musk has said that the first humans will go to Mars. So it is 3 years from now, and I would like to see who is in the first flight or in the first few flights. Let's see if I get a chance.
Yeah, it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we look forward to have more episode of space-related subjects. It was lovely talking to Sitesh. Till tomorrow, bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. In today legal matter, we are actually going to discuss about the history of High Court and what is its jurisdiction. So, many people keep hearing about these news that High Court has given this order and Supreme Court has given this order, but seldom people know about the difference between High Court and Supreme Court. To discuss this matter, I will be joined by my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, and he will tell us the differences between High Court, Supreme Court, and also the brief history of the High Court. So, without further ado, let's welcome Jeet.
Hello, Chandrakant. Hi, thank you for having me on legal matters. And yes, today we are going to discuss about this important topic of how the high courts came into existence in India and what are its jurisdictions. So, a brief history before I start on the jurisdiction on how the high courts came to be established is obviously, as everybody must be aware, it is a colonial setup and came to be introduced when the Britishers were here. And the first three chartered high courts in the country were Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. And people in Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras must be knowing that these high courts are almost 150 years, almost 150 years old. But there's a brief history before the high courts came to be set up on how Bombay, which in the early 17th century was part of the Goan colony, and the Goan colony gifted the island of Bombay to the Britishers on the marriage of King Charles II with the Catherine of Braganza. So it is because of this marriage between the King of England and the Princess of Portugal that the island of Bombay came to be gifted to the British crown in the year 1661. It is after that by way of a charter in 1969 that King Charles transferred the island of Bombay to the East India Company, because by that time East India Company had already established its business in India. So the administration of justice in the island of Bombay was started by the East India Company under the authority of the Crown of England. In 1694, at the similar time, the East India Company also became the zamindar in Bengal due to the purchase of villages with the consent of Nawab of Bengal. And the East India Company also established a settlement in Madras by that time. So by 1694, they had already occupied the territories of Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras, and therefore they established the courts of records in the year 1694 itself. By 1694, since the East India Company was already administrating justice in these regions, they established courts of records by 1726, and which are later on known as the Supreme Courts of Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. So earlier, it were known as the Supreme Courts and not the High Courts. But later on, with the advent of 19th century, when the British Crown took over the entire territories in India and established the colony, the Government of India Act came to be passed by the British Parliament in the year 1858. And this, by way of this Government of India Act, the Indian High Courts Act came to be established, passed by the British Parliament, which authorized the creation of high courts in several presidencies and instead of the Supreme Court. So therefore, in 1862, the first High Court in India came to be set up in Calcutta, known as the High Court of Calcutta, and that is the first High Court in the country. Then 1865, the High Court of Bombay and Madras were set up. So they are more than almost 145 to 150-year-old High Court, the oldest High Courts in the country. And later on, the British Empire established the entire legal system in India based on their own system. So at that time, high courts were having the writ jurisdictions, and which writs were being issued by the kings in the olden times in the British Empire. And later on, when the high courts were established, those rights were given to the judges in the high courts as well. So basically, high court judges exercise the powers that the king has of issuance of writs. And even today, under the Indian Constitution, we have adopted a similar setup in the sense that the high courts are having the jurisdiction and the power to issue writs for the enforcement of the rights of the citizens. And there are basically 5 writs which are issued, and the jurisdiction of the High Court is given under Article 226 of the Constitution, and the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court for issuance of writs is under Article 32 of the Constitution of India. Both these articles are extremely important, because if any fundamental or constitutional right of any citizen is abridged by the state or the state machinery or its instrumentality or its agencies, then the persons aggrieved, the citizens, do have a right to approach the High Court as well as the Supreme Court for enforcement of their rights under the Constitution. And this is a very important piece of provision, empowering the high courts for issuance of writs for the enforcement of the rights of the citizens. Now, you and your viewers would obviously be aware that the Constitution for the first time gave the fundamental rights to the citizens of this country, which this country never had before. And by the fundamental rights that we have under the Constitution, the right of equality, the right not to be discriminated, the right to be treated equally, the right to trade and profession, right to carry on business activities, the right to travel to any part of India, right to reside in any part of India, the right to life with dignity, etc. So right against protection against arrest, etc. There are several fundamental rights from Article 13 onwards. And the enforcement of these fundamental rights, the most important provision is Article 32, which directly gives the Supreme Court the power to enforce these rights. Though in the earlier days, there are judgments when the Supreme Court was set up in 1950, where the Supreme Court says that we will watch the actions of the government because we are the custodians of the fundamental right. We will protect these rights come what may. And these were the words of the Supreme Court initially, but then later on with so much of litigation, so much of cases pending, now the Supreme Court is of the opinion that the high courts also have a similar power of issuance of writs, which we also have. Rather, high courts have a wider power in the sense that high courts can be approached for the enforcement of any of the constitutional rights. So if there's violation of any of the provisions of the Constitution, the high court of that state will have the power for issuance of writs for the enforcement of rights, whereas the Supreme Court will have the right for enforcement of only fundamental rights. So this is the basic difference between the powers of High Court and Supreme Court, where High Court's power is much wider than Supreme Court in terms of enforcement of rights under the Constitution. Obviously, the Supreme Court being the last authority, the final arbiter of disputes, it will have a word of finality, and obviously its powers are not limited. It can exercise any power, and on the contrary, it can even mold the law in order to give relief if it thinks that it meets the ends of justice. But if you read the Constitution, Article 226 provides for a much wider power to the high courts than Article 32, which provides same power to the Supreme Court. So that is the setup which has been followed from the earlier colonial system to the present constitutional system under our Constitution. But next, I would like to talk about the 5 writs that can be issued by the high courts and the Supreme Court. And those 5 writs which can be issued are the writs of habeas corpus, the writs of mandamus, the writ of prohibition, the writ of quo warranto, and writ of certiorari. So these 5 writs can be issued. Now I'll just speak briefly on what these 5 writs are. It's a very wide topic, and every writ can cover at least an hour or so if it wants to be discussed in detail. But a habeas corpus writ is again and these 5 writs are again very old established writ powers which the kings in the British times had. So writ of habeas corpus is for the production of the body. So habeas corpus literally is a Latin word, which means have the body. So if any person has been illegally detained by any authority, which does not have the power to detain him and his custody is illegal, then the aggrieved person or a family member of the person who has been captured illegally can approach the High Court for issuance of a writ of habeas corpus. And if the High Court issues the writ of habeas corpus on finding that the person has been illegally detained, then the authority, the state machinery, will have to find that person from any part of the country and will have to produce it before the court in order to find out whether the person has been illegally detained or not. So that is the power of writ of habeas corpus. It's a very important writ, and a lot of lives have been saved by issuance of this writ of habeas corpus by different high courts as well as the Supreme Court. So basically, it pertains to right to life and live with dignity and without any restrictions. So if any person has been illegally detained, his family can approach the High Court for issuance of a writ of habeas corpus. The second writ is a writ of mandamus. Yes, a writ of mandamus, which is basically a command. So the High Court has the power to command the state in order to ensure that if the state has a duty which is not fulfilling, then the High Court can issue a writ of mandamus directing it by way of a command to comply with its duty. And also if it is in violation of any rights of any citizen, so the High Court can issue a writ of mandamus against the state. Now, kindly also bear in mind that these writs can be issued against the state, its authority, and its instrumentality, but not against private persons and private entities. So for that disputes, there are civil courts. But with respect to disputes which are in the realm of public law, then high courts have the jurisdiction under Article 226. The third writ is the writ of prohibition, which is preventing a state or its instrumentality from acting or undertaking or doing something which is not in consonance with the Constitution or with the laws. The fourth writ is the writ of quo warranto. This writ of quo warranto is basically control over the appointments on public posts of ineligible persons which are not having the requisite qualification as prescribed under the rules. So, for example, if a vice chancellor of any university, or if any person holding any public post under the state, he does not have the eligibility to hold that post and has been appointed still by the state, then the High Court can issue a writ of quo warranto that your appointment is illegal. So this is the writ of quo warranto, which the High Courts have control over public posts and the appointments which are made by the state government. And the fifth is the writ of certiorari, where the High Court has the power of supervision over the lower courts and tribunals under the state. So if any order passed by the tribunals or any of the trial courts, then the High Court has power of supervision and it can correct those powers if they have been passed without jurisdiction or there is manifest error in those orders. So basically, dividing the powers of the High Court, they can be prescribed as either original or appellate. So under original powers of the High Court, there are these writ jurisdiction like writ of habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, quo warranto. Whereas the writ of certiorari is basically sometimes an appellate jurisdiction which the High Court is exercising, where the orders of the trial court, different tribunals are challenged before the High Court. And the High Court, by way of its supervisory power, is exercising control over these tribunals. So basically, this is how the powers of and jurisdiction of the courts are distributed by way of these 5 writs, and it has vast powers to do complete justice towards the citizens of this country. Also, this power has been expanded by high courts and supreme courts by entertaining public interest litigations, where a lot of vigilant individuals file these public interest litigations for larger issues with regards to health, water, sanitation, laborers, etc. A lot of public interest litigations for human rights, etc., have been filed, and the high courts have exercised its jurisdiction and issued landmark judgments on the protection of a lot of areas regarding this public interest litigation. So yes, so this is how the jurisdiction of the high courts, the powers are being exercised.
This is great, Jeet. In fact, a lot of people don't know about high courts and Supreme Court, what kind of job they do, what type of cases they have. So I think it's a very important, description that you have given for the viewers. And by the way, viewers, we are live. If you have any question, you can shoot it out. We will display your question straight away on the screen and get it answered. So Jeet, I have one question, and I think a lot of people may be aware the differences, but I think there are not too many in India. So if you can tell the viewers when they can approach High Court, although you have explained technically into 5 types of writs, but can you explain in a layman's language what is the right timing for individual to approach High Court? Otherwise, they will have to stick around in the lower court. So I think you can take it up from there.
Yes, certainly, Chandrakant. So basically, there are 2 types of disputes. One is private, and the other is a public dispute having a public law element. If it's a private dispute between 2 private entities where the state is not involved, then the jurisdiction would lie before the civil courts, trial courts, or special tribunals which have been enacted. Like, say, for example, if it's between a bank and a borrower, then there are separate tribunals like the Debt Recovery Tribunal, which has been specially enacted. Otherwise, if it's a MSME, then there's a MSME council which adjudicates disputes on payment, etc. Also, with regards to insolvency, bankruptcy, there is NCLT, there is the National Company Law Tribunal. And other private disputes with regards to land, etc., there are civil courts. Also, there are special secretary revenue and revenue tribunals, etc. But depending on the nature of disputes, the area of jurisdiction of which court can be decided. But with regards to High Court and its power, if the state or its instrumentality acts in a manner which violates any of the fundamental or any constitutional right. So say, for example, if the state machinery is encroaching upon a private land of a private individual, though there is a civil dispute, but that violation would also be a violation of a constitutional right, in the sense that right to property is still recognized as a constitutional right under Article 300A. So that person can approach the High Court for enforcement of his fundamental, for his constitutional right. Similarly, as I said, if the police machinery has taken over your family member and illegally detained him without any charge or without any FIR, then of course you can take the remedy of habeas corpus and file a writ before the High Court, and the High Court can call upon the state machinery, its police, to produce the corpus and ask him whether and ask why he has been detained. Also, a lot of times, what happens is that even private individuals kidnap small kids, and the parents of the kids can also approach the High Court seeking the writ of habeas corpus if the police is not undertaking the search as it should in a vigilant manner. So then they can also approach the High Court, and they have approached in many cases past, where High Courts have issued the writ of habeas corpus for producing the body. Uh, Similarly, writ of mandamus can be issued for a variety of reasons, where the state machinery, say for example, in any recruitment for the public post, has violated any of the rules, or even in service, in terms of service conditions, they have not complied, or in promotion, or any other aspect where the state and its instrumentality has to act in a manner prescribed under the rules, and there is a violation of those rules which has resulted into some harm to the employees, then the employees can also prefer a petition before the High Court. And similarly, certiorari, as I said, is an appellate power, supervisory power, where if any order which has been passed by the trial court or by any tribunal, which is not in consonance with law, then that can be approached before the High Court for adjudication. So these are the manners in which the persons can approach before the High Court. Also, if there's a remedy, say for example, if a police has registered an FIR on an absolutely false and frivolous allegations leveled by the informant, and if it's an abuse of the process of law, then the High Court, under exercise of its writ jurisdiction, read with the Code of Criminal Procedure, can quash the FIR against the accused person if the accused person approaches the High Court. So there are a lot of ways in which you can approach the High Court depending on what right has been violated.
Thank you so much, Jeet, and in fact for explaining this. But I have one last question, which is about the subtle differences between the powers of Supreme Court and High Court. And is there a High Court in every state, or there are certain states which do not have High Court and they have to approach Supreme Court? So what is the difference, and how many High Courts we have in India?
Yes, Chandrakant, mostly every state has a High Court, except 2 or 3 states which share their High Courts. It's not that they don't have an High Court. In the Seven Sisters, that is Northeast, probably a couple of states share one High Court. Also, Punjab and Haryana, though there are 2 separate states, but Chandigarh being the union territory, shares a common High Court of Punjab and Haryana. So 2 states having one High Court. Also, there are some other states where 2 or 3 states are sharing one High Court, but there are only 2 or 3 such states which are sharing. Otherwise, every state has a High Court. And union territories also, they don't have a High Court, but their jurisdiction lies before the High Court. So, say for example, like Daman, Div, their jurisdiction is with Bombay High Court. And Goa, though now it's a state, so they have a bench of Maharashtra High Court in Goa. So therefore, they also now have a bench which sits there. So difference between High Court and Supreme Court, I would say, is basically the power under Article 226 and 32, though are same for issuance of writ. But the power of High Court is much wide, in the sense that the High Court can be approached for adjudication of a dispute which is in terms of violation of any of the constitutional right, whereas the Supreme Court can be approached only in terms of violation of fundamental rights. So the power of Supreme Court in that sense is little restricted. Not it is restricted in any other sense in terms of granting relief, but only in terms of violation of what provision, which decides of what jurisdiction the Supreme Court has. Also, a difference is that against the orders of the High Court, the appeal can be preferred before the Supreme Court. So therefore, Supreme Court in that way is the last forum for adjudication in our hierarchical system. Otherwise, powers of writs are same.
Well, Jeet, it was a pleasure talking to you and learning so many things about our judicial system today. Thank you so much for coming over to our show and talking to our viewers, explaining this. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me. It's my pleasure and honor to be on this legal matters. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we would like to discuss about deportation of Member of Parliament in the UK Parliament, uh, Debbie Abraham. And she got deported soon after landing into Indian airport without a valid travel document. So why a MP from UK flying to India without proper travel document, and they got deported because obviously no country will allow anyone to enter their shores without proper travel documents. So let's take a step back. Let's understand what are the different regulations which are followed by, in fact, all countries. I would say every country follows similar pattern, similar regulations, which have been set up by the international bodies. The regulation is that when you travel from your home country to any other country, you go with a purpose. The purpose could be many purpose. You know, the purpose could be uh, recreation, travel, vacation. Purpose could be a short-term business trip, or a long-term employment possibility. So these are the 3 to 4 activities. There could be 1 or 2 more activities, like for example you're going on a research vessel, or you're entering temporarily because you are doing some research on a subject. So there are various classification which allows every country to get or welcome citizens of other countries. So when you get into even a tourist destination like Thailand or Mauritius, any country today, you have to always define, or you have to tell the visa officer that what is your purpose. Your purpose is vacation, and the visa officer will ask you for how many days you are going to live in my country, where are you going to stay, how you're going to carry on your take care of your expenses, and so on and so forth, because no country will have a situation where the people from other countries come into their country without a purpose. No country will allow. So that is how the regulations which are followed by every country today, whether it is large country like United States or UK or India or China, you have to have a purpose because you are now going out of your home country to another country, which is called foreign. So now, why a member of parliament come to India without proper document? So obviously, the Indian visa officers will reject her entry because she does not have a valid visa. And the best part is the Indian authorities tried to give her visa. They said, yes, we will give you the visa. You are most welcome to our country. But tell us your purpose. Tell us where are you going to stay. Tell us who you are going to meet. So these are very basic questions. Anyone who's traveled even once outside from their home country to any foreign land should have answers to these basic questions. And see the arrogance of this person. She says, I don't know anyone and I do not know where I'm going to stay. I will find, but you give me the visa. So, my friends, the point is how any country, a sovereign country, accepts this kind of narration and grant visa to somebody who comes without a purpose. After all, you are a UK citizen. You are entering a sovereign country like India. You have to give your purpose. You may be a member of parliament, but you should have a proper travel document. So I think this is where the situation is, and I'm aghast to see that there are people who are talking about that Indian government should have given her the visa. But you have to tell, you're a foreigner, you have to tell what is your purpose. Without saying what is my purpose, either it's a vacation or some business or some discussion, which country will allow you entry into their own, to a foreign person. So this is something which I wanted to bring to everybody's notice, and this is a discussion item. So I most welcome your comments, and I will try and reply to all your comments as quickly as possible. So as usual, I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. And today we want to actually give you a business lesson. And our guest is a very senior person. In fact, he is the global influencer and he has not told me anything. The whole idea is that there is going to be a business lesson. There will be a live learning session today. I don't know what is coming my way. He's going to tell me a problem which I need to solve it along with him. So this is exactly what we are going to do today. Before we start our discussion, must remind you that there is a free giveaway from Akul Mac. Stick around in this show and we will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back friends, and let me also invite our guest today. His name is Mr. Naval Gund and he's joining us from London. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited. So without further ado, let me present Mr. Naval to you.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful sunny day here in the UK and looking forward to an exciting day ahead. And what I've got for you today, CK, is a little bit of a game, a little bit of a challenge. Are you up for a challenge today?
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, you mentioned about this sunny day in London, but surprisingly, we have a cyclone hitting India and it's quite cloudy and quite windy and quite comfortable today. So I'm up for any game that you throw at me.
Jolly good, jolly good. Well, hopefully our listeners will have a bit of fun with this as well. But there's a serious message about it at the end. So stay tuned because it's that serious message that I really want to focus on. So, CK, what I'd like you to do is to bring up a whiteboard. Fantastic. And we're going to test your capability now about drawing small circles. I'd like you to draw 3 small circles on the whiteboard. Well, that's a good one. Yeah, fill them in a little bit. Oh, never mind. Gone around the edges, not a problem. You're getting pretty good at this. This is good. Oh, yeah, even better. Oh, fantastic. Well done. And another one. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, well done. Well done, CK. Jolly good. Right. Okay. The next part of this is, and you don't need to use the whiteboard anymore, I want you to close your eyes. Okay. And when you open your eyes, I want you to explain to everybody, what do you see? Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, open your eyes. So what do you see?
Well, I see a whiteboard, of course, and 3 different, I mean, you asked me to draw circles, but these are very different type of circles. I am not very good at it. But 3 dots on the whiteboard.
Anything else?
Yes, I also see that there is a distance between these 3 circles, which are filled in with the same color as their outline.
Okay. Anything else?
In the whole canvas, I see a lot of other elements, but I see myself also in the screen.
Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, I asked you to draw 3 dots, so you drew 3 little circles, which is really good. And you started to expand in the whole screen. But notice how your mindset and your focus was on the 3 dots. So that's what happens in life. You were focusing on the 3 dots. Look at the whiteboard that is there. How much space do those 3 dots occupy? 1%?
Less than 1%, I think, of the whiteboard.
Less than 1%. Yeah. So 99% of what you were explaining to me is white. And that's where they were. That's life. That's where we are focusing on. But you didn't focus on that. You just focused on the bits around the whiteboard. And this is what's true. This is what's really true in life. We just focus on these 3. You even said there was a similar distance between the dots. Now, you've imagined it. I mean, you've drawn it. We could have gone into this conversation in depth, and I could have said, so do any of those dots look like they're in the middle? You know, why have they got about the same distance between them? So we're just going to be focused on those 3 little circles. And yet, there's a huge world out there. 99% of that whiteboard is white space, and you didn't focus on it. Now,
that's right, Neville. In fact, I was absolutely focused on the problem that you want to throw at me. So I was more concerned about, what is coming my way.
But it's interesting is because I didn't throw a problem at you. I just said to draw 3 circles. There was no problem. And the interesting thing is you used your imagination and you were imagining a problem. And that's what we do in life. So here's the message to everybody today. And it's a very simple message. And this is why things don't work out as we expect them to do. Because we focus on the minute pieces. We focus on the nitty-gritty. And we don't actually take a step back and look at the big picture. There's nothing wrong in focusing on the nitty-gritty all the time when you're really focused. But what is wrong is when you don't put it in context. Because if you're always focused down at the lowest level, you never actually take a step back and say, does that look right? Does that feel right? Am I still on the same wavelength? Have I got the strategy right? Does that make sense?
Yes, Neville, I think the lesson that I have learned today is look at the bigger picture, not look at the problem at hand. But we are all humans, and you preconditioned my mind. You said that you're going to throw some problem at me, so I was waiting for the problem. But I think the lesson learned pretty well that you have to look at the bigger picture.
And even in the corporate world, okay, this is why change actually doesn't take place. This is why 80% on average of change programs, digital transformation, the 2 words that have been put together over the last 14 months because of COVID, where people are looking for digital transformation, they're looking for instant results. And this is what happens. They focus on 1 dot or 3 dots, doesn't matter how many dots, frankly, but they miss the bigger picture. And let's just, I'm just going to ask you a question here. So this isn't a game, this is reality. When you look at digital transformation in an organization, what's the digital transformation aiming to do?
I think it's a fairly simple question if you ask me. The digital transformation is aiming to do is increase the revenue. And that is the aim of every company whenever they talk about digital transformation. But I think the real question that needs to be answered is, are we actually embracing the digital transformation in real sense? But I think that they are not. Almost 80% of the organizations are not really following digital transformation at all, and they are waiting for good times. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. And the reason they're not following digital transformation is the chief exec says, that, oh, this is digital, it must be IT. So it's the IT's responsibility. So it ends up being the CIO, when in actual reality is it should never actually leave the CEO's desk. The CEO should be responsible for that digital transformation. Because as you quite rightly say, let's not bear any bones here, let's not put too much fat on it. The fact of life is the digital transformation is to increase revenue. That's the bottom line here. It's actually to be more focused, more revenue generating, less cost focused. But where's the revenue going to come from?
Well, from my point of view, Naval, the answer is very simple. If we are actually on the digital platform, the revenue has to come from digital mediums. It cannot be a physical medium. So we have to have digital transformation done from end to end, from delivery to collecting payments.
Yeah, you're absolutely. But who's going to pay for it?
So the people who are in the digital space, they will pay for it. So we have to find new customers.
Customers. And the bottom line is, this is, business 101, as you quite rightly said. The whole purpose of digital transformation is to be more efficient, more effective, and to generate more revenue. Even with a not-for-profit organization, that's one of the reasons you should be doing digital transformation. And fundamentally, it's generating more revenue from customers. So the other message for today is those 3 circles on that page, okay? One of them, make sure one of them's a customer, and actually make sure it's so big, it actually not just fills out less than 1% of the page, but it fills up 99% of the page. Because if you don't focus on your customers, your revenue stream will disappear. So, CK, a little problem today, little problem solving, huge issue. Don't focus on the detail, always look at the bigger picture. And the other thing is customers king. Not a bad little lesson for a Tuesday morning, the bright sunshine here, and you're expecting a cyclone.
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, thank you so much for giving such a positive message. And I'm sure, I think the viewers must get it. They must understand what is the real message, the crux of the whole thing. So thank you so much for coming and joining us. We'll catch up tomorrow again in something more interesting.
My pleasure. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye. We have some unique AkulMac memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful AkulMac gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe AkulMac and smash that like button. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Assimilate Technologies, and today we have a very important topic for discussion in the legal matters, and this is concerning the government functioning and their buildings and their infrastructure, which is also known as Capital Vista. And to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very eminent lawyer, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me today in this discussion of the judgment of the Supreme Court in the Central Vista redevelopment and modification challenge. And I'm looking forward for this discussion with you.
Right, Jeet. So before we start the legal aspect, I just want to give a little bit of preface to why this development is important for a country like India. So very briefly, I just tell the viewers that when the India got independence in 1947, the number of representatives in the parliament were decided on the basis of the population, and the population has almost like three times from that day in last 70 years, whereas the representatives in the parliament have not gone up. So it is like 530 and odd in the lower house, and about half of their strength in the upper house. So about 700 and odd uh, people are representing the Indians in the uh, judiciary or the Parliament of India. So, uh, the whole issue of expansion has been known to the Indian government for last 30 to 40 years, even before that. And the reason being that for some reason or the other, this expansion of the parliament was postponed. And at the same time, during the British Raj, a lot of Maharajas were having their palaces, summer palaces, when they come to meet the Vice Chancellor, Viceroys of India. They used to live in their own palace in the New Delhi area, which are now very old buildings. Some of them are almost like 250 years old, which requires the sort of renovation. And after the independence, these palaces were converted into various government buildings. So I think the government officers, when they are working from these buildings, they are at risk. So there are two aspects to the Central Vista redevelopment. One is expansion of the parliament, which is mandatory because the current parliament does not have space for extra member of parliament to accommodate. We need to expand. And why it is so critical? Because right now, one MP represents nearly 3 million Indians. If you do the math, which is very high, and 3 million cannot be adequately represented in the parliament. So that is why we need to increase the member of parliament, uh, and that will also have the democratic process. So I think that is a whole basis of this government going ahead with the redevelopment of central government buildings, which is also known as Central Vista. And recently there has been a judgment by the Supreme Court also. So I think uh, I will have Jeet talk more about it. So Jeet, over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant, you rightly said that this modification and redevelopment of the Central Vista is very much required today because when we became independent, our population was less than half of what is today. And at that time, uh, uh, around 530, which is the legislatures which are in the lower house, are not adequate as they represent 3 million people in the country. So that was what was the object and aim behind having this redevelopment of the entire Central Vista and having a modern ultra-tech parliament. And as you are aware that this Central Vista lies in the heart of the capital in Delhi, within the Lutyens Bungalow zone, where the Central Vista is located between the India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And the parliament, which was originally started construction in the year 1927, is a 93-year-old structure. And post 1971 census, where the total population of India was recorded around 54 crores, and the number of seats of the house was fixed at 545. But today the population has spiraled exponentially, and it is approximately more than 130 crore mark. And therefore, certainly, it is required to have changes in the number of parliament, the member of parliament, and which is expected to happen in 2026. And therefore, us the present central hall of the parliament, which has a seating capacity of only 440 persons, which already falls short of the present need to accommodate members of both houses together during a joint session. And there is no scope to expand the existing central hall. And therefore, it was decided by the central government to construct a new parliament building with a futuristic approach, and the House of People being 3 times the size of the present number. So certainly, this was very much required. and is a huge project. And the planning which has been conceptualized is that this will be opened in on the 75th Independence Day of the country in 2022, which is within 2 years, when the global G20 summit is also to be hosted by India in the same year. So the objective of this redevelopment plan was to have a new parliament building with space and technology to meet the present and emerging needs of vibrant Indian democracy. Also, to have a common central secretariat with all ministries in a single location for efficiency and synergy in functioning. Because as you said, that some of the offices are more than 100 years old structures, and also the government is paying a huge rent for all these offices. And therefore, it is desirable to have a common central secretariat with all ministries at one location for convenience as well as for efficiency and for saving the cost. And the third purpose was the Central Vista to be redeveloped as a world-class public space and venue for national and international events. So certainly, this is very much required and important project of the central government, which is very much essential for the democracy of this country. So the development, what was coming in the way, and what some of the petitions were filed before Delhi High Court, and ultimately it were transferred to the Supreme Court, and thereafter the Supreme Court finally coming out with a judgment 4 days ago on 5th of January, permitting the government to go ahead with this Central Vista redevelopment plan. The objections that were raised were basically that there was a change in land use of 8 plots, which were earmarked for redevelopment, and it came in the way of the Development Act, Delhi Development Act, and also with respect to certain clearances from the CBC, as well as certain clearances from the Heritage Site Board, also with regards to the environmental issues and environmental clearances required under the environmental notification, and also with regards to the principle of public trust, and uh, also with regards to providing necessary information to the public domain, as the petitioners had alleged that certain necessary information was not provided in the public domain, which ultimately led to the redevelopment in a clandestine manner by the government, not bringing out all necessary steps, which was against the democratic principles. So all these issues were dealt with by the Honorable Supreme Court in its judgment. And the Supreme Court, with regards to all these issues, negative the contention of the petitioner, and ultimately in its concluding para observes that the Supreme Court declares that there is no infirmity in the grant of no objection by the Central Vista Committee, that is the CVC. Then the approval by the Delhi Urban Art Commission as per 1973 Act is correct. The prior approval of the Heritage Conservation Committee under the clauses of the building bylaws for Delhi are also correct. It also holds that the exercise of power by the central government under Section 11A2 of the Delhi Development Act is just and proper, and thus the modifications regarding the change in land use of plot number 2 to 8 in the master plan are also confirmed. It further recommends, with regards to the environmental clearance by expert appraisal committee and grant thereof by the Ministry of Environmental Affairs, is just, proper, and in accordance with law, including the 2006 notification. And therefore, the Supreme Court upheld the same, along with appropriate directions therein, to ensure that the highlighted mitigating measures are followed by the project proponent in their letter and spirit. The project proponent may set up smog towers to adequate capacity as being integral part of the new parliament building project, and additionally use smog guns at the construction site throughout the construction phase in the progress of the site. Uh, so ultimately, the Supreme Court, by a majority of 2 judges, upheld the entire redevelopment plan by issuing certain directions, and also declaring that the proper approvals and objections were taken by the government in finalizing this plan. So that is what the Supreme Court has held. Also, with regards to the principle of sustainable development And with regards to environment and development, the Supreme Court has observed uh, that environment and development are not sworn enemies of each other, and it would be anomalous approach to consider environment as a hurdle in development and vice versa. The entities like Environment Appraisal Committee and the National Green Tribunal are created to strike a just balance between two competing interests, and a time-tested principle of striking this balance is timely invocation of mitigating environmental measures amidst a development activity. But it says that sustainable development and precautionary principles need to be understood in a proper context, and the expression sustainable development incorporates wide meaning within its soul. It contemplates that development ought to be sustainable with the idea of preservation of natural environment for present and future generation. Because it says that it is the duty of the present generation to think about the future generation with regards to environment. So it also holds that the right to development is an inalienable human right by virtue of which every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development in which all human rights and fundamental freedoms can be fully realized. So, right to development is a part of human right which is inalienable and is available to all citizens, and without which all other fundamental freedoms cannot be fully realized. So certainly development is one of the most important aspect, and considering that the India is at this stage in, and considering that it's going to be one of the most developed nations in the world in coming years, such type of development projects are extremely important for the country, for the present and the future. The only thing is that it has to ensure that the environmental protection is also ensured. So this is what the Supreme Court has held. With regards to change in use of land, also the Supreme Court holds that the master plan does not say that there cannot be no change in change in use of land, and therefore it holds that it is incomprehensible as to how the proposed changes would be termed as substantial enough to alter the basic identity of the plan, or for that matter of the zone concerned. So because the changes in the plan was basically that the plot numbers 2 to 8, which were which was what also be changed, is that they were reserved originally for transportation, that is for bus parking, terminal, etc., for recreational purpose, for public and semi-public facilities, but which were now to be changed into having government offices and also recreational and government offices. So this was the only change in the plan. So the Delhi Development Act itself provides that the change in plan should not alter should not be so substantial. It alters the entire plan itself. But the Supreme Court held that this does not alter the entire plan, and therefore this was permissible, and it was done after taking necessary permission. So this is what the Supreme Court has held in the Central Vista judgment.
Thank you very much, Jeet, for explaining this in detail for the benefit of our viewers. And also, I like to add that in 100 years, the technology has improved almost like 10 times. So what was applicable 100 years back is obsolete now. So with government, it's not only the parliament; it has a Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is the resident for the President of India, and then there are in the Vista there is a provision to also build houses for vice president as well as for the prime minister. And at this point in time, very close by, there are various ministries which exist in different buildings, and this infrastructure like rail ministry, finance ministry, just to name a few, Sena Bhavan, which manages the army affairs. So for every ministry, there is a dedicated ministry building nearby, and these are the 12 to 15 buildings actually govern Indian government. So they roll out all the plans, they roll out all the bureaucracy around the entire country. So it is very important to have a new system, more secure system, while keeping a balance. So I think this is the first step, building the larger parliament, and I think we should not stop there. We should also revamp all these ministry buildings, build a very secure infrastructure around them, and wherever there is a need to move between different government buildings, because people go from one building to other every time and then there are a lot of security involved and there is a lot of wastage of time. I've experienced this myself while pursuing some of these opportunities with the government. To enter this building, it takes about 4 to 5 hours because of the security clearance. So I think the central vista concept is very important because then the entire infrastructure can be secured and then you can move around using tunnels underground without impacting the environment. So I think there is a huge need to revamp the Indian governance system and all the ministries, especially when we are such a large country with so much of bureaucracy involved in running the day-to-day activity of the country. At the same time, having more member of parliament to represent Indians will also be beneficial for the federal system of the country. This is what I feel as a layman without even, I'm just talking in English, not talking anything in legal terms. But what is your opinion, Jeet?
Yes, absolutely. Because as the judgment itself mentions that today the country's population has increased to so many fold times, and it is more than 130 crores, and the entire country is being governed from this central vista, and therefore certainly it requires to be modern. It has to have adequate capacity, and also it requires to be up to date. And considering that in future, the future prospects also it has to be redeveloped and modified. So certainly it's a welcome judgment, and hope that the construction and redevelopment completes by uh, before the 75th Independence Day, and it can reopen and welcome the G20 summit, which is to be hosted by India.
Yes, Jeet, in fact, there are new gadgets being implemented, new systems being implemented in the new parliament, and it's going to be completely paperless to start with. Everything will be recorded. There will be new type of surveillance system. And what I've heard, what I've read in the papers, and what I've heard on the news is that there will be a separate entrance for president, and there will be separate entrance for prime minister, and for vice president, and for ministers. So the parliament will have adequate meeting rooms so that people, who want to meet the member of parliament will have adequate rooms, meeting rooms, etc., to be available. Because right now there is a huge shortage and adequate justice is not given to the system. So I think it's very important for us to move to a new parliament. And also from security point of view, considering there was a parliament attack way back in the early part of previous decade, I think it's important to have proper security for president, prime minister, and vice president. I think that is being provided here in the system. Jeet, I think this is just a start. What do you say? I mean, there is an opportunity to convert the entire Central Vista, isn't it?
Um, well, that will be difficult because there are certain heritage sites, and Parliament is also a heritage site grade one. So it cannot be entirely well. It material changes can happen, but not a new entire development, because there has to be some restrictions on development in a heritage site. So considering those provisions and with respect to environmental objections, otherwise within the permissible limits, everything can be changed.
Right. I think there is one building which I know for sure is the Rail Bhavan, which is extremely old, and from outside it looks very gorgeous and very jazzy because it looks like a palace. But from inside, it is almost crumbling. There is a rail museum there, and there is a railway ministry operating from there. I think some of the buildings can be selected and can be revamped because obviously railway is a very large ministry, requires it's one of the largest employer in the world and requires a proper building.
No, absolutely. Yes, infrastructure offices are very much required, and if efficiency is ultimately increased by having good offices and infrastructure facilities, then certainly that is the need of the hour.
And it is a very remarkable judgment by the Supreme Court giving clearance to the starting the construction of the parliament, and it will be done in less than 18 months. So I'm sure they will use the latest construction technology, modular approach, best technology to not only build the infrastructure, which is earthquake proof, fire proof, and will have the latest gadgets, completely paperless, um, with all new kinds of security, Wi-Fi, etc. So with this, we can end our discussion. Jeet, thank you very much for finding time and joining us in today's discussion. We will meet you next Thursday again in Legal Matters with something more interesting.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmak Technologies and you are welcome to our show, The Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Bindisar and Ajatashatru, the great kings of Magadha. And to discuss about these wonderful kings, we have uh, uh, Shrimati Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department at St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Hi, Kanchan. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So yet again, we are discussing the great king, Ajatashatru and Bimbisar. So I'm eager to really listen to you and what is in store about these great kings.
Okay. I will give you a little political backdrop before I start about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. If you see in the 6th century BC, it saw the rise of Mahajanpads, districts. 16 Mahajanpads came into existence and some republics also. And this all happened in the 6th century BC, in which these Mahajanpads were fighting with each other for power. Okay, and this time the Magadha Empire, it rose. And that's why they say rise of Magadha. And we don't know about the previous rulers because there is no mention in the accounts. But we get a mention about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. So Bimbisar was the fourth successor. He was the fourth king of the Pradyota dynasty or Haramkya dynasty, and he was a contemporary of Lord Buddha. So these two things are going parallelly, okay? Buddhism and rise of Magadha. Now, Bimbisar, when he came into power, he wanted to expand his empire. He wanted to expand his Magadha empire, and for that, he waged wars with some kingdoms, with some Mahajanpads, with some he entered matrimonial alliances, so that peace be there and they accept his suzerainty also. In this, imperialist policy which Bimbisar followed, he set up a very good administration in which he appointed some officers which were known as Rajbhatas. And if you see broadly, they were divided into four categories, like someone for justice, someone for administration, someone for army. So like that, the categorization was done. Apart from having a set of officers, what Bimbisar did was he gave autonomy to all his small kingdoms which were under him. So they were like Bimbisar was the head. Then there were these Mahajanpads and republics, but they enjoyed their autonomy. They were free to take their own decisions with the consent of the king. So this was the
So something like
setup.
a separate state, I mean small state, and something like today when we have a federal system, small state, they are reporting to central. I think something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
So this type of setup was there, and because Bimbisar was a contemporary of Buddha, so he some texts they tell that he followed Buddhism. Some texts tell that he followed Jainism, but the Brahmin accounts tell that he was the follower of Brahminism. After Bimbisar, his son Ajatashatru came to power, but to come into power, Ajatashatru killed his own father. He killed Bimbisar according to the Buddhist tradition. But if you see the Jain philosophy in the Jain text, it is mentioned that he poisoned himself. He committed suicide because Ajatashatru had imprisoned him.
Oh.
So different theories are there about Bimbisar's death. Now, Ajatashatru, when he came to power, okay, he came to power around 492 BC and he ruled up till 460 BC. And he followed the same imperialist policy which his father followed. He tried to expand his empire. In order to do this, the first war he had with Prasenjit, the king of Kosala kingdom, and after this war, Prasenjit offered the hand of his daughter to Ajatashatru, and Ajatashatru married him. So again, matrimonial alliance. After this Kosala kingdom, he had to wage a war against Lichavis because that time two republics were very, very powerful. They were Lichavis and the Sakyas. So with Lichavis, he had a long war, Ajatashatru, and probably it was the time when he established this city Patliputra. He laid the foundations of Patliputra at that time when he had a war with the Lichavis. After Lichavis, he again had to wage wars with the ruler of Avanti because see all these small kingdoms which were there that time, they were powerful in their own territories. So with Prasenjit, why Ajatashatru fought was because he stopped giving revenues to Ajatashatru. So one by one, he waged wars, either by war, either by treaties, either by matrimonial alliances. He tried to expand his empire, and before his death, he was able to make Magadha a very, very powerful empire. Before his death, he had extended the boundaries of Magadha empire far and wide. And one more thing because of which Ajatashatru is known in the pages of history is that he was the king who convened the first Buddhist council um, at that time. He patronized the Buddhist council that time, and Buddhist council was nothing, they were meetings. That was a huge meeting in which the monks, nuns, and either kings were invited, and they sat together and discussed how to compile the teachings of Buddha and how to propagate the good things about Buddhism, far and wide. So this was the main what shall I coin the word, main purpose of the Buddhist council. So it happened under Ajatashatru, okay, after the death of Buddha at Rajgriha. Rajgriha was the place, and this council was presided over by Mahakassapa, and they decided that how to give a shape to the teachings of Buddha so that it reaches more and more people. So Ajatashatru, he patronized Buddhism, and with this first Buddhist council which he convened at Rajgriha, he became very, very popular. But only one drawback which you will see in the personality of Ajatashatru was that he killed his father to come to the throne. And not only Ajatashatru, all the rulers of this Pratyuta dynasty, they killed their fathers to come to the throne. After Ajatashatru, his successor Darsaka, he also did the same thing. Then Shishuna did the same thing. So I don't know why this trait was there in these people, but the truth is that they did that. You know, killing their own fathers and coming to the throne. That's why this dynasty is little infamous because of this trait of killing their own fathers. And after this fall of Shishuna, then came in being the Nanda dynasty. Nanda dynasty, which was very, very brutal because they were not pro people. They only wanted to take more and more revenues for their own selfish motives. This is all about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru Kanchan.
Okay, so I've heard that this Ajatashatru was a very great general, and he's invented few weapons, and one of them is a rod caterpillar, I guess, catapult, I guess. So apart of that, one weapon was also there. Later on, it was used very much by other kings.
It was a unique device in which it was a wooden thing in which they used to put the rock and throw the rock to the enemies. If you have watched the film Bahubali has used the same weapon in it.
Yes.
So this see the war techniques which they had, the weapons, they were very advanced. That's why they were able to, conquer more territories. That was one of the major reasons.
So, apart of his impact on the Buddhist, the recognition of Buddhist council, and he was a great general. Yes, that the trait of killing his father and coming on the throne, this is not known as far as I know, and as far as I have read that any king has done in the past. So I think that is something which is really bad when we talk about Ajatashatru. But we have other very great and profound trait of Ajatashatru. So, what is the impact of Ajatashatru the period politically on India?
See, politically, as I told you at that time, these 16 Mahajanpads came into being, and then republics also came into being. So, Ajatashatru, he tried to expand the Magadhan Empire. Okay, he wanted to establish his supremacy, and he did that with his imperialist policy number one, with the wars which he waged, and with the matrimonial alliances. And when you are powerful, and then he, with this Buddhist council, became more influential because uh, he was the first person who convened the Buddhist council at Rajgriha.
Okay.
So, because of all these things, he became very, very strong politically. That's why Magadha was, and then he laid the foundations of Patliputra, which has a huge history. As a city, Patliputra has a huge history.
Right.
Not only with the Magadhan kings, but later when you will, when we will discuss about other dynasties, then also you will find the mention of Patliputra.
Yes. So I think contribution of Ajatashatru is immense because he's laid the foundation of Patliputra, who is in our history page, attained at greater heights. And apart of this, he was a great general. He's invented a weapon which we generally don't know. Most of people don't know and they don't discuss. So I think I can safely say that Ajatashatru as a great general, and we should be discussing about this face profile in schools, and people should know about this great king. It was so lovely to talk to you, Mitaji. We'll meet again in next episode and discuss another great king of India. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hey, what's up, friends? Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and my name is Chandrakant. And today I would like to talk about the new scrappage policy, vehicle policy, which Government of India has announced recently. And I've gone through the entire policy. I tried to understand the whole thing first before I actually start bringing the hidden secrets about this policy. And this show will be very interesting because people who love cars are largely affected by this policy, and I'll tell you exactly why. Before we start discussing more about this, there is a word from our sponsors. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hey, welcome back, friends. So Inner CEO is a book that you must read, and if you are actually in a profession or any business or solopreneur, I think this book is going to give you a lot of ideas. The description to book your copy today is in the link is given in the description, and we will start our topic. Before we start, I must tell you that we are live right now on 5 social media platforms, and you can engage with us. Any questions you might have, you can just use the chat function, and it will reach to us directly, and I will respond by taking your name. So it's a pity, India never had a scrappage policy, and if you remember those days where, including myself, you get up in the morning and start cleaning your car. Even if there is a smallest dirt on the mirror of your car, you just want to get rid of that grease and get rid of that. And if there is a small dent on the car, or some sort of a dent on the car, then you don't want to sleep, you have a sleepless night. So I think that is where the lot of people who love cars will get affected with this scrappage policy. And what is the scrappage policy and why it is so important for us? Number one is that the scrappage policy will allow you to take the next leap. And when we say that it's a next leap, it's basically you use your vehicle on the road as a mode of transport rather than a mode of pride. Like all of us used to feel, my car is like 20 years old, my car is 30 years old, and so on, and still it is running and it is shining and all that. So all those things we want to move on from and adapt new technologies, adapt new ways of transportation. And that is why this scrap policy has been brought in. And it is going to be helping a lot of Indians. It is going to start a circular economy. I will explain one by one all of these items. First of all, as part of the scrappage policy, there are two distinctions. One is commercial and government vehicles, and the second distinction is the private vehicles. So if you're running a commercial transport business, heavy vehicles, or you are working with the government and the government department is running those vehicles, so those are two broader classification. And since it is estimated that the government and commercial vehicles are used more than the private vehicles, because private vehicles are used only when a family wants to get out or you personally want to get out of your home or office, then it is used only for you. Whereas commercial and government vehicles are used for variety of purposes. So the scrappage policy defines that now you will be able to run government and commercial vehicle only for 15 years. And after 15 years, you need to re-register your vehicle. And when you go for re-registration of your vehicle, you have to go and get the inspection done about the fitness. So if your vehicle is fit, you can still continue re-register your vehicle with the authorities and continue to use it. But I think it's unlikely that you will be able to show that the vehicle is new, because if it is 15 years old, it's going to be old. The second thing is, for the private vehicle owners, the limit is 20 years. So you can actually use your car for 20 years. And if your car is fit enough to ply on the road, you can take a fitness certificate, get your car re-registered, and then still use it. And there are further classification that how much for how many years you can use this old vehicle. So I think first thing that we need to understand is 15 years for commercial and government vehicles and 20 years for private vehicles, and that is a free limit. Now when you go for scrapping it, there will be a lot of scrape outlets. You can go to the nearest one, which is going to be set up in next 2 years, and then the scrap yard will actually give you 4 to 6% of your vehicle price, market price, for scrapping it. So suppose you have an old vehicle, you proceed you decide to scrap it, you go to the nearest scraping point, and the scrap yard will give you 4 to 6% of the vehicle's value back to you. So you actually gain 4 to 6%. And in addition to giving you the value of the vehicle, they will also give you a certificate that you have voluntarily decided to scrap your old vehicle, and here is a certificate along with the 4 to 6% of the value of the car. Now you take that certificate and then obviously want to buy a new car. So when you buy a new car, you have to buy the car and then re-register the car with the authorities, and the registration fee there will be a discount of 25% for private owners. Suppose you are buying a private car for your own personal use, there is a 25% discount or reduction in the fee if you show the scrap certificate. So it is important that you get your old vehicle scrapped, get the certificate, get about 4 to 6% of the old car value, get a discount in registration fees up to 25%, and if you're government, you will get 15%, or government or commercial. So you get 25% discount over there, and then if you show the same certificate to the manufacturer of the car, a new car, they will give you additional allowance of 5% discount on the new car. So I think these are win-win for everybody. People will tend to use newer technology, newer vehicles, things like electric vehicles, things like more automated vehicles, vehicles which can be controlled using your mobile devices, etc., with latest features. And there is no reason to use the older vehicle and spend a lot of money. So get the older vehicle scrapped, get value out of it, get a certificate from the scrap yard, go to buy a new car, go to the showroom and get 5% discount on the value of the new car, as well as 25% discount on the registration fee of the car. Now when it comes to the road tax, on a new car there will be zero road tax. So I think it's a win-win for everyone. This is going to start a new era because of this a simple scrap policy of Indian government. Most of the Indian will benefit because they will get better discount on adopting newer technologies, newer vehicle for themselves, mostly electric vehicles, which will be cheaper to run, cheaper to operate. There is no maintenance after 6 months or 1 month or whatever, because in commercial it is a monthly maintenance, and in a private it's like six months or 1 year. Electric cars does not require maintenance regularly. The maintenance cycle is 3 years. So you will actually go ahead and get discounted price on a newer car, and you run the electric vehicles at a lower cost, and that will save a lot of money for India. Why? Because India don't have to spend their foreign exchange, which is they can save foreign exchange reserves, and they don't have to spend that money in buying crude oil from oil producing countries, because if more and more Indians adapt to electric mode of transportation, there is no need to buy expensive crude oil from outside. So there is going to be a lot of benefit as a nation we will get. And India is such a large country, if even if 50% population move on to electric vehicles, there's going to be huge saving in terms of foreign exchange. Number two is that we will actually lead the way globally, because we are almost like 20 to 25% of the global population. So we will lead the way of showing to the world that how we can bring environment change, by adapting the newer ways of transportation. We can actually have the latest vehicles with latest technologies and also benefit the environment. So we will save the environment. We will actually add new ways of doing business. We can save the foreign exchange by just this policy which the government of India has announced recently. By the way, for the commercial vehicles, the policy will be activated in 2023, and for personal vehicles it will be activated in 2024. So we still have time, but I think it is a very important step, because I think by changing a small policy, it will change the way we actually approach our transport infrastructure, roads, etc., and vehicles, and a dependency on fossil fuel. We actually move towards adapting newer methods, and it will also start more boost to electric car manufacturing agencies. It will also give there'll be new scrap yards for specialized in scrapping your car, older vehicles. And once this whole thing becomes very smooth and running, then it will become a system. Every 5 years, 5 to 6 years, the technology will be replaced. You will have a newer car. India will move ahead at a much faster rate. You get your old vehicle, which will be in millions, scrapped, and get your new car, and you always drive the latest model. So friends, this is something which is quite important, and it's a groundbreaking change for Indian population, and it is happening after 75 years of independence. So now we can start changing the environment that we are in. We have a large population to support. I think it's very important for all of us to embrace this new policy and get ready to get our old car. However, we are in love with our car. We all love our cars. We don't want our car to be scratched. But I think intelligence is to get our old car scrapped, get all the benefits that the government is giving you, get the extra allowances, get the extra discounts, get the extra subsidy which is available on electric vehicles, and at a cheaper cost run your vehicle, which will be good for environment. So friends, with this I will end my video. Before I go, I have to talk about the sponsor of this video, which is Performance Works International. The book called Inner CEO, you must have it, and you can go down in the description. The link is in the description to register your copy or book your copy. And by the way, the audiobook is free. The ebook is only for $3. So with this, I will end for today and meet you in the next video, my friends. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. Today we have an eminent historian, Mrs. Binda Paranjpe, who is the head of the Department of Banaras Hindu University. And today also we'll be discussing about Great King of India. And welcome to the show, Bindaji. How are you today?
Very nice.
Okay, Bindaji, as you know, we had been discussing.
Encouraged talking to.
Yes, it's so wonderful to talk to you every time and listen about these great personalities of Indian country, of India. So today, as you know, that we are discussing Chalukya, and today also we yet another Badami Chalukya king, Vikramaditya II, who ruled approximately 40 years. And inscriptions show that he was a great general. Even before his coronation, he had conducted a successful military campaign against Pallavas of Kanchipuram. So we would like to hear from Bindaji about this great king.
To begin with, let me make a small correction that
Yes.
The longer period of rule was of Vikramaditya's father. Vikramaditya didn't get, as a king,
Okay.
he didn't get a long time. He ruled almost for about 11 years as an independent king. But yes, he had a long span of career because he started administrative responsibilities, discharging the administrative responsibilities even as a prince. And then for some time, he was also ruling as a joint ruler along with his father. So in that sense, we can say that he had a long span of career, but eighth century.
Okay.
Now, for India, and especially for northern part of India, this period is extremely crucial because this was the time when Arabs had started advancing militarily towards India. So on that backdrop, then we would see the importance of the career of this king.
Yes, and
How would you like to know about him?
yes, I would like to know the impact of his administration, and I also I just read a few aspect of his era, and I know that Lokeshwara temple and Tirulokeshwara temple constructed during his era was a fascinating and a centerpiece of UNESCO World Heritage. So I would like to know more about this great king. I think many people may not be knowing the contribution of Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya II.
Yeah. So this is we are doing it in a series of lectures about the great kings of ancient India, and we have already spoken about Pulakeshin II. He was a mighty ruler of this dynasty, the dynasty of Badami Chalukyas, as they are called. And he was a contemporary of another great monarch of India from northern side of India, that was Harshavardhan. So when we are talking about Vikramaditya II, we have to remember that this is on the backdrop of the great military, administrative, and cultural achievements of Pulakeshin II, who ruled almost 90 years before this king. Interestingly, we can see that there was uh, a period of little less influence of the Badami Chalukyas because the Pallavas had become very powerful. In fact, probably the death of Pulakeshin is also attributed to the war against the Pallavas. So that runs in the family, that the most natural enemy of the Badami Chalukyas were the Pallavas. And Vikramaditya, he continued with wars against Pallavas, and in a way, that defeat at the hands of Pallavas was avenged by Vikramaditya II. He fought against the Pallavas in his career thrice. Once when his father was ruling, but the main military campaign was led by Vikramaditya. Second, when he was the king, coronated king of the Badami Chalukyan throne. And the third time, it was his son, Kirtivarman II, who fought on behalf of the main ruling king, that is Vikramaditya II. The point to be noted here is that geographically speaking, the entire region of South India came under the influence of the Chalukyas of Badami during the time of Vikramaditya II. Because these three wars against the Pallavas, they were decisive wars. And after that, Pallavas really could not regain their power. And simultaneously, the other small kingdoms, the then small kingdoms, of course, subsequently those kingdoms also became the mighty kingdoms, but the Pandyas, the Keralas, the Kalabras, the Cholas were also defeated by Vikramaditya II. So if you see that the whole peninsular India came under the influence of the Badami Chalukyas. Now, in that sense, we can call him a great empire builder. But more, I would like to draw attention with the event that I was mentioning right in the beginning, that this was the time when North India was threatened, and especially the northwestern part of India, right up to the middle part of Gujarat, with the Arab invasion. And they also invaded a part that was uh, a principality under the Badami Chalukyas, the latter prant of Gujarat that was adjacent to the coastal districts of Maharashtra. The ruler there was sometimes called as a governor or maybe a subordinate, but belonging to the Chalukyan family line. He was also called Pulakeshin. And of course, he's the one who actually fought against the Arabs. But why I'm mentioning it is, where do the role of Vikramaditya II comes? this ruler of Lat Gujarat, and also the other feudatory of the Vikramaditya II, Danti Durga, who later on became the independent ruler of the Rashtrakutas, they fought against the Arabs. And Vikramaditya recognized their contribution towards stopping the Arab invasion from coming to the southern part of India, to the Deccan. And then he conferred a lot of respectful titles upon these subordinates and encouraged them and acknowledged their contribution. So I think if you see what was happening in the North India, this ruler, the southern ruler, the ruler of the Badami Chalukyas, seemed to be very, very conscious about protecting his boundaries, and that too from the Arab invasion. That time the Arabs were called Tajiks. And on the other hand, what we should see is that on the coastal region, the Arab traders were welcomed. They were there and they were trading with the Indian southern part also, and main trade link between the Central Asian regions and far off regions of Europe also. So I think Vikramaditya II's this crucial time at which he was ruling needs to be contextualized with the Arab invasion.
Yeah, so when we are talking about Pulkeshan, he was again was a good administrator. He make friends by marriage alliances. A part of this, he also he was also a good administrator, as I told you, and he also fought many war, and he was undefeated till last when he died with Pallavas conflict. But then if we see Vikramaditya Badami Chalukya King Vikramaditya II era, I think he is more of raging war and protecting the boundaries of his empire. So, did he got really to rule his empire, give administration, and give happy life to his people at that point of time?
Uh, One very great epigraphist and ancient historian, Dr. K.V. Ramesh, has thoroughly analyzed the inscriptions of the Badami Chalukyas, and based on that, he has reconstructed history of the Chalukyas, of Vatapi as he chooses to call it. The modern name is Badami. He has shown that Vikramaditya Dvitiya's rule, except for his wars against the Pallavas, was a peaceful rule. And during this time of peace, he put all his resources and energy and administrative skills in undertaking lot of construction activities. The temples were constructed. We also have got some epigraphic evidence about the tanks, obviously for irrigation and perennial water supply to people. He also encouraged education, which in those days was more in the hands of the Vedic learners. So he encouraged them by giving large scale donations, establishing them, and gave them land donations so that they can be self supportive and conduct the activity of imparting Vedic knowledge. He also seemed to have encouraged the Jain scholars. Now, this is very significant because the Jains were very prominent in southern part of Karnataka region, and he supported them. We have got evidences that he gave donations to the Jain temples. He patronized the Jain scholars. He recognized their importance by way of making arrangements for perpetual endowment, for feeding and rest houses which are attached to the Jain temple. So it is not just at the stray occurrence of a king visiting a place and making some donation. It was a very thoughtful plan of supporting Jainism also, equally the way the Vedic tradition, the Vaishnava and Jain traditions were supported.
So, when we talk about the peaceful era of Badami Chalukya King Vikramaditya II, So, and you also mentioned that he had a great ties with Arabs, though Arab invaded and they defeated with the help of Rashtrakuta also fought at that point of time to stop Arabs. So, apart of this, what were the economic condition in South India, and are the culture and the trade ties were there with other countries?
We don't have any direct reference about it in the time of Vikramaditya II, but definitely this was a time when India had good trade relations with Southeast Asia. It had just started, it was the beginning phase of it. And basically, all the wealth that we are talking about, the Pallavas, and that wealth that came to the Badami Chalukyas because of the invasion of the Pallava country, a major part of it was coming because of the trade with Southeast Asia. So, in that sense, indirectly, the kingdom of Vatapi was getting benefit of that trade. But other than that, I think good amount of provision was done for encouraging agriculture. As I said, we have reference to making of tanks. We also have got references about the lands being donated to temples and to the priests. Usually, what happens that when such land donations are made and people start plowing and cultivating that land on behalf of the temple or on behalf of those priests who got donations, the surrounding land also starts coming under the plow. Now, the donations which are made, they are rent free. The state is not getting income out of it. But then why does the state encourage this? Because that encouragement that the other agriculturists are getting for bringing more and more land under cultivation, and then the state gets more revenue by that. So I think Vikramaditya also continued with this policy, and I'm sure he must have encouraged a lot of new lands to be brought under plow, because we have the geographical locations. If we see, they are near the rivers, they are near the water streams, they are at the foothills of the uh, regions of Western Ghats. So I think this shows planning on part of the king to make sure that the state keeps getting good revenues.
So I can safely say that Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya re-established a strong empire by defeating Pallavas. Now, though what I feel is condition of women in most of these great empires were good, but what you can say about condition of women during uh, uh, Badami Chalukya Vikramaditya II's era?
As it goes, that generally we don't see a very high position of women. But if we talk about the royal house, it definitely encouraged women to participate in administration. Um, in our earlier talk, we gave reference to the participation of queens in the administration in the rule of Kalyani Chalukyas, which is later than Badami Chalukyas. I think the tradition was already there in the Badami Chalukyas, and we have reference to that, that the queen of Vikramaditya II also participated in the administration, number one. Number two, what we can see is that he had two queens who were sisters from the same family. That was the family of the Hayayas, very ancient lineage family. And both of them, they constructed very important, very impressive temples, made donations to those temples so that the temple maintenance will not be a problem, and also gave donations for the learned priests, Brahmins who would come and visit those temples. Apart from that, they also specially paid attention to the craftsmen. Now, this is something which is not so common. We get less reference to the craftsmen being encouraged honored. They were honored by giving them special titles, like one of the architects of temple by Trailokya Mahadevi. He was called Tribhuvanachari. Like, he was the best in the world in his uh, architecture, architect skills. They were given exemptions from the taxes. So this is something which is very unique. And if the queens are doing it, that means they must be having certain say in the administration, and their word was respected by the king. So in that sense, if we not talk about the general conditions of the general women, like, always anywhere in the world we can say that women cannot be a homogeneous category. So different women from different class and different sections of society, they have different kinds of rights. But certainly this, in the royal house at least, these women, the queens, they had a very important positions to be held, and their word was respected. But other than that, something very important that I want to mention here when we are talking about these queens and the donations that they made to the temple. The Trailokya Mahadevi, who was probably who was the elder sister amongst the two who were married to the same king, she made arrangements that certain measures of grains would be given to the temple uh, every season, because that was required for the temple feasts, maybe, or the regular offerings to the god in the temple. But she mentions that it should not be made compulsory on the people.
Okay.
So, this very thought that not being exploitative,
Right.
not using any brute force.
Right.
I think this is possible when they must have taken people in confidence, and with their cooperation, such kind of pronouncement was made. And I thought that this is something very unique, because otherwise in the inscriptions, what we get is that this much of land was given in donation, or this much of grain was announced to be given to the temple. This is very common. In most of the inscriptions, we get these kinds of details. But making it further clear that this should not be by oppression. People should not feel oppressed with it. They should not feel it compulsory. It should come more as a voluntary contribution. The very thought of it, I'm not vouching for it, whether in practice always it happened like that, but at least the ideal of the kings to take people in confidence, to do the act with their cooperation, it's, I think, very interesting. Another unique feature, which I felt is not so common with other kings, and especially if we are talking about the Chalukyas and the Pallavas and the tension and the military campaigns that went amongst them. Uh, uh, Pulakeshin II had a defeat at the hands of probably Narasimhavarman first, the Pallava king. He takes a proud title, Vatapi Kond, means the destroyer or the defeater of Vatapi. Vatapi is the capital city of the Chalukyas. But we also have description about the damage that was caused due to annexation of Vatapi by the Pallava king. On the other hand, when we see that Vikramaditya II entered the capital city of the Pallavas, that is Kanchi, he did not cause any damage to the city. In fact, it is very clearly written in the inscriptions that he paid respect to the learned Brahmins, and he gave generous gifts to the people who are needy, poor, people who did not have strength to support themselves. Very clearly, it has been written that when he entered the city, he did not cause any damage to the city. So, on the backdrop of what Pallavas had done, if we say that Vikramaditya II was avenging that defeat, but his way of avenging that defeat was more like a true warrior. You fought a war, you won the war, you forced the king to leave his kingdom, but when you enter his capital city, you respect the people, because your rivalry is not with the people.
Right.
So he tried to gain confidence of the people. Second very important thing that he did is that, and this description is very graphic. I think more and more people should know about it, because on one side we have got lot of texts. They tell you about the ideals of the kings, the principles on which the polity should run. And here we have got more or less a reliable evidence to show that the kings were following it in ancient times. So the temple wealth by way of precious ornaments, gold that was offered to the god, that was recorded. Probably to see how much of wealth possession this temple has. The temple in the Kanchi itself, Rajasimheswar temple, where Vikramaditya II entered the city and saw the temple. The recording was made, and he returned all that wealth to the same temple. He did not carry it along.
Okay. So
So
that's a great gesture actually, and
so
I would,
unique. I mean, I
yes,
think these kinds of references are not very common.
right,
What he
right,
took away was more the royal emblems and insignia. Like we have got a reference to a particular kind of musical instrument, kotumukh, some string instrument maybe. Maybe that was very special to the royal court. That was taken away. The banner, which was the banner of the Pallavas, the Khatwang was shown on that, that was taken. So all that was a symbol of the power of the Pallavas was taken, but the wealth was kept back where it belonged to. And not only once, we have got more evidence also of that, that the other temples were also equally respected by the king. And um, something that was so common in ancient India, that the war loot will be there. And in that,
right.
the temples were also not spared. But
Mm.
here we have got a king who respected the faith of respect to the same God.
Yeah, I also heard that after the war, he also treated well the Pallava king. He's not like insulted him or something like that. He also was very kind of just in his attitude. So I think
That is
Badami
what is
Chalukya.
also said. But this is common. I mean, most of
Mhm.
the ancient kings, if a king is, uh, how to say, uh, accepts the victory of the other king, then no harm was caused. So, in that sense, yes, he followed the ancient rule of polity.
So I think there's no doubt that Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya II was one of the greatest king of India, and people should read about him and the way he conquered, the way he re-established Chalukya dynasty, the way he was carrying a king of his era. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, madam, and know about this great king. We'll be discussing about our other another great king in next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and welcome to Legal Matters. And let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show.
Jeet, what we would like to discuss is something which is aware. It's a common knowledge. Everybody is aware that our constitution is an evolving constitution, and the constitution itself allows amendment to itself. So I think we would like to discuss more around this. How this mechanism works, and what was the first amendment which made the constitution the way it appears today.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. You are right when you say that constitution is an evolving. and a living document. And when the constitution was enacted and came into existence, that is on 26 January 1950, it was a great experiment that India began with, because it was the first written constitution and one of the lengthiest constitution uh, uh, which was enacted in India. And first time we became the citizens of this great country, and the citizens and persons residing in India had the fundamental rights. So this was the first time this concept of fundamental rights, the directive principles of state policy, the this great document came into existence. So certainly that was a great day for the country, and it was a great experiment, because first time something of this nature was being adopted and was put into existence. So certainly the constitution itself provides that it should change and it should adapt with the times, and any document which is created 70, 80 or 100 years prior would certainly, with the change in time, require certain changes. And therefore there was a mechanism prescribed under the constitution itself, that in certain circumstances the constitution could be amended. But this amendment of the constitution and the powers upon the parliament were of such a nature that not in every circumstance that the constitution should be amended, not every part of the constitution that could be amended, and there were certain inbuilt restrictions. But what happened is that when it came into existence, the first year of the Supreme Court, also because of the constitution, the Supreme Court was also constituted and came into existence in the year 1950. And the interpretation of the Supreme Court at that time with regards to the fundamental rights and certain judgments were so much in favor of the citizens, because it again tried to restrict the government from controlling the freedoms that the constitution itself had provided. So the first of the judgments with regards to freedom of speech and expression was in the matter of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, where the government in 1950 tried to curb the freedom of press because it did not agree with the views being expressed by the media houses that were run by Romesh Thapar, who was slightly towards the left, was a and Brij Bhushan was another. Was the editor of another organizer who was right wing. So basically, the Congress at that time did not want right wing or left wing to be in the center, or its views were not in consonance with the views of this government. So they wanted to curb it, control it, and therefore the government of Madras came out with a circular banning the edition of Romesh Thapar in the state of Madras. And these restrictions were challenged before the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court came down heavily against the state, saying that freedom of speech and expression, you cannot control it unless it is provided under Article 19.2. So these were landmark judgments of that time, giving freedom of speech, and freedom of press was also elevated to the status of a fundamental right. So this was a major judgment which gave a major blow to the government at that time. Second was with respect to the judgment of Champakam Dorai Rajan, wherein again the communal order issued by the state of Madras, which provided for certain reservations to certain religion and certain castes, was declared to be void by the Supreme Court because it violated Article 19.2, which says that for admission in educational colleges run by the state, there cannot be any discrimination with respect to race, religion, caste, creed, etc. So having a reservation policy was not in consonance at that time with the fundamental rights. And therefore, this judgment gave a major blow, because in Madras, this circular giving reserved seats for certain religious candidates was in existence prior to independence. So there was a major uproar in state of Madras. And the third judgment was with regards to the right to property, because at that time, right to property was also a fundamental right under Article 19(1)(f) and Article 31. But because the main program of the government was with regards to the zamindari abolition and land reforms, because it wanted to distribute the land after acquiring it from zamindars to poor peasants and farmers. So this was a major program, and these zamindars also did not want to give up their land very easily. So there was a great fight between the government and the zamindars, and the Bihar state, which came out with a state land reform act in 1950, acquiring the land of the for acquisition of lands of the zamindars. The zamindars challenged that act before the Bihar Patna High Court, and Patna High Court in 1951 gave out a judgment declaring the act to be unconstitutional, because the Patna High Court believed that it was violative of Article 14 of the Constitution, which provides for equality, as different zamindars having different parcels of land were to be given different rates of compensation. So this, the Patna High Court held, was not constitutional and in violation of fundamental right to equality of the zamindars. So because it said that there cannot be a class within a class, and therefore it violated the fundamental rights of the zamindars. So this was a major blow. So government at that time had the majority, because it was the only government, the Congress had the majority. But the parliament had not come into existence by way of an elected representative, because the elections were to happen in October 1951. But the government was so furious that it did not like the interpretation given by the Supreme Court in favor of citizens, and the programs of the government were not being implemented as it wanted. And therefore, though there was a provisional parliament and the Constituent Assembly, which had drafted the constitution, was granted that power of conducting the parliament, and that provisional parliament uh, came out with a amendment bill to the constitution, and that was the first amendment, and it was sent to the president, and Dr. Rajendra Prasad at that time objected to certain changes which were made, because the changes that it had wanted to introduce were restrict the fundamental right of freedom and expression and bring out certain more restrictions to it. The second change that it wanted was to insert Article 15 Clause 4 in the Constitution, which which would empower the state to provide for special reservations and special provisions for backward classes. And third was with respect to insertion of certain more restrictions with regards to right to property. And Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in his comments on the bill, said that it's an irony of fate that the most cherished part of the constitution, that is fundamental rights, is the first to be assailed. So therefore, despite of objection from the president, and despite that the bill was introduced in the parliament, and after 16 days of debate, it was ultimately cleared on 18th of June 1951. But the most important and criticized move in that amendment was that it altered the basic structure of the constitution to the effect that it introduced a schedule 9 to the constitution, wherein laws could be placed. So a state legislature or a parliament could pass any law, and that law, if was placed in schedule 9 to the constitution, then the courts did not have the authority or jurisdiction to decide on its constitutionality. So this was unheard, and this was unknown to law, because you are taking away the power of the court to examine a law. And even if a law is violating fundamental rights of the citizens, despite that the courts could not hold it void. So this altered the entire structure of the constitution, the basic structure of the constitution. But despite opposition, there were few leaders who had opposed. Even Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, who was also the member of the drafting of the Constituent Assembly and the drafter of the Constitution. He also vehemently opposed, saying that what is this amendment that you are bringing? But then, despite opposition, the amendment was passed and cleared and came into effect on 18th June 1951. So this goes to show that if there are not certain restrictions on the power of amending the constitution, then having a majority and a government which wants its way over the rights of the citizens, then amendments of such a nature which would take away the fundamental rights could also be passed. So thereafter, in a series of judgments of the Supreme Court, this battle began with regards to the supremacy of the parliament over the Supreme Court and the constitution. And several judgments of the Supreme Court at that time were nullified by bringing these sorts of amendments with retrospective effect. And ultimately, this matter was settled by a landmark decision of the Supreme Court, a 13-judge bench decision of the Supreme Court in Keshwanand Bharti in the year 1973, wherein the Supreme Court laid down that the basic structure of the Constitution cannot be changed or amended by the Parliament, and that power is not with the Parliament. So certain basic features of the Constitution, like the preamble, the Part 3 fundamental rights, uh, so these were the certain basic structures of the Constitution, the judicial review. So these basic structure of the Constitution could not be amended, and that power is not with the Parliament. But rest of the parts of the Constitution can be amended. So this is what the majority laid down in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But the first amendment did bring out a lot of changes, and later on there were several amendments to the Constitution. In fact, till date, there are more than 120 amendments which have been passed by the Parliament with respect to the Constitution in a short span of 70 years, which is unusual because we see the US Constitution, which is more than 200 years old. There are not more than 27 to 28 amendments, even after 200 years. So it is not to be easily amended. Only it can be amended if there are certain lacunas which the Parliament feels that are required and are of such a nature that it does not alter the basic structure. Then only a constitution can be amended.
Well, I think the two countries which were formed at the same time in 1947, which is our neighboring country called Pakistan, and whether it is the first amendment or the second one, but I think we were successfully, as a nation, were able to abolish the jamidari system, as you said. And there was a mechanism which was also, I've heard from my forefathers that if there is a labor and he can show the payment receipt, the land will be his. And that is a kind of system that they came up with to bring equality. Otherwise, it was more of a feudalistic society. So I'm very happy that, you know, in the neighboring country, the evolution of society has happened in a feudal manner. You know, if you look at Pakistan, they were never able to demolish the zamindari system, and their whole politics and the entire social fabric is based on feudalism, whereas India has evolved. But you know, because of this first amendment, what is your opinion? Did it change the way we do governance, or did it had any major impact on our governance systems?
So yes, so with respect to our neighboring country, yes, you are right. We could abolish the zamindari system and also give land to the peasants and farmers who were tilling the land on that day, because otherwise there were big zamindars who were exploiting these farmers and peasants. So rather than a feudalistic society, we have certainly evolved and given the poor farmers the right over their property. So certainly that was a major victory. But what was a little disturbing aspect of that amendment was taking away the judicial review, because Schedule 9, inserting Schedule 9 and saying that any act, even if it violates fundamental right, would be out of judicial review, was not in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So ultimately, yes, the economic social policy of the government in abolishing the zamindari system, it was successful. But taking away the judicial review, the power of the Supreme Court to examine the law, was something which was extremely disturbing. And later on, it was rectified by the Supreme Court in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But it took 23 years, because from 1951 to 1974, there were several acts which were placed in Schedule 9. And Supreme Court also in 74 said that all acts till date placed cannot be judged, but any act after 1974 is placed into Schedule 9, then it can be decided by its constitutionality can be decided, and if it violates fundamental rights, then it can be declared to be unconstitutional. So that was a landmark decision. But till that time, taking away judicial review was not something in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So that is the one aspect which disturbed the governance at that time. But yes, the abolition of zamindar system was, the government was successful.
And also the reservation, because the reservation was also implemented, and we have the reservation applicable till today. So I think these two things which were very important. um, However, I think you made a very good point, very pertinent point, that you know, anything that we come up with, any amendment to the constitution, should be open to judicial review. And I think you're right by saying that before this landmark judgment of 1973, the highest number of amendments were done during that time, and after that 73, the amendments you mentioned about 100 and odd amendments, but I think those are fewer than what was done before that 73 judgment, isn't it?
Yeah, so around 43 to 44 amendments were passed till 77, 78, and 44th amendment, which took away the right to property from the part 3 of the constitution, and it was brought into another as a constitutional right under article 300A. But yes, so right to property was one of the most amended provisions in the constitution. It went through a lot of amendments in order to ensure that the zamindar system is abolished and the land reforms program of the government is implemented.
Excellent.
But with respect to yes, yes. But with respect to reservation, what the Supreme Court said, it cannot be on religious lines. But certain backward classes, the reservation could be there, and it was always there under the Constitution, and even the constitutional debates provided for the reservation policy. So,
Absolutely.
but that judgment was yes, yes, correct.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, you put the whole perspective very correctly, and I think in a very simple terms. And all Indians, all of us should know what has happened from 1951, and how government acted, and what is the state of affairs today, so that we are more aware of our legal rights and duties. So, thank you very much for explaining the First Amendment, which was made in 1951 to our Constitution in so much of detail.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
So we will catch up again next week in legal matters. Until then, I'll say goodbye to you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, welcome to Akunmek Live. I am Kanchan Varma, and you are welcome to our series of great rishis and great saints of India. And today I will be talking about Maharishi Bhrigu. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them after some time. Maharishi Bhrigu's contribution is profound and very unique. He stands out when we talk about other saints and rishis of the world. Maharishi Bhrigu is one of the 7 great sages of Saptarishi, and Saptarishi means highly ranked priest or celestial intellectual beings of Vedic and Hindu religion. Maharishi Bhrigu is first compiler of productive astrology and also author of Bhrigu Samhita, the astrological classical book. According to Manu Smriti, Bhrigu lived during the time of Manu. Now, let me tell you a little about Manu Smriti. Manu Smriti is believed to be the first ancient legal text and constitution among the many Dharma Shastra of Hinduism. In ancient India, often sages used to write, put down their ideas and how the society should run on the manuscripts. It was one of the first Sanskrit texts to be translated into English in 1776 by British philologist Sir William Jones, and was used to construct Hindu laws to the advantage of British colonial government. Now, coming back to the effect of Manu's script is vast, because the fame of this text is not only limited to India, but it also has effect in the Buddhistic law of Myanmar and Thailand. Also ascribed to Manu, the text also influenced the past Hindu kingdoms of Cambodia and Indonesia. And going forward, I would also want to tell you a little about Manu. Manu means the first man of humanity, the one who rules when the universe is born anew. The current universe is asserted to be ruled by seventh Manu named Vevavasta. Vevavasta was the king before the great flood occurred. And he was warned by the incarnation of Vishnu and built a boat that carried the Vedas and Manu's families and 7 sages to safety. And this tale is also interpreted in many other texts like Mahabharata and other Puranas. I think you will find Manu's story similar to the story of Noah and his ark. Maharshi Bhrigu was married to Khyati, one of the 9 daughters of sage Kardama. She is more popularly known as daughter of Prajapati Daksh. She is mother of goddess Lakshmi. And Maharishi Bhrigu also had many popular and very good sons. And to name a few is Dhata Vidata. He had one more famous son which is better known than Bhrigu himself, Shukracharya, who was a learned sage and guru of Asur. Asur means demon. And he trained all demons during that era. The sage is also father of Chavanya, who is known for his medicine skill and his rejuvenation through special herbal paste known as Chavan Prash, which was later on prescribed and prepared by Ashwani Kumar, the god of medicine. Bhrigu's another son, Marikonda, is a folklore hero. Marikanda is considered as the founder of weaving, and as a result, God's gratitude was granted 2 boons, a tiger and a giant. The giant disobeyed Manikunda's order and was slain, but tiger obeyed, and so he lived. According to modern weaver caste, there's a folklore that if tiger is encountered in the jungle, it is enough only to speak name of Mrikanda. Mrikanda's name is enough to prevent being attacked. Mrikanda is still seen as a watchful and a protective figure in mythology history. All Bhrigu's sons and his lineage has a unique place in history, and their contribution to mankind cannot be ignored. And even famous warrior rishi like sage Parshuram also has a place in Bhrigu's family tree. Maharshi Bhrigu has first compiled the predictive astrology. He compiled around 500,000 horoscope and recorded the life details and events of various persons. This formed a database for further research and study. The study culminated in the birth of science of determining the quality of the time, and Hora, which deals with the finer point of predictive method. The horoscope were based upon the planetary position of Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Rahu. Rahu means north node of moon, and Ketu, south node of moon. After Maharshi Bhrigu gave his prediction on different types of horoscope compiled by him, with the help of God Ganesha, who is god of intellectual and fortune, in the brief and concise manner. The total possible horoscope chart that can be drawn with this compilation is about 45 million. So if we search any instance of data compilation, then Maharshi Bhrigu's name cannot be ignored. And that too he has done such a long time ago. He compiled around 500,000 horoscope, recorded the life details and event of various persons. That means collect, organize, report, interpret data, and then find probabilities and finding the mean in the data. So that means if we apply a handling calculation formula, so that means mean is equal to sum of observation upon number of observations. So, and that too of individualistically, and that is a great contribution of Maharishi Bhrigus to the mankind. Maharishi taught this art to his famous son Shukracharya. Currently, a part of Bhrigu Samhita is available at Hoshiarpur, Sultanpur district of current Indian Punjab state and Varanasi state of current Indian Uttar Pradesh state. Many people have found their horoscope in this part of the world. Maharshi Bhrigu is also credited with the knowledge of Sanjeevani Vidya, which is knowledge that raised the dead back to the life. And later this knowledge is officially conferred to Shukracharya, son of Bhrigu, which he used time to time and brought back his disciple demons back to life. Maharshi's contribution is larger than life and cannot be described in words. And it's a great contribution to mankind. So Akulmat salutes Maharshi Bhrigu. Before I end this video, I would like to extend a big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Here's a message from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to Nation. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is closely associated with radio broadcasting and he has interest in generating sales leads. So let me ask him very crucial question. Now things are very as far as business is concerned is not very good. So we'll be asking Sitesh how to generate good leads. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's been long that we have spoken and it's always wonderful to talk to you. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. And I see that business, when we are talking about business people, the crucial question is how to generate new leads for the business. So earlier we used to go cold calls, we used to find out time to really meet
our clients and presents our services or products. But now due to COVID, everybody is at home. Even big companies are asking their employees to work from home. Now, in this scenario, the crucial question is how to generate new sales leads. Do you have any idea?
Well, Kanchan, I always go by the dictum that either a product or a solution is so good that it does not need a sales, or we need to build a story to sell some product which is not yet tested in the market. And that's where it is important to understand the product mix or the solution mix, and in our digital world, the offering, how great and how unique. I was talking to some senior sales guy, and he said the word USP, unique selling point, is something that has been so much overrated in today's world, because no product is niche, no solution is unique unless and until the execution is unique, unless and until the team is unique, unless and until the implementation is fast enough. So earlier the product was unique, but today the execution has to be unique. And that is where I think the lead generation for any business, whether it is manufacturing or IT or government business, defense, public sector, it is important to create a narrative, and it takes time. What we used to call sales cycle, I think we should say story cycle today. We must build stories, we must create the interest in the stories, and then think of creating the leads. So even if it is a cold calling, throughout the day, me and you get so many calls from a credit card guys, lifetime credit card, personal loan, and none of these guys speak about creating a story, even if it is for few seconds or a minute. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a great idea to create a story. But I think one thing which I really feel is about that, though we have a good story, though we have a good product or service, but still we are not interacting. There's no human touch. We are not interacting with people as we used to. Now everything is technology driven. Now in this scenario, how good any company is to really create a sales story. And because in the Indian market, it's very important to feel in touch aspect when we talk about customers and clients. So I think what do you think about how to get into this sales cycle, as you said, or maybe story creating cycle? But then we, as Indians, we are more inclined to really feel and touch of the product, and that's why I have seen recently many people are giving their services, not the product, but the services for free for some time. So I feel is that is there any other way? Rather, okay, fine, we create a story, but how to execute it? Because the days of cold calling, I think, is gone.
Yes, Kanchan. So, with the changing times, uh, the life in this pandemic, we all have been inside our homes most of the time. Probably we never thought that our home can be extended to so much of activities beyond the home. And therefore, when it comes to the sales, it is something home based. The sales has become home based. We all do the home based selling. We all talk about the stories. But there's something that I want to emphasize. Instead of cold calling, why not do cold emailing? Cold emailing, then by going by the cold phone calls, and then probably generate so many mailers that can go today by just a click of a button. 5,000 mails can be sent out, but each of those mails may not come back again. They might land up in a spam box. And therefore, I think it is important, more important today, to have a qualified emails, qualified phone calls. And since, as you said, Indians are more about meeting, touching, talking face to face, having food together, I think this is also true in many markets. But in today's life, I think you create a story, and that story needs to be believed in such a way that your prospect is bound or to say, hey, your story is interesting. Can we meet for a coffee? Because people are going out for meeting on a coffee. I myself have met so many people in last few weeks, but I must tell you, there I have not been able to meet lot of people, but I have been able to meet choice people that I wanted to meet, because I wanted to make an impression upon them about the sales or the product or the proposition. So in a salesperson's life, there is something interesting like a funnel. So you put so many things in the funnel, and only qualified sales or leads go inside the funnel. So in today's time, people have understood that we may not need to send out mass email, but we may not able to reach out to mass number of people, but it is important to qualify by doing more research and then send out qualified cold emails, and those cold emails would return back, and then they would not remain cold anymore.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yes, I feel that I'll take up a few points from the discussion. First is a good story, and your product or service should be surrounded by good story, and I think believable story. And second, you said that you should do an email, but I have a little contradiction on it. When we talk about email, so there are many email I also receive, and you see those email, all are sales. Mostly emails are of sale, so I don't even read them and I delete it. So the thing is, what I feel is that email at the moment is not working. What do you say about this?
So in a salesperson's life, Kanchan, a salesperson is more like the ringmaster in a circus. If you remember the old circus days, the ringmaster is able to control every character or every actor in a circus event for that evening or for many evenings. So a salesman has to keep on jumping between email, phone calls, social media, not so much social media, WhatsApp, and even Instagram marketing. And on top of all of this, picking up a phone call with someone even for 2 minutes or even for a minute, and thinking about what needs to be told to that particular targeted person. And I have more or less, when I call some CX, I generally it goes to some office assistant or a receptionist. Now a receptionist doesn't is a very important part of that whole chain to connect me to some CXO. But the receptionist needs to listen what he or she needs to listen, not what I want to tell. And that is something which needs a little bit of a creativity in your content. And the content creativity is something that we all can figure it out in terms of our target customer, target potential customer, the geography, the chosen words, the long sentences versus small sentences, and it has become more of a personal kind of a conversation in today's life, because everybody is working from home. So I think it is important to understand the context of the sale that is we all are aiming for.
Yeah, you mentioned very good point about social media, and what I think that social media has taken a front row seat when we talk about presenting anything, or when we want to introduce to some product or services. So I think it's a combination of technology and creativity, and then uh, reaching out to people in masses. And I think that is where the challenge is, to reach out here also, when we talk about social media, to reach out the right kind of customer, in other words, directed, targeted customer for our services and our product. So I think it will take some more time to really make a funnel, rather than going randomly. And then in this process, what my opinion is, we waste a lot of time. So when we are talking about making a funnel, so what are those areas we should consider, we should take into consideration while really reaching out to our targeted customers?
So, like Kanchan, like it's very interesting. We all are connected to so many networks, and we all are part of so many of WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups, Facebook pages, networks. But if you think deeply, are we the networks, or the networks is about us, or we are about the networks? What we bring into the network is something that is more important always, rather than what the network brings to us. So me and you, we know each other, developed a rapport over a time after talking, and we have spoken about our synergies together. And when we talk about synergies, then there comes a point where we need to talk about business or commercial turning point of it. The challenge today is that because of social media, because of email, because of the phone calls being so cheap, the data is so as cheap as water, it is, we think the business also should move that fast. But that's not the case. Ultimately, it is the human mind that needs to be convinced about a service or a solution. And the moment human mind comes into picture, there are multiple things rather than just the technology part of it. Technology was, technology is an enabler, and technology will remain as an enabler. Despite putting up so much of artificial intelligence or machine learning into our platforms, it is the people, the stories, the spoken word, the smile, the video touch, uh, and then, if needed, taking a leap of faith and going to meet for a coffee. All of that put together makes a good recipe for a sales lead. So whether it is 5,000 emails or 500 emails, ultimately it is the person-based selling, and that will always remain the hallmark of sales. Great systems like Salesforce or any other CRM systems can never be greater than the salesmen themselves. And that's what I believe.
Yes, definitely. A sales person has to be more equipped with the product and the services, and that is there. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. And from this discussion, I think the takeaway is that you should have a creative story, and you should have a platform social media platform and technology to really reach out to the people. And then gradually you will come, you will be able to make a funnel, because you can even direct your mails or your creatives or your advertisement to certain defined, predefined customer also through media, uh, social media. So I think the sales parameter has changed. The sales platform has changed, and we have to be equipped with the new technology and the new method of sales through social media, creating a creative story, and of course, product has to be good enough to lure the customer and the client. So that is one of the basic things. So as usual, it was so wonderful to talk to you today. We'll meet again with some interesting topic next time. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Market is and you.
Bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mic Live, and I am Chandrakant. Today, we want to discuss about a new tech gadget which has been launched into the market in partnership with Ray-Ban by Facebook, and it is called Facebook Smart Glass. So we will not be talking about the unboxing or feature and things like that, but we'll be covering the social aspect around this particular product and why we should care. And to discuss this matter, I'll be joined by a very distinguished personality from UK, Mr. Naval Gund, who is the chairman of MindFit Limited. So let's welcome him. Good morning, Naval. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yes, we are going to be talking about James Bond coming to the high street.
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at the smart glass, they are very stylish. They are the standard Ray-Ban collection, wafer and different kinds of collection. And they are, integrated with Facebook technology, have direct connectivity with Facebook application. So, I mean, I will tell you exactly what special feature it has, but what do you think? What is your opinion about having a smart glass and which does not look like a smart glass and does not give any feeling to other party that you are wearing something special? What is that you feel about such a gadget?
My immediate thoughts are this is stylish. And then my thoughts around privacy, data privacy, personal privacy, people taking my photo on the high street as they do with CCTV cameras. But at least with CCTV cameras in the main, I can see them. And I can, walking down the street, I can see them and I can say, hello, here I am. Here's my face. Do the facial recognition if you like. I'm just an honest citizen. Nothing wrong with me. But this is taking it to the James Bond arena, as I said at the beginning. Welcome to the world of James Bond, because we've now seen a very stylish, iconic sunglass manufacturer, Ray-Ban, who have literally, with a pair of new Ray-Bans, with these little dimples that you see on the side of the glasses that make Ray-Ban, and now recording my voice and also recording my face. Now, is this legal? That's the first question I want to do. I mean, with GoPro, for instance, you can actually see it. It's clunky, it's big. It is pretty scientific. You know, the gadget itself is fantastic. I've used it myself when I've been going on, you know, play rides and screaming my head off like most people do. But these take it into a different world. And I just wonder whether this is actually moving into the privacy arena that I feel uncomfortable about, frankly. It all sounds great, and the technology behind it is absolutely fantastic. Look at the fact that we've got a pair of sunglasses that just look like typical Ray-Bans. So the micro technology that's in play here, I just take my hat off. You know, that's a big tick in the box. But what about privacy law? And that's I think this is the issue for me, CK. What do you think?
Well, certainly this is, you know, infringement of privacy, because it is not, it's like my glasses, you know, what I'm wearing right now. And so before I actually give you a detailed answer, let me tell you very briefly, you know, what it has in terms of feature. And, you know, in terms of Facebook connectivity, it is connected with their talk function. So you can actually, you have two speakers on the two sides where you can actually listen to the music, take calls through Messenger. You can even respond to messages and things like that. So it is already built into your glasses. But I think it has two cameras on this side, and each camera is 5-megapixel cameras, which are fairly good. And surprisingly, like other smart glasses, like you see Apple smart glass, it displays things on your lens. This one does not display anything on the lens, so it will not disturb you. But what it does is that it has a control, it's a gesture control on this side, where you can actually increase, decrease things on this side, and also has a switch on camera where you can just tap once and then your recording starts. Now, I think in my opinion, this could be a GoPro killer, because the GoPro is something that you need to carry it with a stand or put it on a helmet. Here, you're just walking around with your glasses, very stylish glasses, and you're recording everything. You're cycling, you're recording everything. And then you can go live on Facebook Live. So it will have the same impact, but you're not carrying anything extra. You're just carrying your normal sunglass. And by the way, when you go out in sun, you actually wear glasses. So you can just, there is no additional gadget required. Just take your glass, connect with your Facebook, go live. So I think that is one thing. And I think to answer the privacy related question, I think what Facebook is doing is that there is a small light on the right hand side here. So when your camera is on, you can actually see the other person on the other side can see that there is recording on, and there is a small LED bulb here, which shows that actually your camera is on and you're recording. And if you don't like, you can object to it. And similarly, there is a light which is inside. So the wearer of the glass also knows that the recording is on. So there are two lights, one inside and then one outside. So in terms of privacy, this is what the Facebook is providing to users.
It's great that they're providing it. The issue is it's the use of it. So although they are probably getting around the laws of privacy, walking down, so for instance, we have some pretty strict laws in the UK that you cannot, let's just take a school environment, you cannot film or take photographs of children in the playground without parental consent. Well, we've just gone past that, haven't we? Do the people buying these Ray-Bans realize the responsible role they're now taking on? I mean, the thing about this is, GoPro was advertised on a basis of thrill seekers having fun. And it's a great idea because, like anybody else, I used to go on Disney rides and with the kids, and I would have, my little handy cam, holding up here. Well, GoPro took that away and it just clipped on to my bag, my glasses, whatever it was. And it was the thrill-seeking bit, and it was about personal. It was about your personal journey, memories that you were collecting for yourself. But now we're moving into glasses. Let's just take the step beyond sunglasses, glasses. So you wear glasses, I wear glasses. Mine are reading glasses. I would struggle actually looking at the screen if I took my glasses off. And you would definitely know at the moment that I'm not wearing contacts and there's no recording mechanism in my contact lenses. But there could be going forward. And the fact that I've got glasses that don't have these little bobble bits on the side like Ray-Bans doesn't mean to say that I'm not recording this conversation. And there are rules around recording conversations, as you well know, CK, having worked in the world of voice and VoIP and telephone calls. So I think that on the face of it, this is fantastic. It's the fact that Ray-Ban are here is a style icon. I can't wait to go into a shop and try them on, actually, just to see what they're like. But this, whether it's a bright red dot or a green dot or what have you, who's going to be looking for that? And this is where the privacy laws, I think, and sorry for going on about this, but privacy is a really big thing these days. When a person buying these glasses are doing it for themselves, they're doing it for the fun around themselves, so that when they're wandering around a place they've never been to before, so they've gone on holiday, and they're literally walking around, and they're taking a video of the sights, what's there, the food, how people are having fun and laughing, and then putting it to their mates on Facebook. I mean, that's what these are intended to do. Unfortunately, I think there are too many laws that Facebook and Ray-Ban are forcing on the user. And they're not making the user aware of the responsibility of the user. And I think that actually will be the issue. Will I buy one? Probably not, frankly. It's not the price range. I think they're $299. I don't think that would stop me. But why would I just want to record it and put it on Facebook? I mean, if I'm going to record it, it's for me. It's not for just for Facebook. So I think it's clever technology-wise. I think it's a great gimmick in some respects. It'll be a bit of fun. I can see them selling thousands, millions, maybe. But I think we're moving into James Bond land here about who owns that data, who is taking my picture, why are they taking my picture? And the reality of life is that the user isn't interested in you, typically. They're interested in the ambience and what's going on around them. Those are my immediate thoughts, CK. You caught me on the hop this morning because I'd heard about this about a year ago, but I didn't realize that it's gone live. But it started to get me thinking about, who owns what, really?
Well, Neville, I think you're absolutely right about the privacy. I think the way Facebook has handled the privacy is by making you sign their agreement. And there is already an agreement. And in fact, there is a very surprising thing that in the agreement, they are saying that Facebook is authorized to collect the metadata of your recordings. That means the place and the time they will collect. So I think that is one thing. And second thing is, this is just a starting point, and the next release will be integrated with the AR, which is augmented reality. So I think this is this is just a starting point, and they want to see that how this product actually go into the market. But the next version would be probably the version that you and I can buy actually, because that will be integrated with the augmented reality, and you can actually along with the video, you can start getting things like artificial things which are floating around, gamers, and I think all that. So currently, if you want to buy a AR goggle, it will cost you about a lot of money, I think at least $1,000. But here, you just have a sunglass with an augmented reality. You can move around outside, or you can sit inside your home and enjoy the game. So I think that is a second step, and probably you and I can buy the next version of Ray-Ban. What do you think, Neville?
Well, I think we'll see. I mean, you've mentioned things that the data is effectively going to be owned by somebody else, which again, it's my data. You know, you're getting something for free. I think this is the classic rip-off in the world these days. And if everything's going to be free, that's fine. But unfortunately, things aren't free. I want to buy a Montblanc pen, then I have to go and pay a lot of money for a Montblanc pen. I don't have to pay the same amount of money for a Bic, but I want a Montblanc pen. That's not free. But data, for some reason, we've wandered into this arena in the public arena of being free. Now, I've worked for some large, international corporations, and one thing data isn't is free. Because once you've generated it, it's cost a lot of money to generate that data within the organization. And we store it away like squirrels so that we can use it for our own, intellectual property gain. It's a competitive advantage. And I think this is where we need to be smart now. We need to wake up. And I think young people are waking up to the fact that, they're not going on Facebook. Why? Because they don't want to be seen on Facebook. They don't want their personal photographs to be shared and manipulated on Facebook by somebody else. It's a great area for grooming. I mean, let's take the next step now. The cybersecurity arena, the rat catchers that I call them, or a friend of mine calls them the catfishers, which are snoopers. They're predators. They prey on individuals, and they make you do things you don't want to do. And if that's where social media is going, then guess what? I can see a lot of social media platforms imploding because people will not go on them. And it's as simple as that. And let's look at, I spoke with a young person, or several young people over the last few weeks, but one particular person that didn't realize that Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp are all connected. And I said, well, just go to the bottom of the disclaimer and just look at who owns who. And we had a stand-up argument about what social media platforms were. And I said, look, don't moan at me. I'm just giving you a few facts. Go and look at it for yourself. And I think when people realize that ultimately, most of these platforms are actually owned by one or two, main organizations. And let's face it, there's lots of mergers and acquisitions activity in this particular sector. We even outside of the corporate arena that you and I know, there's a lot of activity where one company gets too big for its boots and bought out by another. And they're quite happy to take the money. So I think this is a bigger issue than probably you and I both expected to talk about today. But the issue is who owns my data? I think, is it me or is it a platform that I've put it on? Buyer beware. Remember, these platforms typically don't charge you to be on it. You can put it up for free. But as they say in business, there's no such thing as a free lunch. So someone's getting something out of this. But it's a fascinating subject today, CK. Thanks for Thanks for raising it. It's we've gone from style icons, having a pair of sunglasses that record your memories, right the way down to, oh my goodness, 007s on High Street. Let's see. It's been a bit of fun this morning, CK, but it's not a funny topic in some respects.
Neville, thank you so much for sharing your concerns and your thoughts. One thing I'd like to clarify is that in the agreement, which I've gone through in the morning, the Facebook is not actually collecting your data. Actually, they are just collecting your metadata in the agreement. That means, suppose you're actually taking a video, so place and time and date of that recording will be taken by Facebook. I don't know the reason. There must be some legal reasons behind it. But you can delete your video. You can, append the video. You can actually change the filter. So there is an app which is also coming along with this device, which will allow you to make changes to your video. So I think all in all, for tech buffs, this is a very good piece. You can get rid of your GoPro, which looks very ugly. You can just wear very stylish, and you can go riding your bicycle, go walking into Switzerland, some street, and take a video instead of just pointing your mobile phone like that. You just wear it and take your video. So I think this has interesting application, and I think this is stopgap for an augmented reality, the next release. So we will wait for that. Neville, thank you so much for joining us today morning and raising the concerns, which are very, very vital. I think something has to be done about it, because now you're, getting Reiki done by a James Bond style person just outside your house, and you will not even suspect him. So I think from that perspective, this is very, very important. But I'd like to say goodbye, and we will catch up again on this news as this device evolves.
Cheerio, everybody. I hope you have a great day, have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we are taking you to the spiritual city of the world. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Welcome to the show today, and today we are taking you to a wonderful city which is also called as Ancient City, which is also termed as a spiritual capital of India. And just giving you a cue, this is a twin city, and the other city which we compare is Kathmandu with this city. So today we have a guest who will be discussing about this wonderful city. So without wasting any moment, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastav. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Kanchan, from the land of Khaike Pan Banaraswala. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity to talk about the city, which is a twin city of Kathmandu, and it is also my soul city. I have a soul connection with Varanasi, and I can say Varanasyam Nadi tu Siddh Pur Sarsavita Pravishta Tripatha Ganga Tasmin Kshetre Mama Priye, where the Lord says that this city is so lovely to be, which is surrounded by the river Ganga. Thank you. How are you, Kanchan?
I'm fine, and definitely this city is wonderful city because it is ancient, and we have a very strong connection when we talk about Buddhism, when we talk about Hinduism. Now, I also read that at 528 BC, for the first time, Buddha established Buddhism in the city, and he narrated or he addressed the first sermon of Buddhism. So yes, we are eager to really know about the city. Please go ahead, tell about the city. As you know that this is the soul city for you, so I think that people will get more to hear about the city from you.
Kanchan, this is a soul city for me because I can do a soul searching in this city, as my mother belonged from this place. She grew up on the banks of Ganga. And I have always gone back to Varanasi looking for the mystical questions and mysterious answers. Varanasi or Benares or also Kashi is something which is as ancient as human beings themselves. A recorded history of at least 3,000 years, first mentioned probably in Mahabharata, a place where Goswami Tulsidas and Kabir, they actually found their mojo on writing what we have said and told centuries. And this city is about religion, mysticism, philosophy, science, and about something which is about a microcosm of universe, how things move in this city and how they come into their being. Every object in the city has got some mysterious stories to tell.
Right. I've also heard and read somewhere that the architecture of the city is based on the mandala architecture, which is considered to be very auspicious when we talk about Hinduism and when we talk about Buddhism. So let us take a tour of buildings, temples in the city.
Well, Kanchan, this city's history can be captured in 3 layers, I can say. The ancient times, the medieval times, and the modern times. And each and every lane of this city or buildings of this city has a history to talk about. And since it was from the times immemorial, this was a confluence of Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, and then also the influences of Muslim and Christianity. This city is a confluence, a melting pot of religious discussions, philosophical discussions. And this is about the architecture of the city, where you can find one side Mughal architecture as it is seen in the Kashi Naresh palaces, which were built somewhere around 1737, and around later there were a lot of ghats. The city is known for the ghats, were built by the different Maratha families, Holkar families, Shinde families, and other kingdoms of princely state families. So the architecture is also reflects. You can see one side a Rajasthani architecture, you can see Mughal architecture, you can see the temple, ancient temple architectures as well. And this city offers a great deal in today's world. On a discounted terms, it offers a great deal of life lessons just in 1 week's time.
Right. Let us also see what are the famous temples, because generally people go for temple visit, because as we mentioned, this is a spiritual city. Now, when we are talking about temples, so what are the main temples?
Well, this city is having at least 2,000 temples, Kanchan, and world record holders in the temples. Probably these are more, but 2,000 temples, and these temples are in the serpentine streets, or we call them gully. बनारस गलियों का शहर है. एक गली से दूसरी गली से शहर खत्म हो जाता है, जिंदगी खत्म नहीं होती कंचन. So some of the great temples of this city are, of course, Kashi Vishwanath, Sankat Mochan, Bharat Mata Temple, Durga Temple, and there are many, many more such temples. Each temple has got a history, and each temple is a delight to visit. And the moment you keep your feet over there, there is a goosebumps because of the surroundings, because of the feeling of a divine presence in these places, especially Kashi Vishwanath, which I have felt personally. And people say that when you are in Banaras, you must make your presence registered with Kashi Vishwanath. Though he is the reigning deity or the king of the city, there is also a kotwal or a police officer deity in the city where you must register your presence if you have to be saved from some untoward events, which is also very common in this city.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now, you see, Banaras has a special place in all Indians' heart because it is said that once you visit Banaras or by any chance you die in Banaras, then you attain salvation. The city is considered to be very, very pious. So I would like to know now, what is the maximum period one can spend in the city to really witness and visit all the places and witness that kind of feeling and aura of the city?
Well, Kanchan, for me, this is something very interesting, and I have never understood the essence of it. I have seen in Banaras or Kashi people reaching to some of the lodges or hotels, or not hotels, dharamshalas or lodges, that they would pass away very, very soon. They would die. And as you just said, dying in Banaras near the Ganges gives the salvation and freedom from the life and death cycle. There are places where people check in for a week or so or 10 days and they think that they will pass away and they will be free from the cycle. But that does not happen all the time. So they have to move out. So Banaras or Varanasi is a 24/7 into 365 days city, always beaming and always in the move. And one can just observe it standing at from any one ghat, one can stand and just observe how in front of the eyes all aspects of life can be seen. In some ghats, people are taking a dip in the Ganges to do away with all the sins, and on some other ghats, people are cremating the bodies, and throughout the day and night, not a single time the cremation stops. So Banaras has got almost like 88 ghats. We've known 88 ghats, and all of these ghats are spectacular. Some of them are more popular than others, but I will tell you, every ghat has a story, and probably it comes from that Varanasi only. Ghat ghat ka pani pi kar aaya hu.
Well, on a lighter side, you mentioned a muhavra kind of thing, but I also want to ask you that now in modern times, Banaras has shifted. I think I've never visited Banaras, and that is in my list to visit Banaras once in lifetime, because most of Indians, they have this city, I mean, in the traveling list, and they want to visit the city once in a lifetime. So I'm also among these people. But I would like to ask you, like, I've heard this is a combination of modern and ancient cultures, because it also represents by Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister, and Banaras has found its representation in the Parliament. And newly, I think last year, we also have a cruise which is being introduced on Ganga. So tell me how this is a mixture of modern and ancient cultures or lifestyles.
Well, Kanchan, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose Varanasi as his constituency. I think it is a feather in Mr. Narendra Modi's cap and not in Varanasi's cap. Varanasi has been a place for luminaries, for the Vidwan, for the intellectuals, for the intelligence. In the modern times, I remember Premchand, Madan Mohan Malviya, and the music gharanas of Pandit Ravi Shankar, Bismillah Khan, and many more. And in that list, there are, I think, in the city has given at least 2 or 3 Bharat Ratnas to our country. So Banaras is actually the cultural capital of the modern India, I would say, in last 300 years, where a lot of a thought process has gone through about shaping of the modern India. Banaras Hindu University, BHU, is one glaring example of that. It was established with the help of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya and Annie Besant, who also started Theosophical Society in the city. And thinking about Goswami Tulsidas writing Ramcharitmanas and simplifying it around the time of Akbar's reign in this country around 1560. This is something which is amazing. And this city is also a place or a home to some of the great medical wonders like plastic surgery. This is one of the oldest plastic surgery practice can be found in Varanasi. Use of calculus. One of the ghat also has an observatory put up by one Rajputana king from Jaipur. So in this one place, this city shows about the life and death and everything in between. Food, amazing, all kinds of food. I know you are going to ask me about vegetarian food, and I must tell you, the breakfast of Varanasi, kachori, jalebi, milk, lassi, and there are others. Varanasi is a confluence of human life, and for the celebration of human life. And I think this place is having a place of Shiva. I mean, this is Shiva's place. And therefore, there are even sometimes you can find tantric practices. In the 60s and 70s of India, this was the hub of hippie movement. Foreigners coming from outside and spending a lot of time around the Ganges Ganges in the Varanasi area. And sunrise and the sunset in the Ganges in Varanasi. This is something, a surreal world. It's a surreal experience.
Well, as you mentioned, the BHU, the Banaras Hindu University, and for our viewers, I would like to tell that Banaras Hindu University is one of the largest university of Asia, and all kind of education streams are being taught, from Jyotish Vidya to science to astronomy. Every subject will have a place in Banaras University, and now I will come to the city. Definitely, the city is awesome. It has a special place in our lives. It gives lot of, even by pronouncing also Banaras, Varanasi, Kashi, because Shankaracharya is also being said visited the city, and from there he started the traveling to all over India and taking the messages of Shiva. And as you mentioned, this is a city of Shiva. Shiva established this city. So now I would like to ask you how you will describe the city, maybe in 1 and 2 words.
No, this is not possible, Kanchan. For Varanasi, this is not possible because it has so deep connections, especially with me as a soul city. For me, I don't think there is any distinction of a soul city in our lexicon today. But this city is about Ganges. This city is about ghats. This city is about intellectuals. This city is about everyone coming together and believing in that happiness of life and also sadness of death. Or you can actually reverse it also. Happiness of death and sadness of life in the real terms. This city is also a place for so many different kind of temples. From India, I believe Kashi Vishwanath is being served by the priests from Tamil Nadu, if I'm correct. There are a lot of Bengali population in Varanasi. They have found some great Bengali mystiques in the shores of Banaras. And therefore, this city is larger than life itself. It is larger than its people itself. And one must visit this city. And I think in the modern parlance, in today's time, probably it is not as a hot travel destination, but one who is seeking to know some meaning of life must visit this city. And they would call, once they visit, they would call you Kanchan, they would call me and say thank you.
Well, as you have very well mentioned, because we cannot shrink the identity of city Banaras into few words, because it is a city of tremendous feelings, tremendous outputs, tremendous of giving to mankind. And from very antiquity, the city is being flourishing. It's being served by people. It's being kind of given many things to the people. But before I end, I just also want to mention to our viewers that Banaras is not only famous for spirituality, but it is also a modern city, because how can I forget the Banarasi sari? Or there are few modern things which are happening at the moment. After 2014, there's a lot of development which city has witnessed. So, as usual, Sitesh, it is so wonderful to talk to you, and we'll be taking a trip to another wonderful city of the world in our next episode. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live, and the big question today is, can we get out of our past? Forget going back in time and changing our past. Can we even get out of our past? And as we go on living our life, a lot of events keep happening, and we sometimes wish, if I had taken a different decision, then my life would have been different. But really, can we get out of that situation? Can we even allow to think in that manner? So to solve this problem in today's program, I will actually do a thought experiment along with you. So let's say if we have a person sitting on his table along with a table lamp. As you can see, he is just simply enjoying his sitting there in his room along with his table lamp, and the table lamp is giving light to him. And as you can see that, this man has no intention, but he is just getting his surroundings, and he himself is getting illuminated by that light. But by just getting illumination from that table lamp, what are the impact on our surroundings, on our life? So if we understand a little bit more in detail, as far as our understanding goes, the table lamp is going to give light in all directions. And this is what our perception tells us, that when we switch on the table lamp, it is giving lights in all directions, which is true also, because table lamp is giving the light, all the photons are traveling in all 360 degrees in a spherical motion, and it is spreading the light Um, However, when we actually like to see the portion of the light which is getting to us, then what is that portion that is getting to us, and then we are able to notice that. So, taking this thought experiment forward, really, it is this particular triangle is something that we actually see. And whether you believe it or not, the light which is traveling at the angle of 45 degrees from the zero pitch, that is our pitch when we're looking straight into the table lamp, from that line, 45 degrees up and 45 degrees down is the cone of light, is what we actually see. So essentially, when the light is getting emitted from a table lamp, a 90-degree cone is what is visible to us at all time. So even though our perception is that the table lamp is giving 360 degrees of light, but in true sense, we are not actually getting all the light, because all other light is getting illuminated going out. Sometimes it is getting bounced off from items in the room, or sometimes if there is an opening, it is going out of the window forever, not reaching us. So the light and the photons which have escaped out of the room, we will never see them. So therefore, if this is a reality, let's make the things a little bit more complex. Let's say this room exists in space, and as you would agree with me that space is not stationary. While we are sitting in the room, we feel that we are sitting stationary, but in real sense, the space, the earth, everything is moving, and we are moving through space and also in time. So let's say for this particular picture, let's say we are moving in straight line through space, and as you can see that the cone of the light keeps increasing and spreading outwards at the speed of light. So let's say if we start switch on the table lamp, that is time 0, and from there on our journey starts, and then we keep progressing. As we keep progressing in our journey through space, the cone of the light which is coming at the 45 degrees angle towards us keeps increasing in diameter at the speed of light. So we will be traveling at certain speed, say 100 kilometers an hour, let's say, but the speed of light is constant, as we know. So the speed of light will always be casting a light bubble around us, and as we keep going forward and forward, the bubble keeps expanding and expanding at all times. So there could be an instance where we are actually also moving in time. So if that is the consideration also, if we consider that we are also moving not only in space but also in time, then our movement can be projected in this manner, as you can see in this picture, where we are traveling at a slight angle, where if we are traveling at the speed of light, then we'll be traveling vertically. But that is not the case. Nobody can travel at the speed of light, and where the time becomes 0 and we are only traveling in time. So since we are traveling in space and time, and the speed is very, very slow as compared to the speed of light, we will be traveling at a slight angle. But light, being light, will be always traveling at the speed of light and will be casting a cone 45 degrees from our line of view, from the source of the light, and this cone will be ever expanding to infinity. And if you can imagine the situation here, as this gentleman, he is just sitting around and the time is passing by, he is getting engulfed in a bigger and bigger cone of the same light which is being emitted from the table lamp, and as the time passes by, the cone of the light which is getting emitted from the table lamp keeps increasing bigger and bigger, and there is no way, even after 100 years, he will be still submerged in this light which has been emitted by the cone by the table lamp, and it has now formed a much bigger cone, and therefore you can never get out of this light which has been emitted by this table lamp. Even if you get up and go to a different room, but this light is already emitted, and since you're traveling in space-time, you will always be traveling within this cone of light, and even though you're not able to see because the light would become very faint as the time passes by, but the fact of the matter is that light will be there, and you will always be able to see yourself as it existed few moments back because of this light which was emitted. Now let's say hypothetically you increase your speed, because right now we are saying that we are traveling very fast. If you increase the speed and if you're able to travel faster than the speed of light, which will never happen, but even if you increase your speed, the first cone will also always be there, which will always keep surrounding you. You'll always be submerged inside that first light which has been emitted. So in nutshell, there is no way you can get out of your past. Whatever you do, there is no way. Physically, it is an impossibility to get out of your past, simply because I've given you this thought experiment. You can think about it. Write to me what you feel about this thought experiment. And it's just a thought experiment. I have not used any of these scientific equations, or I have not taken anybody's name like Einstein, or I have not given any theorem. It's just a thought experiment where even if you take a candle, the light of the candle will behave in the same manner as the light of a table lamp, or light of a much bigger source like a sun or a star or even a galaxy. Whenever there is a light which is coming to us and we are observing that light, from that point onwards, that same light will keep increasing their cone, and we will never be able to escape that reality. And that becomes our reality, that becomes our past, that becomes our present, and also sometime in some cases, if we are moving very fast, also becomes our future. It is an impossible task to get out of the past. This is what I have to say. If you have any suggestions, any comments, do write in. We can have a debate, we can have a discussion, and I will read out some of these special messages that you send to me in the next episode of Akul Mac Live. I'll stop today and say goodbye, only to catch you again in the next one. Friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I want to draw your attention to the recently conducted COP26 meeting in Glasgow, in which some decisions were taken in order to save our climate. There is a target of net zero by 2050, whereas India has said that the net zero target has to be achieved, but not by 2050, but by 2070. There are a lot of reasons, and we have actually covered those reasons in the past videos. But in today's video, I have a very interesting news. Friends, as you know that the major polluter is the power generation plants. So if you look at the hydro, which is clean again, and if you look at the other one, which is most prevalent in India, are the thermal power plants, are the most polluting. So in the interim, while India is ramping up their solar power generation and also unconventional method of power generation, I think the tested and tried method is the nuclear power. And, it's been operational for last couple of decades. The nuclear power plants are typically very huge, and it requires a nuclear reaction to go inside the nuclear power plant in order to generate power. So this is a tested and tried method. So in the interim, India has decided to go into ramping up the nuclear power, And the decision is that, in fact, it is announced a couple of days back that there will be at least 9 new nuclear power plant across India, and this will help bridge the gap and reduce the dependency on thermal power in the long run. And if you look at how this power generation happens, so it's typically, I mean, you have to boil the water to generate steam, and the steam will then drive the turbines, and the turbine will then generate the electricity, which is pretty much like a hydropower plant where you have a water is flows down into a turbine, and then turbine rotates, generating electricity. So it's that portion is similar. However, the critical part here is a reactor. The reactor is basically runs on a nuclear fuel, and I think most of us know what is a nuclear fuel. Nuclear fuel is in today's world is the uranium, and the reaction is also very interesting. And in fact, you would like to know, in fact, for the benefit of viewers who want to know actually how the energy is generated, I would like to just draw your attention to the type of energy which is released in fission reaction, and that is the strong nuclear force. Now, strong nuclear force is so strong that it binds the nucleus together, and during this reaction of fission, 0.7% of the mass of the fuel is converted into pure energy. So I think this is a very important parameter. It's not that the entire mass is burned. It's only 0.7% of the matter is used to generate energy, which we can use it as a clean energy for our consumption. And if you look at the reaction in very simple terms, the uranium atom has 200, the weight of the nucleus is 235, which means that it has in the nucleus so many protons and so many neutrons, and 235 is the number of the atomic number. And if you look at in this picture, we are showing that we are just adding one neutron into the nucleus of this uranium atom. Now, since uranium atom is one of the largest atom, the binding energy is there, which binds the nucleus together, but it is kind of weak. So by adding one neutron into the nucleus, bombarding into the nucleus, we make it unstable. And because it is unstable, it immediately decay into krypton and barium, two smaller elements. And the remainder of the energy, which is 0.7%, is converted into pure energy. And in addition, there are 3 extra neutrons are also released in this reaction, which will then strike the other uranium atom nearby, and the reaction goes on, and this is what we call it, a chain reaction. So by just using only 0.7% of the material, so much of energy is released. So you can imagine that the nuclear power plant can be so efficient, unlike petroleum engine or unlike burning coal, where there is so much of wastage. Nuclear power plants are tested, tried, giving you very clean green energy. And there are 2 types of variants of uranium, which is 238, which is slightly bigger, and 235, which is slightly smaller. So the type of reaction that happens, I have demonstrated in the previous slide, was basically based on uranium, which is 235, and it is purified. So if you have a purified version of 235, the previous reaction will happen. However, if you have 238 also, which is a very different kind of a variant, which has extra mass in it, but a different type of reaction will happen. If you use a mixture of 235 and 238, then this kind of reaction will not only give you a lot of energy, a lot of heat, but also give you plutonium. And plutonium is the weapon grade material. So it is used in atom bomb, etc. And these kind of nuclear reactors are called enrichment nuclear reactors. So it uses both variant of uranium, which is 235 as well as 238. So you can imagine now, friends, when I'm telling you about the nuclear energy, you have to just find very small amount of uranium, and that will basically last for a lifetime. So typically, if you look at the nuclear power plant, they come with fully loaded for about 20 to 30 years. That means once they are constructed, they will be completely protected using lead and concrete dooms. The amount of uranium which is fed inside those will last for the entire lifetime of the power plant. So this is pretty much very proven technology, and it is very clean, and it does not require to fuel several times every day, or several times in a week, or several times in a month. So it is like fitted once, and then it will keep giving you energy for rest of its lifetime. So now let's understand where this uranium is. I'm sure you must be able to appreciate that the uranium is very scarce and it is not found everywhere. It is even more scarce than the gold, and since it is heavier than the gold. So this is the chart which tells us about the known sources, and you can see that the largest source is Australia, where there is the highest amount of uranium found. However, India also has about 1% of the uranium, and now these are the ore uranium which has to be further taken out from the mines and purified so that it can be used in the power plant. So purification is kind of very tough process, which is called refinement, and those kind of refinement facilities are mostly available in US and USSR or Russia, current day Russia. So, and also UK and all that. So I think the whole idea of getting uranium is the key here. So you can build a power plant, but to get the supply of the uranium is the key, because not every country has the knowledge or capacity to purify uranium which can be used in a power plant. So that is why the dependency, or you keep hearing about the nuclear treaty, is something which comes in the picture. However, with the current plan, India is going to increase the nuclear power output almost 3 times within next 10 years until 2031. And currently, India is producing 6780 megawatt from nuclear reactors. But because of this 9 new nuclear reactors which will be added in next 10 years, the increase of in power generation from the nuclear reactors will go up to 22,480 megawatts. So it's a big deal, but I think it is required, and it must be done by India in order to reduce the load on the conventional power generation division, because these are the biggest polluter of nature. And by doing this, India will also fulfill their goal of becoming green country, because we will have most of the vehicles will be running by electricity by that time, and the power generation for houses will also be done using unconventional power and also the nuclear power. So I think this is a great news. We are going to get 9 extra nuclear power generation plants in India in next 10 years. So friends, do you feel excited about this? If yes, do write in, share your comments, share your thoughts, and I will read some of these selected comments of yours in the next program of Akul Mac Live. I will say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akul Mac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion Forum. In this forum, we will be discussing the skills gap that we have today in India, and that may becoming a stumbling block to reaching the 5 trillion economy mark.
And in this program, we call various leaders to discuss the prevailing issues. And today, I am honored to present to you Mr. Raj Neravati, who is the founder and CEO of a new age company called Hug Innovation. Raj and Hug Innovation are well known in the market uh, among the people and also among the various business fraternity. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Raj Neravati.
Hello, friends. Good morning. And this is a chilly morning here in north part of India, and yeah, it's almost like 6 degrees here. It's quite cold. But let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Goni.
Good morning, CK. Well, it's chilly here too, so join each other. Although I don't seem to be having the overcoat that you've got on.
Oh yeah, because you get heating in the UK, so you are well. You have a cozy environment, whereas we have winters only for a couple of months, so we don't really. We just wear more clothes. That's it.
There you go. So let's talk about the chilly environment. No, let's not talk about the chilly environment. Let's talk about something progressive, something that's changing in your world, which recognize, although it's taken some time to change, it recognizes change. It recognizes things need to change.
Certainly, Naval. So there has been a lot of activities at the country level, and as you know, just to give you a little background, India is a federal country. That means different states which are ruled by state governments, and the state governments are also elected by the people, local people, by direct vote transfer. So if I want to select a government, I have to personally vote in my name directly to a member of legislative assembly. So we call them MLAs. They are pretty much like MPs, member of parliament, but they rule the state. And from each state, there are MPs which are selected and they go to the parliament. The idea being that the people who are elected by normal citizens will carry their issues forward and discuss it out and basically become a lawmaker. What works for us, what we need, what are our requirements, those are represented in the assemblies at the state level and in the parliament at the country level. So in India, there has been election right from grassroots, right from villages to housing societies and then townships and state. So everything is very politically charged up in India because there are no absolute powers. There are no power for life. All of these positions, starting from the village head to the prime minister, are elected for a short duration. Now, having said that, there are federal structure also. So all these different state governments are part of India. They follow the Indian law, which is unified law. India is a secular country, and it allows all types of people to coexist, having different languages, different religion. And that is a very good, powerful system that allows countries to join India or leave if they want to. So it's a completely federal structure. It gives a lot of freedom, political freedom, and as under this system, there are set number of people representative goes to the parliament. And when the India got independence from UK in 1947, the ratio was, depending on how many people were there at that point in time, and the figure was 530 and odd member of parliament in the lower house and about 230 in the upper house. The role for lower house is to run the government, and the role for upper house is to govern the parliament and the lower house. So basically, they are the house of elders who will watch what is going on, and nothing is going wrong in India. So that was the way the parliament in India operate. And even after independence, a lot of different states or different countries who were independent earlier joined Indian
ecosystem. And the last country to join was a small country up north, bordering China, next to Bhutan, called Sikkim. In 1973, it joined India, became 29th state of India. So we are 29 different government under the umbrella of the Indian government. Now, having said that, this is just a background for people to understand, for some of your friends to understand also. Uh, the population of India has almost become 2.5 times after independence. We are now 1.3 and plus people, and elections are going on. The ratio of member of parliament versus the people of India is nearly 3 million now. And that means 3 million people are sending one MP to the parliament. And that is a huge number. We were finding it difficult to represent everyone in the parliament because there is limited space in the building, and parliament is an institution by itself. It comes along with a lot of other facilities and the government working, etc. So it's a very huge structure, especially for a country like India. It has parliament building, it has security services, it has annex which provides the translation, because there are people from different part of India do not understand language. So there are automatic translators, bookkeeping, record storing, and all that. So it's a huge structure for the Indian Parliament, and there was a need to expand it. One, to represent Indian people better, and also to allow new federations to come and join Indian subcontinent. So finally, we got approval. Government of India has given 2 years time to construct a new building, which is almost like 2.5 times bigger than the previous one. And this will have facility to have nearly 1,200 plus member of parliament. So that means currently we have about 700 and odd, but the growth is almost like 300 to 400 extra member of parliament approaching, working together into the parliament. So I think that is a very big update, especially for this part of the world where India, being a democratic country, right from grassroots to the level of the country, and also a federal country. That means each state can come and join and follow the Indian laws and rule of law. So, and at the same time, maintain their identity, language, religion, and so on, and freedom to live, freedom of liberty, and different kinds of rights. So, I think this is something which I wanted to update you today, and wanted to take your opinion also, because you are joining us from UK, and the name of the program is Naval Gund Live. Want to really understand your perspective on this one.
Well, it's a fascinating change, isn't it? We do know that governments take years and years and years to change. One thing that we know, it's a fact of life that governments move much, much slower than a business moves. However, what we need to applaud is the fact that change is happening. No matter where it's come from, and this presumably is from a pressure of the people, be more democratic. We want to be better represented at the centre, because we are a much bigger nation than we were when this was set up. My guess is, listening to the numbers that you have there, it's very similar setup to the UK Houses of Parliament, the House of Lords and the House of Commons, which isn't too surprising, really, because that's how India came into pass in 1947. And the good thing is, you're now moving forward. So it's an evolution. People are growing up. But let's look a little bit more at what's physically happened. So let me ask you a few questions, and it's really around why this has happened. So I'm making a few assumptions here, but let's make sure those assumptions are facts. The population is much bigger today than it was in 1947. I mean, that is a fact. So is the government recognizing that it needs to be more representative of this growing population and the growing differences around. You say India is now 29 states. That's a huge number of states, really. I mean, you're getting over half of the states in America, for instance. So it's a huge number of states, and all of those have got differing requirements. I mean, in the UK, we have the north and the south. The north very industrial, the south more service oriented. And in India, I know there's a huge difference between the East Coast and the West Coast. And certainly the industrious arena of the north, and certainly the northwest part of India, than the northeast. So is it then that this is just clearly to become more democratic? So simple question.
It's so funny, Naval, you said the government don't take, they take a lot of time to change. So Indian government is no different. It is similar to any other government. They have taken a lot of time. This need of expansion of parliament was recognized officially in the parliament itself about 30 years back.
Wow.
And finally, the Modi government had guts to move the whole thing, because it's going to be a more than $1 billion project, because you're shifting your parliament, you're ensuring that the functioning of the government is not hampered. You're also ensuring that the advanced systems with security, with the latest gadgetry, is also installed in the new parliament. It is going to be completely paperless. So I think government of India, if you look at whichever party is ruling Indian government, they have taken a lot of time. We should have expanded in the last century itself, because population has been growing. But I think this government has shown the guts to take drastic measures, and they have given just 2 years time to build the new building. It will be ready by 2022, and we'll be having a new parliament in 23.
Well, it's great. You say, they've taken the guts. So it's been 20 years, at least 20 years in the making. We're being generous now, okay? And they've taken the guts in the last sort of 2 years, because Modi's only been around, really, for just over about 18 months or so. So it's this word guts I want to focus on, because I'd now like to talk a little bit about business, because it's having the guts to do something different. I don't want to talk about political differences here, because now we're just going to flip into the business world. What does it mean for you? Have you got the guts to change? If you've not been listening over the last 7 or 8 months, you haven't heard of this word COVID. Now, I don't know where you've been if you haven't heard of this word COVID, okay? But wherever you've been very fortunate, because you haven't heard about it, okay? The likelihood is that's 1 in a trillion chance of you not hearing about it. So you have heard about it, but what have you done about it? We've seen schools, the archetypal networking arena where you have to go to school to learn. They've gone digital. Kids no longer literally go out of the front of the house, take that short visit to school, create this pandemonium of traffic around school time, and all of a sudden the traffic dies down when every kid gets into school. Now they get out of bed, they have their breakfast, they get washed, and they go online. That is a massive change for anybody. But have you experienced it in your business? Have you gone online? Have you become the digital whiz? Have you created social media platforms that you need to do to meet the requirements of your audience? Because, by the way, your audience is no longer traipsing up and down the street. In the Western world, we've seen massive bricks and mortar retailers collapse. Not because of Amazon. I mean, lots of people have been blaming Amazon, the click and collect, the click and deliver. It's because COVID has accelerated what was happening before. People's behavior is changing. And this is the thing we should be talking about today. So Indians' behavior is changing. They've been crying out for, we want to be more democratic. We want more leaders at the center. We want more people that can represent what we want to be doing in our area. I'm not interested in what's going on in the north because I live in the south. You know, we are a completely different business community in the south than the north. And that's what the government has changed. And now what you need to be doing is thinking about your business. How have your customers changed? Have they changed? Do you even know who your customers are? Have you canvassed them? You know, have you gone and asked them, do they like your product or service? Could they recommend you to somebody else? And again, all of this can be done digitally. You know, you don't need to be physically in front of everybody anymore. So if we can take this leap of faith, the government has had the guts. You use the word guts, so we're going to focus on the word guts. I'm going to ask you a question now, and this is never rehearsed, as you well know. Have you had guts to change your business?
Yes, I think we have the guts, and I'm changing my company. It is not 100% perfect, but we have recognized. In fact, you raised a very important question. In fact, the customer profile has also changed for us. We are now finding customers, different types of customers, because before the pandemic, we were focused on the SME and startups, and also the corporate clients. But now we are focused on individuals, because I think those are the people who need our help more than the companies. And the companies like us, who are an SME, also needs to change. And I will end my my point by just stating one more point related to the government of India specifically. When the Indian became India as a country, Indian subcontinent, there were nearly 600 Maharajas. And the UK government said, hey, when we came to this part of the world, we got these Maharajas, and when we are leaving, we want to have a justification. And we don't want to gobble up their properties and their statehoods. So when the British left, there were the India as a country, which was mostly unnamed, unmanned land, and within this country there were 630 princely states, which were later unified. And that was a job done by the Indians themselves to unify the uh, entire region into one government. However, the dynastic culture did not die out. I mean, you can remove the dynasties, but dynastic culture has taken some time to to eradicate. And what was happening is some of these Maharajas joined politics, and they used to get lavish properties to live on, just like you have the Prime Minister's house in UK, which is a building, and you come and go. I mean, you acquire that building, and then you once the tenure is over, you go. But here also, the ruling was the same, but on the garb of creating a monument for a big man, that building was confiscated, and it was created like a museum for the memories. So this was going on. Whoever basically becomes somebody in this country had a monument for him. And I think that also is a big change. Along with the parliament, there is going to be a prime minister house, there is going to be a vice president house, there is going to be a president house, and they will be the property of the state. Nobody will be able to confiscate that. So I think it's a very big change which we are going to see in the political system.
It is a big change, but I'm going to go back to this word guts. Your current, I mean, now is not the time to be spending money on government buildings. The criticism will be immense. You know, it should be spending money on what's going to be best for the community. But the interesting thing is, this should be best for the community because it's allowing governance to happen easier. And if that message is getting over, then that's great. But let's come back to the business side. You know, congratulations on firstly recognizing your demographic has changed. There are so many businesses out there that don't even know what the demographic is. You know, I see it on a regular basis. I'm not talking about one-man band businesses now. I'm talking about quite sizable businesses that have they hear about what's your demographic, who's your ideal customer, what's your break-even point. We need to go back to some basics, some brass tacks. What makes our organization be successful? What have we got to do to make the change? And if you're a startup, a small organization, you have a real opportunity here to ask all those questions before you get into difficulty. But even for the small business, ask your own employees, ask your partners, have a brainstorming session, which isn't about blame culture, because frankly, I've got more things wrong than I've got right in my career. So if I was just to beat myself up for everything I've got wrong, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today. I'd be miserable, sat down watching morning TV and not actually progressing. But that isn't life. You want to be getting forward, you want to be enjoying yourself and having fun. And at the end of the day, business should be fun because that's what drives an entrepreneur. And this is where great opportunity now. I mean, we're coming up to the Christmas period in the UK. We're in tier 3 lockdown, which you probably have no idea what that means. Frankly, there's so much confusion over here. I'm not so sure many people really do know what that means. But we're on the 16th of December, and typically businesses have shut down for Christmas. It's the festive season. There are office parties, typically. It's a celebration of the year. All those things have sort of gone by the by. The only real activity that's going on is the big service industries, the banks, and retail. That tends to make Christmas happen. Kids are about to come away from school in the next 3 or 4 days, and then there's this 2-week shutdown. That's what happens in the Western world, certainly in the UK. And I know for a fact that many Indians actually do take a shutdown over the same period as well. Coming out of Diwali, it's now time to look at the future. It's the festival of lights, new creation, the new world. Hanukkah follows a few days later. And that is, again, that's a festival of lights. And even in Sweden, they have an equivalent festival of lights. So it's a new birth time for everybody. We're coming up to the new year here, and that's a new birth too. So now's the time to have a really good look at your business. Get yourself in a position for the new year. 2021 is only 15 days away. 15 days, 1-5. Fortunately, it's double digits, so you've got a few days to think about it. But go and look at your digital profile. Go and look at what people are saying, how they're communicating with your competitors. Look at the really big competitors that you dream to be in their pocket. So whatever business you're in, there will be a big competitor. It doesn't matter whether you're in management consultancy like we are, where we've got Accenture, we've got McKinsey, they're all there. I can see what they're doing. Do I want to follow them? Do I want to repeat what they're doing? Are they making inroads? Ask all those questions because change will happen. That's the issue, and you've got to have the guts to get ahead of the game. So this all started with discussion about, new government building, new government democracy for India. But you can actually flip this into your own business and take this as an opportunity to look at yourself.
Well, I think your points are very, very relevant and very important. I think what I've been noticing in the field is that while people realize that they have to change, they have to find new marketplaces. They no longer thrive on what they've done for last 20 years. It's like rebuilding yourself yet again. So it is at that juncture we are, the entire humanity is, and many people don't know how to do branding for themselves. So would you have the last say on this subject? because I think that is becoming very important. You mentioned you have competition, so now the competition is online. You mentioned that you have to have your unique selling point, so that people have to, come up with some uniqueness in them to sell themselves on digital platform. And for that, branding is very important. Would you like to throw some points on this?
Certainly, and we'll talk about. I mean, brand is such a big issue, as you well know. We're just going to talk about the one-man bands, the very, very small businesses. When you start the business, the first thing you tend to go and do is create a website. You also create a logo. You get business cards. Now, there's a reason for that, because it's your brand. More importantly, it's your personal brand, because people buy from people. I mean, we've said it many, many times in our conversations, CK. You know, we've even had CEO roundtables on the discussion. People buy from people, and when you're starting up, your brand is you. So at the very, very simple point, whenever anyone sees your logo or your website, they're actually seeing you. You haven't got 1,000 people in your team. Eventually, I hope you do have 1,000 people in your team. But on day one, your brand is you. So this is where you need to be smart. Well, how do you want to see? How would you like to see yourself? Have a look in the mirror. You know, you smile a tremendous amount on videos, and people can see that. I don't smile as much as you do, but boy, when I really smile, you can't stop me. It's a guffaw. It's hilarious. But do I portray that? Is that my persona? And the other thing is, if you don't like what you see, change it. Because you can. Your DNA is not written in stone. When you were born with a brain that is incredibly flexible. It's the biggest PC you will ever know. And your experiences are the software that goes into it. And as you improve your experiences, good or bad, I mean, you need to reflect on yourself. So the key thing is branding is absolutely critical to your success. In the first instance, it's personal branding that is going to count. So who are you? Have a good look in the mirror and start there. And then the next thing is move very quickly. Get into the digital space. You're going to make mistakes. Don't worry about it, but just get out there. Go onto LinkedIn, create a profile, send it to your best friends and say, do you think that's me? And if they are your best friends, they'll give you a really good laugh and they'll say, you're joking, you know, when did you do that? How did you do this? You know, and you can have a bit of fun building up that profile, because that is the brand. We forget about where brands start. In Your Passport to Grow, which is a sort of subsidiary of MindFit, we talk about the brand of me. BOM, not BUM, by the way, BOM, the brand of me. And it is, who am I? How do people see me? Do they believe me? Really tough questions, actually. Even tough questions for an SME that's been around for 5 or 6 years. But if you start off, you know, you ask the question, you know, how important is the brand? Where's the brand come from? Well, it starts inside. It's like happiness. Happiness is driven by you, not by anybody else. The environment can make you feel happy, but only if you're prepared to listen. And the other thing, by the way, while we're on this subject of happiness, it takes fewer muscles to smile than it does to frown. So typically, as humans are very lazy, you know, smile a lot because you're not using as many muscles. So, but anyway, coming back to the subject of branding, branding starts with you as the individual. You need to be focused on who you are, why you are, what people see. And you won't get it right all the time. But the more you practice, the better you'll become.
Neville, I think this is a very good input that you've given. And people who are watching this program, and if they need any help, they want to take advice from Neville, they can reach out to us or directly to him. We'll make the connection happen. And they can learn the rules of doing branding and grow, similar to what the Indian government has done with erecting new buildings and new infrastructure to govern better. So thank you very much, Neville, for finding time this morning to talk to us. And we will catch up in some other edition of Neighborhood Live, probably next week.
It's been a pleasure, CK, as ever. And if anyone wants to know about branding, just look at what's going on your screen behind you. Because there are brands galore. And we don't even notice what's being shown. So just be smart. Go and have fun. Go and practice. Because the right practice makes perfect.
Thank you, Neville. Bye-bye for today. We will catch you next time.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Aquilbank Technologies, and today I would like to give you a piece of advice, or you can say a tip, or you can say sort of an input to all my startup friends who are either starting with a new idea, or people who are actually doing incubation and coming out with new ideas. So here is my 2 cents, which is expected to help you. Now this applies to your idea as well as how you promote your idea. So one of the thing is that you always have to be original. You can get inspired by what others are doing, but when you actually talk about your own idea or your own marketing concepts, or you want to promote your offerings, etc., you have to be always original, because you may go through right now but you may be exposed later. So be confident, be original, never copy others, and while you can get inspired by any idea that you come across, but then you think out of the box and be original. So with this, this is my tip for today, and hopefully this is information which is coming from an experienced person, from your industry colleague. Hope you like it, and I'll speak to you next time. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to another little version of our little insight with tomorrow's leaders. And today we've got Chandrasen, who is going to give us a nice wave. Give us a wave, Chandrasen. Nice big wave and a smile. There we go. Fantastic. And a big smile. Yeah, we're going to get a smile going through. And what today we're going to be talking about is robotics. So, Chandrasen, this is over to you. What is it about robotics that you get excited about?
I get excited by fixing the parts of the robot.
By fixing it, so manufacturing it. And do you
Yeah.
follow a plan, or do you create your own plan?
I follow the plan.
You follow the plan. Well, that's a message for everybody. And when you follow the plan, does it always work?
Not every time.
Okay, not every time. So when it does work, how do you feel?
Very nice.
Very nice. Okay, jolly good. Well, come on then. Tell me about robotics. What have you built recently?
I'll just build a robot named the Wheelbot.
Okay, and can we see a picture of this robot that you've built?
Yeah, I'm just sharing the screen.
Okay, here it comes. Brilliant.
This is the main body of the robot. It has all the gears and machinery in it. I'll just take out the wheel to show it to you. As you can see.
Oh, right. The wheels just click off.
As you can see.
Excellent. And I can see it's got, so that's one of the big wheels. Yeah.
It has three to four gears with a motor. The motor is powered by a solar panel, which is over
Where's
here.
You show the solar panel? The solar panel's there. Well, it's on the top, so that's obviously where the solar panel is going to be.
When we keep it in the sunlight, it gets powered.
And those wires that are coming out, is that the feed from the solar panel?
Yeah. This is negative and this is positive, which transfers energy to the motor, and the gear system move the wheels.
Okay, you talk about a gear system. So this is, you know, for the very professional people, we've got a power to weight ratio here. So this looks quite a light robot. Does it move very fast when it's ready?
No, it's medium speed.
Medium speed.
It's not fast, it's not slow.
Okay. And do you have a remote control with it, or is that something to be done in the future?
No.
There's something to be done in the future.
Yes.
So how long did it take you to build this robot?
2 to 3 days.
And what was the most exciting part about building the robot?
Building the central body of it.
Building the central body. Was that quite detailed? Was that quite intricate?
Yeah.
Did it fall apart a few times before you put it together?
Yeah, three to four times it happened.
3 to 4 times, but you persevered with it. So you had patience.
Yes.
Did it annoy you when it fell apart?
No.
You just decided to put it back together again, and next time it's going to work.
Yeah.
Jolly good. And what part of it was the real exciting part? So you said you like putting it together and physically following the plan. But what time did you have the biggest smile on your face?
When everything was apart.
When everything was apart? Well, all the little bits? Or when it was put together?
Yeah.
So when it was put together, that was the biggest smile on your face?
Yeah, it was.
So when it actually was it when it started to work? When you started to see it move?
Yeah, that was the exciting part.
So explain to me when it starts, when you've literally put that last piece together, Just explain to me what you did and how you felt.
I just put the wheels together. I felt very nice.
And when you put, so were the wheels the last thing you put into the robot?
It's the small wheels.
Just the small wheels at the back. Okay, so you had the big wheels on and the small wheels at the back. And it was in your hand. And what did you do then? So you must have been pushing it with your hand.
Yeah.
So what did you do then? Were you scared it might not work? Were you excited? Where did you take it to make it work?
I just read the book.
Okay, so you read the book and you've got this little robot in your hand, but how did you know it was going to work? Where did you actually go to make it work? Because you needed sunlight to charge the solar panel.
Yeah, I just went to my balcony and it started working.
Were the wheels turning in your hand, or did you put it on the floor and then the wheels start to turn?
When I put it on the floor.
And when you're on your balcony, were you worried it might actually fall off the balcony?
No, I was not.
No. Okay. And when it started to work on the balcony, were you on your own or was someone else with you?
On my own.
On your own. Did you go on your own because you wanted to see it for yourself first?
Yes.
And how did it make you feel when you saw that?
Very exciting.
Really exciting. Did you jump up and down?
No.
Did you smile?
Of course I did.
Of course you did. Okay, well, put the smile on your face that you did when that started to work. Let's see how big that smile was. Well, that's not a very big smile, is it? But how big a smile was it?
Like this.
Okay, almost. Were you punching in the air to say, yeah, it works?
No, I was not.
No? Oh, well, next time you do that, try that and see if you feel any better. Okay? Because, I mean, 2 days' work is a long time, isn't it? So 2 days focus, 2 days patience, putting it all together. Were you thinking about it not working?
No.
So you knew it was going to work?
Yeah, I know it was going to work.
You knew it was going to work. So you had faith in what you'd done, what you'd put together.
Yeah. I'm working on my second project. It's the boat. As you can see.
Yeah, we can see that.
We can just take out the central body and fix it here. And take out the wheels and put propellers over here in the boat. It will start working.
Excellent. So what you've got is you've got the central control system, as we would call it, and that's got multiple uses. So it's got one use in one arena and it's got another similar use in a different arena. Yeah. So how are you going to create the propulsion? You mentioned propellers. Have you got a propeller you can show us? Or have you got to make that?
It's not with me right now. I can't. Not right now.
So you've got to make that propeller?
Yeah.
Are you going to make that from a kit like you've made those wheels?
Yeah.
Excellent. And is that's the part that you really like, is it? What is it about creating things that you like? What gives you that? Why is it so exciting when you create things?
Because it's the last part of it.
And what about the plans? Do you really look at those plans all the way through, or do you just pick up the plans and just do it?
I just read the plans and then do it.
Okay. And how many times do you read the plans?
2 to 3 times.
2 to 3 times. Why do you read it 2 to 3 times?
If I have any mistake, I can correct it.
So you do it so that you can just make sure that you've got it right in your mind, so you know how things are going to go.
Yes.
And what is it about the plans? Would you like to create plans when you get older, to make the plans?
No.
No, you don't want to make the plans. You want to stick to making the robot themselves, do you?
Yes.
And if you've got a boat, which is your next project,
Yeah.
what project would be after that one?
I will make a motorcycle.
A motorcycle. Okay. So we've gone to a robot with 4 wheels, to a boat with a propeller, to a motorcycle with 2 wheels.
Yeah.
And how a motorcycle, with a robot that's got 4 wheels, it's very stable because 4 wheels sit on the ground. How are you going to make your motorcycle be stable?
I will put 3 wheels in it.
3 wheels. Oh, that's a smart move. So, how's that? How will it look like? Just try and explain to everybody how that motorcycle will look like.
It has 3 wheels in back and 1 wheel in front.
Oh, so 4 wheels. You're going to put 3 wheels at the back and 1 wheel at the front.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be very stable, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be very stable.
And do you think it will go faster than your first robot?
No.
Why is that then? Why don't you think it will go faster?
Because this has only 4 wheels. It will be 3 wheels to balance it. It will not balance. So I will take more time to do it.
Okay. And you're going to use the same power source?
Yeah.
That's probably why it won't go any faster then. Because you're using the same power. Have you thought about increasing the power? What would you do to increase the power?
I'll just keep 2 solar panels.
2 solar panels. And what will 2 solar panels do to your power?
It will create much energy with, and it will have 2 motors.
So will you get twice the power, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what they call a linear relationship. Have you heard of a linear relationship?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you've learned something new today. If I do one thing this way and then I double it, I get twice as much. So it's a linear relationship. If I put 3 times as many, what happens?
It's 3 times times the energy.
3 times the energy, exactly. So it's linear. And it's all they also call it modular. So you learned a few new words today that perhaps weren't on your plans and in your vocabulary. So when this idea about robotics started, do you want to use this experience that you're finding now? Would you like to make a career, do it in the future when you get older?
No,
No. So it's what would you like to be doing in the future?
I will like to do computeristic.
So computer development. And do you see this robotics as being a good step for that?
Yeah.
Well, it's been really exciting talking with you today. What one thing would you say to young people that are watching out there about what they should be doing?
They should build robots.
And what would that help them do?
It will help them to in the future. They will help them to make robots.
So it's good to help. It's good to get the mind thinking about creating robots, because in the future we're all going to have robots, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, robots are going to be doing everything for us, hopefully. Well, good luck with your next project, with your boat. And once you finish that, perhaps we can have another discussion about what it was about your boat.
Yes, sir. I will let you know.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, we're going to say goodbye to everybody today. And we say goodbye with a big smile. Big smile?
Bye.
Punch the air? Yeah. Okay. Nice to see you.
Bye.
Good morning, friends. And today is October 14th, and I very graciously welcome you on today's morning edition of the Morning Brew. And today's key news that we have, which requires our attention, is the first thing is about the detection of aliens. So that is something that I want to bring it to you. And the news is really is about alien calling. It's like alien calling on the phone. So friends, there can be life on other planets too, and the astronomers for the first time have detected stars that are blasting radio signals. The signals are major hint of phenomena that can be of life out there. It is revealed that the signals were detected from 19 distant red dwarf planets, and 4 of them indicated presence of planets orbiting them. So I beg your pardon, red dwarf stars. So astronomers picked up the signal from space on the world's most powerful radio antenna, the low frequency array, as it is also known as LOFAR, LOFAR, which is situated in the Netherlands. The signals were detected and being monitored by Dr. Benjamin Pope and his colleagues from universities of Queensland at Dutch National Observatory, which is also known as Estron. We have long known the planets of our own solar systems emitting powerful radio waves. And this is for the first time they have detected the radio waves coming from several star systems outside the our solar system. So this is a first big news today. Moving on, did you know that the astronauts used a tea bag to save $1 billion space station, the International Space Station, which is orbiting 400 kilometers above Earth? The International Space Station is a potential hazard due to many reasons, with its age being one of the key factors. In 2020, astronauts used a tea bag to avert a major disaster on the space station by fixing a hole in one of its modules. After a leak was found in one of the modules of the International Space Station, which usually flies at the altitude of 400 kilometers above Earth, astronauts were left in a fix trying to find a quick solution in case things were to escalate. Usually, space station leaks air from the module throughout its journey in the Earth orbit, which takes about 93 minutes per orbit. Each day, the station loses more than 250 grams of air, which on daily basis, and it takes about 15.5 orbits during its journey. So during the time when the leak was detected, and this was a major one, the station started losing more than a kilogram of air every day. The astronauts from different countries like USA, Japan, Russia, Canada, and Europe are usually on board the station. When the leak occurred, they were compelled to look for its source in the station. To ascertain its source, they sealed all the modules, camped together in one of the extreme end of the modules of the International Space Station called Zvezda in the Russian part of the station, and they were able to detect the leak in that module, and believe it or not, they used the tea bag to temporarily seal the leak. So moving on, this is a news from the IT world, and it is not the ransomware which will be as big a threat as the new variant on ransomware called killware, which is being now talked about. A ransomware becomes dangerous threat to all countries, and the US Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas recently informed that the killerware is a variant of ransomware which is designed to take some actions which are very, very harmful for people. Mayor Chaos informed the cyber incident was linked to an attempt by hacking the water treatment facility in Florida, intending to contaminate water to be distributed to residents. And this incident took place in February. So this was a specially designed ransomware which is going to cause physical harm to people, maybe deaths. So this is something which is now rapidly happening around us, and this is a time when we actually give a lot of serious thoughts to cybersecurity and make some legal networks, because this has already started to happen as more and more services are linked to the cybersecurity. Moving on, the next news is from India, and it is about Tata Motors. The Tata Motors share jumped 20% yesterday, and this is on NSE, and it has seen the 52nd week high yet again. And the reason for this excitement is simple. The Tata Motors investment, or the investment of Tata Motors in Abu Dhabi ADQ company, and they've invested something like 7,500 crores, and this has given a big boost to Tata Motors. And this whole investment is basically going to spearhead the Tata Motors electric passenger mobility business, which is EV in short. The investment would be through compulsory convertible preference shares for stake of between 11% to 15%, depending on the revenue performance. This translates into equity valuation of up to 9.1 billion. So you see, this is an actual reason of fresh investment coming in from Abu Dhabi into Tata Motors, and that is why the Tata Motors share has shot up by almost 20%. And in fact, it is one of the major equity in Indian market which has shown a lot of positive results. And yet again, this proves our point that it is because of the new wave of vehicles which are going to be produced, and that is electric vehicle. Moving on, again going back to space, the Indian scientists this time have predicted that the smaller galaxies which are orbiting our galaxy, the Milky Way, and whenever there is a fly past of these smaller galaxy, it actually causes a structural change to the larger one, which is the Milky Way. So while the universe is constantly expanding, not showing any signs of slowing down, the galaxies collide or pass close to each other in galactical flybars at times. The scientists have consensus that there could be a time when all the galaxies are too far away to even be possible from Earth, but currently several of them are moving towards each other. Some are on collision course, like the neighboring Andromeda, which is going to collide with Milky Way in about 2 billion years time. The research has been going on globally to understand the impact of such galactical flybys. A study by Indian astronomers have revealed that such flybys of smaller galaxies can cause major disruption to the Milky Way. As per the study published in the journal Monthly Notice of Royal Astronomical Society, the smaller galaxy fly past the larger one like Milky Way can lead to significant disruptive changes to its structure. The astronomer concluded that each passage of small galaxy can initiate creation of new spiral arms in larger spiral shaped galaxies like Milky Way. So this is something which has come yesterday. We will keep track on this particular news and keep informing you as it when new development happens in this area. Moving on, as you know that we have been waiting for the third wave of pandemic to hit us, and to avoid the third wave hitting India, lot of state governments have taken drastic measures. In fact, we are all very careful about following the norms which have been laid down by the government and also medical practitioners. So as part of this this pandemic third wave, the government of Mizoram has said that told their citizens that you have to wear a mask as long as possible. So there has been a new surge of cases, nearly 1,000 new cases found in a small state of Mizoram, which is in the northeast. And these 1,000 cases are being reported every day for past 1 month. The government has said that they have launched a statewide campaign to sensitize citizens importance of wearing masks. That could be a very powerful tool for us to combat the virus. For next 10 days, all mask campaign was launched by the State Minister of Health, R. Lata Nigalyani, at Aswal on Tuesday, and it is actually planned to run till October 20th of this month. It will be implemented across all districts by respective deputy commissioners and CMOs. So friends, I think the only solution we have so far found is wearing a mask. And this is exactly what the state government is doing in state of Mizoram, where they're asking their citizens to wear masks at all times, at home, at whenever they are moving out of house, or whatever they are doing. So wear mask at all times. Now, finally, the big news is as of today, during a raid by the authorities, a cupboard full of currency note were discovered in down south, the state capital of Telangana, which is Hyderabad. The net worth of this raid has been pegged at 142 crores of cash, which was stacked up uh, in the cabinet. And as you can see in the picture, that the bundles of currency note, which has the money worth 142 crores, and this news has gone viral on social media. The shock is also there. The Income Tax Department recently carried out search and seizure operations on a major pharmaceutical group based out of Hyderabad and claimed to have unearthed unaccounted money worth 550 crores. During this raid, currency notes were found stuffed in carton boxes, labeled medicine, and also in huge almirah at several flats. The picture, which is doing rounds on the internet, is of the same raid on the pharmaceutical group. The company involved in this case is manufacturing intermediate for active pharmaceutical ingredients, which is also known as API formulations. And according to official release from the Income Tax Department, this money is this news is quite bewildered. All the citizens are bewildered by watching this, that so much of cash can be kept in carton boxes and also in almirah. So friends, I think this is something which is covered as part of the morning brew from Akulmek, and I'll catch you tomorrow same time with something more interesting.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to our series, Great Kings of India. And we are discussing about Ashoka, and today we will be discussing Ashoka the general, because great kings are always good generals. And do you know the meaning of Ashoka, the name? Yes, the meaning of the Ashoka is the one who is loved by God and also the one who loves everybody. And since we have discussed the administration, so I think it is very viable to really discuss about his warfare, his army. And to discuss this subject, we have an eminent historian, Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of a very prestigious college in Hyderabad, St. Anne's College for Women. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Professor Meeta Joshi. Welcome to the show, Professor Meeta. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I am fine. So we had been discussing about administration of Ashoka the great king of India. So today I would like to listen about his army and what kind of general he was.
See, Mauryan army was a very, very well organized army, and it has a high degree of tactical sophistication. So if you see it very closely, the army consisted of 6 types of troops, the imperial army, and there were different people in those 6 types of troops. The first troop was of the Kshatriyas, who were the hereditary warrior class, then mercenaries and freebooters who were hired as individuals who loved adventure, warfare adventure. Okay. Then we had troops provided by the corporations and the guilds. Because the trade and commerce was there, so these troops were provided by the corporations and the guilds, who were used to guard the routes from which the trade happened and the trade stations. Apart from this, there were troops supplied by the subordinate allies, troops who were the troops which constituted the people from the enemy side, deserted people who suppose one lost the war, and then those people surrendered. So they were taken in the Mauryan army. And finally, there was a troop which constituted of hills and tribesmen, wild forest people and the hill tribesmen. So these six troops constituted the Mauryan Imperial Army. Then, if you see it further, the battalion which was there, it was a unit of around 21,870 battis. Now, what was the batti? Batti was a mixed platoon comprising one elephant, three archers or spearmen, one mahavar to control the and guide the elephant, then three horsemen with cavalry and who were armed with javelins, because that time javelins, spears, bows and arrows, these things were used in the warfare.
Right.
And then five infantry soldiers armed with shield and bow. In many movies, you must have seen the flat shield. So that Mauryan army possessed that time.
Okay.
Then this 12-man unit assembled in three units formed a company, and three of these together formed a battalion. So this was the composition.
Right.
The entire battalion comprised of 21,870 pattis, and they were added in the multiple of three, forming an akshoni or army. Akshoni is a Hindi word, so you call it army. Okay. Then, if you refer to the Arthashastra, in Arthashastra it is mentioned that a unit or some Vahini or the battle array was there, and that was the size of a one Roman legion. That means 5,000 men. So that was the face of the army, who were in the front area, who were in the front end.
Right.
So these battle arrays were the 5,000 men. Then there were five subunits, and each subunit comprised of 45 chariots, 45 elephants, 225 cavalry, 675 infantrymen each. Okay. Apart from this, there was a reserve troop which was kept in to be used in some sort of emergency. Suppose soldiers get wounded or they get killed or injured, then they need the reserve troops to fight the battle. So such was the organization of the Mauryan army. And if you see, the Mauryan army, they consisted all the weapons of ancient world for the sieges, like they had catapults, they had ballistas, they had battering rams, fire arrow, fireballs, pitchforks. So apart from bow, arrow, shield, spears, javelins, these all were also included as part of the Mauryan army. And because the army was huge, so there was a commander who used to take care of all the activities. Plus, whether there is a war or no war, the entire army, including the elephants, horsemen, all were trained every morning after the sunrise. That was the routine. So, because of that discipline only, the Mauryan army was able to perform very, very excellent. And if you refer to the historical records, Kalinga War was probably the only war fought by Ashoka, because before that he was the governor of Dakshina, and he was managing like small civil outbreaks or any problems in the empire. After his father's death, Bimbisara's death, he decided to wage a war with Kalinga because his father tried, Chandragupta Maurya tried, but they were not successful.
Okay. So, but
Kalinga
I think
war,
that small uprising and the small wars made him a good general. He understood, though he has not fought a major war, but I think that made the general what he was.
no, he see he because since childhood he was being trained into warfare, so he knew all the the tricks of the trade. But when he faced the Kalinga troops and the Kalinga um, generals, then it was his intelligence how he used to conquer Kalinga.
Right.
Because if you see the bloodshed and the loss, it was huge. 1 lakh of Kalinga soldiers were killed, and 10,000 soldiers of Ashoka's army got killed.
Okay.
And it is said that there was a river flowing nearby the battlefield.
Okay.
It turned red in color because of the bloodshed which had happened.
Okay.
So, and one thing more we have to understand that why he was bent upon, to conquer Kalinga. Kalinga was an independent sovereign state, and it was very important if you see from the trade point of view, because there was a port. It has a coastal line. So all the business, commerce with foreign countries happened from there. That's why Ashoka wanted to capture Kalinga. And when he waged this war, Raja Padmanabham was the king of Kalinga that time. And after this battle, the Raja got killed, and so many people, 1 lakh Kalinga soldiers, lost their lives.
Oh, okay. So that was, I think that's a huge impact on Ashoka, the way the bloodshed.
Yes, when he walked on the battlefield the next day, and he saw the corpses, lying here and there, total bloodshed. So it was not a pleasant scene to watch. That gave him a lot of grief and agony and guilty feeling that what I have done. And he came back, and then he was in contemplation that what he has done. But after he got converted to Buddhism, and when he adopted Buddhism, after that he admitted his mistake. The 13th rock edict, which is in Kalinga, which Ashoka got, written, it says that Ashoka begged forgiveness from the people of Kalinga. It is mentioned, and for a king to do such a big thing, just killing his ego and admitting and asking for forgiveness, telling them that he is sorry for what he has done. No other king in the world history has done that. Because with a win, you develop ego, you develop prestige. You don't become humble. You develop a sense of pride. But this Kalinga war, changed him totally. All his ego was lost.
Yes. So actually, when we were discussing about the army, and I'm really feel impressed the way that the all pyramid of post and pyramid of army which he maintained, and I think that this has to be taught in schools and in colleges, because we always think of Roman army with their and we always discuss about the Legion of Roman, but I think Ashoka's army was not less than a Roman army, I guess. What do you say?
Yes, it was I told you now how huge it was. Like having 21,870 patti Just imagine how big it was.
Yeah, and then
it was huge.
Yes, it was huge, and then also having elephant. So elephant is like a major tank in our earlier days.
Can you believe, Kanchan? He had 9,000 elephants in his army.
Oh.
9,000 elephants.
Okay.
It's a huge number.
Yeah.
And
Elephant, well trained, army ready.
Well trained.
Yes.
They had, each elephant had a mahavar.
Right.
Each elephant had a mahavar. So that way it was a very well organized army.
Yes.
Very well organized.
Yeah. So when we think about army with elephant, they always remind me Alexander's soldier when they first time saw elephant, they ran off. So I think elephant
because
plays.
It was a new thing for them.
Yeah, it is a new thing for them, and I think elephant plays a major role. I used to play a major role in ancient warfare.
When one elephant walks in the battlefield, below his feet, many soldiers got killed because elephant will be, the size, the weight, the enormity. So it is what I feel is, after seeing so many elephants in the war field, the army will lose their hearts. That how we are going to wage a war.
Yeah, I think we have discussed about Ashoka's army, and along with me, my viewers will be also impressed the capability of this great general who maintained a great army. And this is a subject which has to be really taught in schools and colleges. They should know and they should feel proud that the great Ashoka had such a huge, well-maintained army. And that too in peacetime also he maintained that army to safeguard the borders, so that no other king, this king, had a second thought that they can attack Ashoka Empire.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was really nice, and it's new points, new things we have learned today about Ashokas. So it was lovely talking to you, Neetaji, and we'll discuss other aspect of Ashoka or Mauryan Empire in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye, take care.
Definitely. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass DQ. And the DQ stands for Digital Quotient. And in this series, our objective is to increase the DQ for every citizen of the world. The objective really is very clearly defined. It's basically increasing the ability to understand the digital world in a much better way, and this is the first chapter of that series. There are 24 more to go. This chapter is focused on digital identity. So let's discuss about the digital identity and how it affects. So as you see, the identity of a human being is really the uh, his face and his name and his signatures. So that is how the identity of a person is captured. But when it comes to digital arena, then how do you make sure that the same identity of a person which is in physical world is captured into the digital world? So this is really the definition of digital identity, which is exact replication of the person's physical identity or organization's physical identity, application's physical identity, or a device like a mobile phone or a tab, etc. So I think it's important to understand what is digital identity and how it is correlated to my physical identity. So, as we are moving forward into the 21st century, I think there will be a time when the digital identity will exactly match your physical identity. That means whatever you do you on the digital media will be tracked directly to your name and to yourself, and the time is very near. So I think it's important for everyone to understand how to create your digital identity and how to match it with physical identity. So in this session we will discuss what is your digital identity. So as you know that when we say that when we log in into internet, that becomes my digital identity. So what you would use to log in is basically a username and a password. So using that you will log in into variety of applications like email or a Facebook or Amazon, and this is the trend everywhere, whether you are in Malaysia, US, Europe, or in India. You have to have your username and password defined to get started and to start using the internet. And many people will think, hey, that becomes my digital identity. That means my username is my digital identity. And that is not the case at all. See, what happens is after you log in into system, you may use the system in variety of ways. You may use, if you are a businessman, you may use to see your stocks. If you are a student, you may see it to study online or to check your scores. Um, if you are a casual user, you may want to share your pictures. You may contact your friends via Facebook. If you have an opinion about some subjects, you may tweet using the Twitter platform. If you want to explore business opportunities on the web, you may log in into LinkedIn and try to see who can be your business partner, check the opportunities, job opportunities or business opportunities. So, so these are the things that you normally would do. And lately, a lot of e-commerce has also come up in a big way, where you go to online portals and buy things of certain types. So some people may buy gadgets more, some people may buy dress material more than other things. Some material will like some people will like to check out what is available today, which is or the prices are moving up and down of different commodities. Many people like to just survey the market, so do window shopping using Amazon, see what is latest coming into the market. So you see the impact of digital world is so profound today that you not only log in to check your emails, you log in to read news, you log in to buy your things, you log in to get your groceries, you log in to see what are the opportunities for you, you share your pictures and different events about your personal life in Facebook, and if you have an opinion, you also express your opinion using Twitter. Apart from that, there are other areas like hospitals. Nobody is keeping any record in a physical format. All the history of a patient goes into some sort of a system. It is immediately digitized, kept it as a record. So you see, if you summarize all this, your identity today is made of various aspects. It's not only dependent on the username that you have chosen. It is actually your behavior on the internet. It is tracked and segmentized you in a particular bucket. So what happens is, if somebody is looking for a certain segment of people, you will come into that list. Say some business is looking for trying to sell insurance, and they want to basically reach out to people who are in the age group of 25 to 35, and they had certain behavior, And if you happen to show that behavior on the internet, automatically you become their target audience. So the behavior plays a major role. How you basically use the system plays a major role in determining your identity today. Going forward, it will be even more smarter to track you down. So it's not only your username, it is how you basically use various systems on the internet, and that becomes part of our identity. For example, if you're doing a review of legal systems, so the chances are either you require some help, so lawyers can proactively reach out to you, or you are generally concerned about legal system, you want to give an opinion. So the legal fraternity would be informed that so and so person is trying to make inquiry in the legal system. So you see, it doesn't matter what name you have. You can name yourself Casanova, but it won't matter because your identity is a combination of various factors today, and everyone in the world must know how their identity is being maintained or being viewed on the internet. So it's important. So I think we have understood what is the digital identity, and we have to see that our identity is not misused. Uh, Things like your personal physical appearance has identification mark. If you fill out any application today for any admission, they will ask your identification mark. So you would say, hey, I have a mole on my forehead, or I have uh, 11 fingers. So everyone has some identity. I have a scar on my left hand, right cheek, etc. Everyone would be having an identity, and so your face becomes your biggest identity. So there was a time when the finger scanning used to be considered as a foolproof identification, and about 10-15 years back there was a huge ho halla about biometrics and all that. Now even the biometrics can be fooled. People have realized that it's the finger scanning data which is kept in certain database, and that can be hacked, then your identity can be lost. So industry has moved along. They are not dependent on uh, the finger scanning as a password. So the emergence of finger scanning basically happened because it was easy to have a finger scan as your password, because your finger scan is very unique. In fact, there is no other person in the world which will have your kind of a finger. So logically it was felt that finger scanning is the best method, and that way you don't have to remember your password, and you carry your finger always with you. So all you have to do, give your username, scan your finger, and that's it. You are in the system, you are in the internet. But then it also had a lot of pitfalls, and because of that, now the emerging trend is the face recognition, because your face is your exact replication of your physical personification. So capture the face into the system in such a way that it exactly matches your digital identity. So world is moving towards that, and now this technology is so advanced that even if you wear a mask on your face, you can still be identified. So for example, if you walk into a bank, there is a CCTV camera capturing your image, and that image will, even though you have put a mask on your face, can identify you as XYZ. So this technology has evolved to so much, very rapidly evolved into this arena, and that is why it has become very, very powerful, and it's much closer now to replicate your personal identification with your digital identification. So I think even though you have multiple passwords in the system, say for example Facebook, you have one password, and LinkedIn, you have another, and you may think that, hey, I'm trying to protect myself by having different passwords and different usernames, but that won't help you, because your identification is captured by the face, and this technology is now available across multiple platforms. In fact, the mobile players have come up in a big way, all the mobile handsets devices have the face recognition, so you don't have to press a finger, you just look at the mobile and it opens up. So this is where the world is moving. So that is why it is very important to know your to capture your personal identification into digital world. And how do you do that? And also protect it, because once you have come closer, uh, you have to make sure that your digital identity is not misused. So because there are various threats which are available today, and which can there are some people who are out there to steal your identity. So that, for example, I would say that if you some people give their date of birth, and they manage their passwords using their date of birth. So it's very simple for any hacker, a smart hacker who can, if your date of birth is known to him, he can crack your password. So things like that, even though when you're capturing yourself into digital world, you have to ensure that how you're using the system, that is going to reveal you in the digital world. And if you're also giving information like your date of birth, etc., that can be misused against you. So how do you prevent all that is the question. So we will tackle some of these things. See, the whole thing is that if somebody is trying to steal data of say 1 million people, the easiest way to do it is use unprotected Wi-Fi systems. Say Wi-Fi in a lounge or a coffee shop or an airport or in railway station, which are not very well protected Wi-Fi. Why the hackers who are trying to steal your identity will use this method? Number one, it is easy to hack in because it's not protected. Number two, they can easily hide themselves. See, it is like this: somebody is trying to steal your identity and steal your data. They will like to first conceal themselves because they are obviously committing a crime. So they don't want themselves to be exposed while they can see all your data. So I think this is the easiest method by which they can reach out to you. So make sure that even though somebody says that hey, use a free Wi-Fi in the lounge, don't get tempted and get connected to a free Wi-Fi system in a lounge. Similarly, when you see unprotected web page, don't click on that, don't go to that page itself, because what happens is, for the same reason that people who are trying to use unprotected web pages, they will very easily conceal their own identity. And when you are browsing something which is not protected, in the backend they will have some sort of a software running which will capture all your data, your pictures, your documents on your PC without even you knowing about it. So make sure that don't look at the web pages which do not show the lock sign on the left hand side top in your browser. So these are very very important keys. I think everyone should make sure that they don't look, have caution not to look at the unprotected websites. At the same time, a lot of phishing activity happens. So what is phishing? It's basically some a bad person sends you an email posing as your banker, for example. So you get an email from your banker saying, hey, why don't you click on this web page to revalidate your credit card or revalidate this XYZ things that the bank wants. So make sure before you start clicking at that email, because the email will capture the logo of your bank very nicely, but when you look at the website carefully, there will be one or two spellings here and there, some spelling mistakes. So before you start clicking on these phishing emails or any email from a bank, make sure that you read the web link carefully, very very carefully. The chances are most of the bankers don't send you any email. They will not send you any link to click. Rather, they will ask you to visit their website and then use their banking system. They will not send you an email. So the things are small things like this. If you take care, the chances are that you will be safer, and your identity will be safe as well. The best method to protect your identity is to use a strong password. So what is a strong password? Strong password is not your date of birth and if your name is Alan 223355, not like that. So it's very easy to crack. What you have to do is basically uh, give special characters at special, use alphanumeric, sometimes capital letters and sometimes small letters, and also use special characters which are very difficult to crack or very difficult to imagine, because the special characters like star, hash, they do not correlate to anything in your personal life. So it's very difficult for anyone, even your known people, to crack your password. So make sure that your passwords are very, very strong. Use special characters, use combination of capital letters and small letters. At the same time, change your password frequently. Even though you are using a very strong password methodology, but still it is advisable to change your passwords frequently. Make sure that you have the two-factor authentications enabled across all platforms. So if you follow this the strong password, chances are the systems will be much more secure for you, and people will not be able to hack into your personal data. And the last is privacy policies. So when you want to share some picture with your friends, but you don't want to share that picture with public, all that is determined by the privacy policies of your social media accounts. So the privacy policies of the social media accounts are regularly updated by the social media players. So you have to make sure that these policies are reviewed by you regularly. If there is a change, usually the social media players will tell you about it, that this change is happening, and make sure that you read all these policies carefully and enable those features which are meaningful for you or which you want. Make sure that certain pictures of your family gathering you don't want to share with a lot of people. So make sure that you define your privacy policies, your privacy levels in your social media accounts, to make sure that your identity is not thrown open for anyone uh, to know about. So these are certain things that um, if you follow and do these things, you will be much more literate in terms of understanding your digital identity. And there is no point in assuming anything that, hey, if I have my password secure, I have a strong password. Your behavior itself will reveal a lot of things about you. So make sure that you have the right behavior when you're using the digital systems. Also make sure that you change your password, and very important, make sure that you use a face recognition technology wherever is possible, so that you use the best of the breed which is available to protect yourself. So with this, I will end the session today. Dear friends, write to me, give your comments about this. Anything else you want me to include in the next session, we can do that. I can take up the questions raised by you in the next session. But until then, I like to say goodbye, and I wait to hear from you. Bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Assimilate Technologies and you are welcome to our shows, our series, Great Kings of India. And we have been discussing about the great king, Chandragupta Maurya, his administration, his army. Today we'll be discussing about
economy at that particular point of time, position of women, social fabric of that era. And I've read somewhere that Kautilya has already laid down few rules for women, and one of the instances it is mentioned right to property to women. So I think it's great because anywhere, any country which follows gender equality, that country develop rapidly. So when we talk about right to property to women, so it is a great aspect because even today there are many communities where right to property doesn't exist for women. To discuss more about this aspect, we have Professor Meeta Joshi, who is an eminent historian, and she is also head of the department of one of the prestigious college, Saint-Anne's College for Women in Hyderabad. So without wasting any time, any moment, I would like to welcome Professor Meeta Joshi. Meeta ji, welcome to the show.
Namaskar, Kanchan. Thank you.
So we are discussing today about Chandragupta Maurya and economy and social fabric. So I'm eager to hear about that particular era and in terms of economy and social fabric.
See, if you see the overall Mauryan economy, they were, as I told you, they were very, very organized people because of the influence of Chanakya or Kautilya in Chandragupta Maurya's life. So all the principles of Arthashastra were followed. And because Chanakya knew that economy is the backbone of any empire, so it was very, very, meticulously planned. Now, when Megasthenes was in India and he observed all the activities of the court and the Mauryan administration, then in his book Indica, he has mentioned that apart from the four Varna system which existed, he wrote that there were seven types of castes. So he has put philosophers, farmers, soldiers, and herdsmen, artisans, magistrates, and counselors, apart from the fourfold Varna system. Now, because economy was very, very important, and that time it was an agrarian based economy because agriculture was the main occupation. So, there was a need to plan the agriculture in a very, very, you know, proper way. So, for agriculture, you need water. Canals were made by the modern government for irrigation. And in one inscription which we found written by Rudradaman in the Junagadh inscription, in which it is mentioned that a dam was also built on the Sudarshan Lake.
Okay.
Channels, water channels were made so that the crop is good. The land was measured and the revenue was assessed accordingly. It was a very, very just system. If suppose by any natural calamity, drought, famine, you don't get a good crop, so those people were exempted from the taxes. And apart from this, the Brahmins, the children, and the handicapped people of the empire were exempted from any type of taxes.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, evasion of taxes was supposed to be a very, very serious offense, and a strict action was taken upon the person who was not, you know, paying the taxes properly. So, apart from taxes, the economy, as I told you, trade and commerce was very much in the period of Chandragupta Maurya because we find evidences that even foreign trade existed. Indigo, cotton, medicinal substances, okay, they all were, silk that was exported So a lot of revenue was generated because of that. And there were merchant guilds and associations as we have today. So in Mauryan administration, they had merchant guilds and associations. And there was a head of the guild. He was supposed to take care of the activities, the trade activities. A separate They had a separate army. As I told you, the army consisted of one portion of army who were provided by the guilds. So they guarded the routes, the trade routes, because there were chances of robbery and dacoity. So those army, they guarded the trade routes. So economy was very well planned in Mauryan administration. Not only in Chandragupta Maurya's time, but if you see Bindusar's or Ashoka, after Ashoka, the successors of Mauryas were weak, so they could not take the Mauryan legacy forward. But in Chandragupta Maurya's time, the economy was very strong. Agriculture, trade and commerce, the export import of things which happened through land and through sea also. So that improved the economy to a very high extent. And if you if you want to know about the social aspect and the position of women, so women were respected in the modern society. And like we have this bridal gift, so istri dhan they used to say, so that istri dhan remained with the woman. And even if suppose there is a widow, but all rights were given to them, they were respected in the society, though polygamy existed in the Mauryan Empire. Polygamy means a man marrying one or more women. So that existed in the Mauryan Empire, but still the women enjoyed a good position in the society. And this we come to know by the way Chandragupta Maurya's mother, uh, Chandragupta Maurya's father was the head of the Maurya clan, and because he was skilled, so the mother ran away and came to Patliputra. So there are mentions of his mother, in the history. That, but another account says that he was an orphan, and he was there are herd people who used to, keep cows. They adopted him. So different theories. So women enjoyed a very good position in the society. And as I told you, Istri Dhan, it was for the security of the woman, that was always with the woman. It was never, taken by force, or it was woman's wish how to use that Istridhan for herself. So that way the society was very good, and because the administration was very sound, so each and every activity which happened in the reign of empire of Chandragupta Maurya was monitored. So the people were also, because as I told you, in Nanda Empire, in Nanda dynasty time, it was a brutal rule and very high taxes were there. So here Chandragupta Maurya kept this in mind, that if he wants to rule for a longer period of time, then he has to give some relief in taxes to the people. And not only taxes, justice. There was department for justice separately, and that people had access to the king. If any grievance they had, they were free to talk or to approach the king. So all these things together made Chandragupta Maurya's empire very good. Whether you talk about economy, whether you talk about social conditions, political conditions, status of women, we can definitely say that it was a very good period. And then after Ashoka came, so because of his Dhamma, the principle he applied, religious principle, So because of that, and because of a spread of Buddhism, the society was a peaceful society. Like people were happy. And that's why every time we talk about ancient India, it is always mentioned that there was economic prosperity in the time of Chandragupta Maurya. So, how you get economic prosperity? Because your crops are good, number one, because you have a good trade in commerce, and because your revenue system, the taxes which you are implementing on your subjects, were just. There was nothing which by which people were suppressed, or people had this grievance that the ruler is not taking care of the subjects. Everything was very very meticulously planned, and a peaceful empire altogether.
So when you're talking
Administration.
about polygamy, I've read somewhere that a person who's married to a woman and woman give birth to a dead child, then that and he wants to remarry. So that person, that man has to wait for 10 years to really go for remarriage. And again, there is is a mention that if women give birth to girls only, then again, there was a rule that man has to wait for 12 years to really think about the second marriage. So even polygamy is also not very easy at that point of time. So in case if you really want to have the second wife, so
One thing I want to tell you, Kanchan, if you see our Vedic age or post Vedic age, and if you see ancient India before the invasions,
right,
before Muslim invasions, the society was a free society to an extent. Like if you see the Vedic age, you find mention of women who were very, very learned and well read. They enjoyed a very, good status in the society. Equal rights were given to them. If a boy wants to learn, the girl child was given an equal chance. Same in Chandragupta Maurya's reign also. Only after the invasions, when the invasions started, after the invasions, this problem in the society concerned women, it increased. Why? Because they used to make women slaves,
right,
and all ill behavior. They used to take women as slaves to their land. So that's why now, if you see, now I'm just shifting from the topic because this is very important. Because of the invaders, only Parda system started.
right,
Before, there was no Parda system because it was a free society. There were no taboos for that matter. In the Vedic society, only after the Varna system, you can say, and this feudal system, uh, when the kings started giving lands to the Brahmins, all these problems started from there. Otherwise, there was when you have a good society where people are broad minded. So, and Arthashastra mentions even about the rules of marriage. If you are married to a particular woman, and suppose if you marry another woman, then you have to give equal rights to your first wife. You have to take care of her livelihood, finances, her food, her clothing. So all that was mentioned in the Arthashastra. So that way it was a very very organized society. And all now we are seeing that position of women is really vulnerable in our modern society. We are witnessing all types of bad incidents all over the country, so which is very very sad. So if people had a little broad minds, and they had that respect for the other gender, then all these problems would not have crept in our system.
right.
So it is so lovely to talk to you, Professor Neeta Joshi, and we'll be discussing more about our great things of India in our next episode. For today, I'll take a leave. Bye bye. It was so lovely to talk to you today. Bye.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Bye.
Hi, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today, Monday, and we will be discussing some quick points about the opportunities in the market after this COVID. But before that, I would like to welcome our guest.
Thank you, Kanchan, and I'm absolutely fine. Thank you. It's nice to be back on your show every Monday.
Well, so what we are discussing, what are those crisp points we are discussing today?
I think we are talking about the career counseling, and where we are going to talk about the prospects any candidate can have after finishing the concerned course, whatsoever the person is doing right now in the time of COVID.
So, well, I'm sure that there are a lot of things which are emerging after maybe 1.5 years, because we were at home. Students have, most of the college students are out, they have cleared their exams, and now definitely and obviously they are looking for opportunities. So, what are those industries which provide career for current scenario? What kind of career a pass out should look at?